Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Got Harem in Jujutsu Kaisen. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Listen, that technique of yours is powerful, sure, but it's also risky. And I told you to call me Gojo-senpai. I categorically refuse. Does it matter anyway? You have your limitless, I have my creation of all things. We were born with these abilities. Maybe, but think of it like this. Dying to win and risking death to win are two completely different things. With a strong foundation and a little bit of sense, imagination, even a pinch of regret, it just takes the slightest trigger to change a person. After all, this isn't your first life, is it, Naoya? Wait, you know? How did you figure it out? I thought I did a good job hiding it from Maki and Mai. You did for the most part, but it's the eyes. People say eyes are the window to the soul. Now that we've determined that, are you going to tell me you really are? Alright, fine. You win. My real name is. A discussion between the strongest. Surpass your limits. To live as a shinobi is to die with a spark of hope in your heart. To live as a jujutsu sorcerer is to live with regret. To live as a person, one must embrace it. What's that? My regrets? I have a few, almost too many to mention. Who doesn't? We all have them. Doesn't matter if you're strong or weak, human or a cursed spirit. It's a fact of life and death. We all have regrets. Mine were a little more myriad before the end. I wish I'd done more. I wish I'd saved more people. I wish I'd protected everyone I could. I wish those idiots didn't start the fourth shinobi war. I wish I never knew what it felt like to fall in love or lose that love. I died with so many damn regrets. Frankly, it's a miracle I didn't become a special grade curse on the spot, assuming those things existed back then. Even in the shinobi era, there were all sorts of things we feared back in the day. There was so much anger, so much fear, so much hate leading up to the fourth shinobi war, and then all that transpired afterward. Did we inadvertently create the concept curses from all the chaos? Were they always there? Unable to do anything? Or was it a final act of spite on her part? The latter seems likely, but I can't be sure. Even now, I don't have the answers. After all, I didn't live to see the aftermath of the war. But I didn't mind dying to kill Kaguya. Alright, maybe I did, just a little. Someone had to take her down. Had to be me, someone else would have gotten it wrong. Sakura and Kakashi-sensei were already dead. Sasuke wasn't gonna do it, so I did. I didn't ask to die. I didn't ask to be reincarnated as Naoya Zenin in a world I didn't understand. I definitely didn't choose, no matter what anyone might say, to reborn into a clad colder than the freaking Uchiha. You'd think getting ice skate is that the word kids use these days, would be fun. Everyone dreams of it. Apparently it's a popular fad in this era. So you would expected it to be entertaining, right? Something to enjoy, be happy about, and celebrate, yeah? Except it ain't. Every day in the Zenin clan is the same. Inherit the Zenin clan techniques or die trying. Become strong, stronger than everyone else. Surpass your limits. From the moment I could walk, this cruel criteria was enforced upon me. Any who don't meet it start their lives as failures in the clan. They're not even allowed to stand at the starting line. Without the clan lineage, they're not considered people, and if they're not people, they are given nothing. No hope, no joy, no freedom, only pain. There's no room for family here as failure, no love, no nothing. All the while the higher-ups prattle on with their righteous dogma and bullshit. We must not bend the rules of the group for the individual. The weak shall be called. Dying's easy. Living's hard. You must learn to bear such things, they say. Carve them into your heart and never forget them. Hold them in your heart. Who am I kidding? I see the way they look at those who fail. I hear their whispers about Maki and Mai. They're frail. They shouldn't be allowed to exist. 5 years old, and their parents treat them like trash, my father even more so. As if they don't even exist, no, that would be better than the torment they suffer, torment I've tried and failed to stop. And yet the clan treats me like a prodigal son. I lack for nothing. Because I'm quick to learn? Because I have my own innate technique that surpasses theirs? Because I might be able to compete with someone called Gojo Satoru who I haven't even met, someday in the distant future? I can't claim to understand it. Maybe it's better I don't. Ignorance is bliss, is what I would like to say, but I stopped closing my eyes to that a long time ago, didn't I? Complicated, I know. In theory, a jujutsu sorcerer should have only one basic technique, an ability they build upon at a time. Rare ones have two. The limit is 4, or so I've been told. Any higher than that and you're asking for brain burn. Mine takes all those rules and laughs at them. Man, I gotta thank the old sage for this. More on that later. Truth be told, I don't fully understand the specifics myself. I'm still testing my limits and I haven't hit them yet. Maybe it's a result of Kurama dying with me. Maybe something got mixed up inside my soul when he and the other tailed beasts passed. Maybe that's why I possess insane reserves of cursed energy, why I can still pull off such insane feats just like my shinobi days. They say my technique, my ideals, threatens to shake the very foundation upon which we stand. Wanna know what I think of that? Good. Jujutsu society and these wretched prideful idiots that run it needs to be turned on its head. Tell me, what makes us obligated to meet such perfection or such absurd demands? To hell with what the old geezers think. I say all that, but I don't remember much of my early life as Naoya. Those first 2 years were a blur. I'm told the moment I was born into this world, the skies darkened and the earth shook. The second coming of Gojo Satoru, they called me. I didn't even know who he was at first. Can you believe it? I'd learn in time. And once I became aware of things by the age of 3, I was off to the races. I exorcised my first curse at 3. Butchered my first special grade by 5. And by 10 he finally met my baffling, exasperating, adorable cousins. It was also the first day I murdered someone in cold blood. They said Naoya Zenien was scary. Maki really didn't think so. He was just odd. For someone who supposedly represented the pride of the clan, he didn't look like a walking disaster. From the rumors you would have thought him 6 feet tall with eyes of fire and 4 arms or something. A walking disaster that might one day stand up to Satoru Gojo himself and challenge him for the title of the strongest. He appeared before her and my one summer evening by chance. The moment she met him, her opinion deflated. A monster with 4 arms and blazing eyes? But she saw only a boy. Naoya was not at all as the rumors had painted him to be. He was near their age for one and had dyed his hair blonde, although she really wasn't one to talk given hers was green and was as far from the imposing creature she'd feared her would be Oswell as he could be. The setting sun caught his hair and almost made him seem to glow as he smiled and waved their way. It was a moment she'd never forget, as long as she lived. So you're the twins I've heard nothing about. He planted both hands in his pockets and leaned forward to regard them. It's almost like the old man didn't want me to meet you. Just as quickly he ripped a hand free and offered it to them. It's so nice to finally meet you. I'm Naoya, your cousin. We've got a lot to talk about. Care to chat for a minute? Mai shrank behind her, the crybaby. You're loud. Am I? He looked a little chagrined at that. Sorry. It's just so nice to finally meet you. Maki winced. What was she supposed to say to that? Go away? She'd said that to Dad once and gotten smacked around for it. Naoya didn't seem the sort to do that sort of thing, but you could never tell. She certainly couldn't. She was only 5 after all. He seemed sad somehow when he looked at them, yet it wasn't pity, not pity, no, never pity. She didn't think she could bear it otherwise. So what if she couldn't see cursed spirits like Mai? She was strong. In terms of raw physical strength, he was probably already near the level of an adult. And she'd only get stronger. How about little Miss Maki? He offered. We can spar sometime if you like. Something sparked to life in her just then. It felt like acceptance. She wanted more, craved more. No, she needed more of that. Maki made her decision then, as only a child could. Gosh. I'm gonna marry him. He gets me. To be fair, little Mai wasn't sure how or why, but he did. Naoya didn't mock or disparage her like father and uncle did. He simply gave her advice. You don't have much cursed energy? Here's a way to increase your output. What's that? You're afraid of curses? Don't worry. I'll teach you a trick to deal with them. Stuff like that. As her cousin, Naoya Zenin was everything she and Mai weren't. Strong and fast, surging with cursed energy even a weakling like her could detect. But for all that he was also kind, humble and nice. So very nice. Was that the right word? She didn't know. She was 5 and he was older than them. The only one who was kind to them in this place. And like any forsaken child to whom even a bit of affection and support is shown, she latched onto him. Mai Zenien latched hard. He's mine. From that moment a rivalry would be born. Albeit not the sort one might expect. Not at all. The girls were glaring at one another. No, that just wouldn't do. Troublesome. Naruto heaved a sigh and crouched down on their level, letting each clinging to his arms. Mai had a hold of his left and Maki his right. Neither seemed to be in any hurry to let go, and they were staring absolute daggers at one another, so might as well nip that in the bud while he could. Hey now, he tugged his hands from their grasp. Sisters shouldn't fight one another. Male wilted. Maki started it. You were the one who glared at me first. And I'm ending it, he poked her forehead, drawing a whine from the stronger girl. Behave, the both of you. I have 2 hands so you can each hold one. Sound fair? They glared at the ground and refused to look at him. But he'd come to regret those words later. They'd be a source of much amusement and chaos in the coming years. But for now, ignorant to the promise he'd inadvertently made, Naruto could only sigh. Many wondered why he dyed his hair blonde. These days he did it out of spite, but also to look less threatening. People liked bright colors. These 2 certainly seemed to, because neither made any move to strike up a third argument so long as they held on to him. Surely they'd get bored of him eventually, right? Right? Look, I need to have a talk with my old man. If the 2 of you behave, I'll take you out for ice cream. Mai perked up. Maki was bolder and tilted her head to regard him like some shiny glittering jewel, which he supposed he was and might well be to these poor, oppressed girls. Promise? He held out his little finger and let her loop hers around it. Cross my heart and hope to die. Mai latched onto his finger with a happy cry. Stick a needle in your eye. His heart twitched. Precious twins. Must keep them safe at all costs. He really shouldn't say anything. He really shouldn't, but if want to leave the clan, you should. The twins recoiled with a loud, yeah. But when you do so, do it together. He poked both their foreheads then tousled their hair for good measure. Your sisters. That means family. Family doesn't leave family behind. And speaking of family, his gaze zeroed in on the marks they bore on their wrists and necks, subtle bruises not quite hidden behind the sleeves and collars of their yukata. Why don't you tell me who hurt the 2 of you? Mai clammed up. He expected as much. And so he turned to her twin instead. Dad did it? Maki stared at him with those piercing eyes of hers, idly rubbing a wrist. He called it training, but it hurt, realization sparked in her gaze. You're going to get hurt if you confront him. Naruto's smile thinned. So it was OG Zenien after all. He'd never liked that arrogant man and the feeling was mutual. Don't worry, he waved her down with a laugh. I'm the strongest. Mai tilted her head. I thought Satoru Gojo was the strongest. He's older than me, so it doesn't count? Maki quirked a green brow at him. Really does. Then he can come down here and take the title from me himself, sheesh. Miles away, a certain someone sneezed. Think that Zenin brat's talking about me, Suguru? An empty soda can pinged off his head. You're getting full of yourself, Satoru. Naoya? Naruto blinked. Maki was still staring his way. Clever girl, always seen right through him. He'd really have to be careful around her in the future. In hindsight, he knew he shouldn't have mentioned the bruises, much less the fact that couldn't stay here forever. Sooner or later, he would have to leave or do something about the way the Zenien clan was run. Depart? Or change them? Both seemed impossible. He had no means or methods to provide for himself should he strike out on his own. Sure, he could kill curses for Monet, but no one was going to hire a child not yet in his teens to fulfill any sort of contract. Jujutsu High was an option, but that was for the future and the future was not now. He couldn't survive properly on his own, much less provide for Maki and Mai at present. Not through legal means, and he wasn't confident in his ability to create money using creation of all things at present. Likewise, if he went the way of a curse user, he'd be hunted down by the upper echelons, which meant fleeing or killing every sorcerer in the country. Also a hard no. So how to make the clan ease up on the twins? At present, there was just no feasible way to shield them from the rest of the clan until they were old enough to act for themselves, defend themselves, make decisions for themselves. Unless there was another option, a darker option, a path he'd not even considered, one so foul that it made him feel filthy just thinking of it. He was no Itachi Uchiha. He shouldn't be contemplating killing his kin because it was easy. And yet, did he care about these people? Were they good people? Excepting Maki and Mai? No. Would he shed any tears if these bastards and bullies died? He already knew the answer, of course. Anyone with half a brain cell would. The Zenien clan fawned over him because of his power, but he knew if the circumstances were reversed, he'd be the one cast out into the mud. It sickened him. For the first time since he'd been reborn, it made him angry. Even now he found himself subconsciously drawing on the natural energy in the air around him, pooling it into his body alongside his cursed energy and chakra as he drew on the fury, let it fester inside him. That's a scary look you've got there. He looked down to Maki and found Mai gazing up at him timidly. Oops. He'd radiated a bit of killing intent there. These two were far too perceptive. Now, he patted their heads. Don't worry about a thing. Just let me handle this. Little hands grabbed at his. You'll come back, right? His heart broke a little. Sure. Were you the one who hurt them? OG Zenien looked up from his meditations. You should know better than to associate with those failures, nephew. Naoya's bright eyes were eerily blank, almost worryingly so. Answer my question, uncle. Do you mean the bruises? Yes, that was me. They are my daughters and I shall do with them as I please. His nephew didn't reward him with words. Just a simple flat stare. Something curdled in the elder Zenin's soul at the sight. He'd seen that expression before. Reminded him of Toji. Thunk. I won't allow it, Naoya. Naruto rolled his eyes in mild exasperation. Yes, you will? Truth be told, he knew there would be resistance. He'd expected it, desired it even. Because you see, resistance gave him an excuse. It made him feel justified. Powerful. A seductive whisper telling him he was in the right. If old man Nobito just rolled over and did as he asked, he would have been beyond annoyed, meaning all his preparations would have been for naught. But no, he'd already taken steps. He kept one hand behind his back just in case. His so-called father noticed, of course, but he'd concealed it so he didn't know what he was holding. Naturally, he could use his cursed technique and get behind him, but he wouldn't. He was too drunk at this time of day, too busy laying around his room, what a dump, and lazing in past glories. At 10 years old he'd put up with so much he knew the geezer's habits very well. You really don't get it, do you, old man? He planted his visible hand in his pockets and stood his ground. This isn't about what you will or won't allow, it's about what will be. I'm telling you what's going to happen as a courtesy, one that you frankly don't deserve. The man that had sired him took a deep drink of his gourd, sake spilling out over his lips. You're strong, I'll grant you that, but not strong enough to take the clan from me. You have no idea. Outwardly he only smiled. Let me tell you a story. The temperature in the room spiked, flames flickering at the edge of his vision. Once upon a time, there was a man named Itachi Uchiha. He raised his gaze to stare placidly at his sire, knowing full well Nobito wouldn't get the context. That only made it all the more amusing. He was a prodigy in his clan, a genius among geniuses. One served his clan for many years until one day he committed an unspeakable crime. Not for pride or glory or honor or any of that, but for the sake of someone he loved. He closed himself off to the world, hardened his heart, and did the deed, all to save that which he held most dear. The Zenin patriarch took another long drink from his gourd and burped. What nonsense are you spouting? Blue eyes blazed gold. I am talking. Nobito clammed right up. You see, Naruto continued, his grin gaining an edge. He massacred his entire clan. Every man, woman, and child, all save one. His baby brother, Sasuke, whom he loved more than anyone in the world. Now some might say it would have been smarter to kill him, because letting that one live caused a whole host of problems down the road, but the fact remains that he couldn't. There's more to the story, but the gist and the point I'm trying to make here is this. His eyes narrowed as he exhaled. Love makes you do some crazy things. The old man found his voice at last. And what does that have to do with this conversation? I'm so glad you asked. A sphere of dark light seared the wall mere inches from his sire's head, searing away the half of the man's thin mustache on the right side. It turned to ash and crumbled away at their feet, much like the man's confidence. Cheeky old geezer didn't look quite so smug now, did he? Judging that reaction, he hadn't even seen that attack coming. That confirmed a secondary suspicion of his. He'd surpassed Nobito's speed long ago. Truth-seeking orbs were a right bitch to dodge. See, I love Maki and Mai. His grin grew as he called the sphere back to him. With but a thought, he used creation of all things to reshape it into a staff in his grasp. They're my adorable little cousins. I've only just met them and adore those girls. I would die for those girls. I would kill for those girls. Of course, that includes entire Zenin clan. I hope you understand. Nobito sat just a bit straighter. You would kill your own blood? Such a stupid question. Of course he would. I have never once considered you or any of the higher-ups, my family. If he could have seen his reflection, he would have been startled. His eyes were dead and cold, like so much tempered steel. You're all like dogs. No, worse than dogs. His lips curled in an ugly sneer. You're mongrels. All you do is yap and cling to past glories. Thankfully, I don't particularly care about anyone else in the clan. At present I'm apathetic to the lot of you. I don't entirely hate you, but I certainly don't love you either. Yet if you were to push me. His hand waved and the wind yowled, lifting his hair. I'll show you what I can really do. What are you saying? You'll also cease any and all bullying of Maki and Mai. Additionally, in about 10 years' time, he dragged the last word out, watching for the elder's reaction. Let them leave the clan for Jujutsu High if they want. If they decide to stay out of the clan, you will make an effort to pursue them on pain of death. That's quite a stilted offer. The elder stroked his chin, considering. What will I gain in exchange for all this? Now they came to the bargaining bit. He was looking forward to this. In exchange, I'll stay. Naruto held up his hand and began to count off the fingers there, from thumb to pinky. Not only do you get to keep me, your perfect, powerful heir to rival Saoru Gojo, but I'll swear to take no actions against the Zenin clan during those 10 years. I'll even commit to a binding vow for that decade if you're feeling twitchy. Lastly, you get to keep your head. It sounds quite beneficial, wouldn't you agree? And if I refuse? Naruto tiled his head. Then I kill all of you here and now. The geezer laughed at him. A bold claim. But do you really have it in you to slay? Soundlessly, Naruto revealed the free hand he'd kept behind his back this entire time. OG Zenin's severed head hung from his grasp, dangling by the hair, face frozen in mute horror. Naoya, what have you done? Nobito tensed at the sight of his dead brother. By contrast, even in the face of his fury, Naruto's smile didn't waver. He threw the man's head at the man whom he'd never called father. OG's skull struck the ground, bounced once, and rolled to a stop at his feet to stare blankly at his brother. What have I done? Naruto scoffed at him. I've done what I always could. You have no idea what I'm capable of. Maybe now the old man finally understood what's who he was dealing with. His words were no idle threat. Even at 10 years old he was confident in his ability to counter anything the clan threw his way. The man who sat before him was not his father. Not his real father. He might have put him in a woman's womb and they might share the same DNA, but insofar as he was concerned they had no such bond and they never would. Minato and Kushina would always be his true parents. And so he kept smiling at him. It was not a nice smile, far from it. This smile promised pain. So, what'll it be, old man? At length, the elder Zenin surprised him, because he threw his head back and laughed. You little monster. When did you become this ruthless? Naruto tapped his staff on the ground. I am what you made me to be. Hurry up and decide. Will you live? Or will you die? Naruto gave him his answer. If Toji is the black sheep of the Zenin clan, then what does that make Naoya? A damn monster is what he is. Didn't you hear what he did to his clan? No? Should I have? It sounds like a pretty big deal. Then you weren't paying attention, Gojo. Geto. Just tell me already. Fine. Listen this time. Gojo and Geto. Hail the black sheep. What's a binding vow? The question, when it came, amused Naruto to no end. He simply couldn't help but smile when Maki started pestering him. They're essential tenets of jujutsu sorcery. He held up a finger, doing his best to mimic his mentors of years gone by. Well, maybe not Jiraiya. He wasn't exposing the girls to that tomfoolery. They're powerful contracts created through cursed energy that one can make. There are two kinds: vows with oneself and vows with another. Mai and Maki blinked back up him curiously, each clutching with their melting ice cream cones in hand. He kept his word, of course. It would take more than a second life to change that. Precious girls. Must protect. It had taken the better part of a week, but he'd finally managed to live up to his promise. In a word, ice cream. Alright, that was 2 words, but still. He'd promised Mai and Maki their fill of frozen treats, and gosh darn it, he was going to deliver, and he'd since brought them to a park well outside the clan complex and bought them a treat with funds liberated from said clan's coffers. Well, not like old man Naruto was using them for anything other than booze, right? Not a single adult had balked at the sight of 3 unattended children wandering around in the evening with their delectable dairy treats. Under any other circumstance that might have been genuinely concerning, but today he truly pitied the fool who tried to harm these poor girls. He'd beat them to death. Yeah, but what do these vow thingies do? Mai asked. Naruto took a bite in the midst of his own cone, strawberry, before responding. The textbook definition is a bit boring and goes a little like this. He coughed into a fist and mimed Kakashi's voice on a lark. The act of abiding by the rules and restrictions agreed upon in these contracts can result in a greater power or the achievement of a goal that you thought was out of reach, but breaking a binding vow has consequences. Self-imposed restrictions, that is to say, things that might prove potentially harmful to the creator, such as willingly limiting amount of cursed energy they can use for a given period of time, or revealing their technique beforehand, increases the amount of cursed energy they can use. Hell, it might even make their technique more powerful. After all, cursed energy comes from negative emotions, and those respond to the desires of their user. With me so far? The girls shared a reluctant look, but nodded, albeit slowly. Emboldened by their silence, he took a second bite of his own cone, strawberry, and barreled on, heedless of their confusion. Simply put, the riskier condition enforced by the binding vow, the more your energy can swell. It also depends on the nature of the vow itself. The penalty for breaking a simple vow with oneself is the loss of whatever benefit was gained through the contract, be it strength, speed, or wisdom. Likewise, contracts created between multiple individuals are bound by that same energy. In that case, both parties must agree to a particular set of conditions that benefit them. If you break that sort of vow, the penalty can be devastating. Maki and Mai tilted their heads in unison and made baffled noises. He could practically see multiple question marks forming above their heads. Adorable. In the end, Maki raised her hand first, if only just. I don't get it. Right, they were only 5 after all, weren't they? No matter how sharp Maki might be, nor how curious Mai was, it made sense that some things would go flying right over their heads. Sorry. He scratched at the back of his head and took a third and final bite out of his cone to finish it off. That was a little too complicated for you, wasn't it? Maki, you don't really have any usable cursed energy in the first place, and you can't see cursed spirits, so the terms of this don't technically apply to you, but I'll still explain it just in case. Would you like that? A slow nod. He didn't want either of them to feel excluded. That would lead to resentment. Siblings shouldn't fight. He was a firm believer of that rule. If he could foster a healthy relationship between these two, all the better. After all, Maki's heavenly restriction, that is to say the pact she'd been born with, wasn't quite complete, unlike a certain black sheep he'd heard tell of. Unlike him, Maki hadn't completely escaped from the concept of cursed energy. Until she did, she would forever be bound by her inability to see cursed spirits, unable to exorcise them without special tools. He might be able to use creation of all things to adjust that in her favor, but again, he wasn't willing to risk it. Not until he'd mastered this ability, until he could snatch that one perfect outcome from failure 10 out of 10 times. Then and only then would he dare risk it. In the arcane world of jujutsu, twins were widely considered to be the same person. They shared a womb, a soul, even cursed energy to an extent. He could vaguely understand the concept as a whole, but since he'd never had a proper twin or siblings of his own, he couldn't claim true comprehension. Maybe it was just an established law in this world. Either way, Maki and Mai were all but joined at the hip. Where one went, so too did the other. It was almost cute, really. He feared for whatever boy they fell in love with years from now. Whomever he was going to have a rough time. He'd be sure to give that bugger the talk when the time came. Naruto. Even in another life, you're still thick as a brick when it comes to love. But oh dear, they were pouting now. Best stop musing and get on that. Think of it like this, he held up a finger as the girls dove into their treats. Maki, you wouldn't break your word to Mai now, would you? She frowned. Of course not. He nodded. And why is that? Because she would get mad at me? Mai kicked her twin's shin. I'd do more than that. Naruto hid a smile behind his hand. See, it would damage your relationship with her. That's why it's important not to make a vow you can't keep. In any case, it helps if you think of binding vows like promises, I suppose. You can say the words all you like, but there's no meaning in it if you don't, well, mean them. Maki, you have so little cursed energy that you can't even utilize it. Mai has a bit more, but only just. The girl glared at the ground and scuffed her foot against it. Don't remind me. It wasn't an insult, merely a statement of fact. She growled when he patted her head. Maybe that energy was split between them somehow? But that was just a theory. He wanted to help them. Really, he did. More than anything. But experimenting on them without a viable solution was wrong. Likewise, the consequences for failure would be severe. They might die. He'd never forgive himself if it came to that. Then again, there were others he could use. The Zenin clan had no shortage of healthy subjects. No. He fought down a shudder. Pulling an Itachi was one thing if you were doing it for a good cause, but he wasn't about to go Orochi freaking Maru and start experimenting on people unless he absolutely had to. Not even the Zenin clan deserved that. Well, maybe not yet. Male tilted her head, eyeing him curiously. Speaking of binding vows, you didn't make one with the elders, did you? Nice insight, Mai. That'll take you far. He rewarded her with a small smile. What makes you ask that? She twiddled her thumbs. We haven't seen you for a few days and no one will talk to us. You're right on that account, but nah, he smacked his lips and tugged at his collar. I offered, but the old man refused. He said he'd get everyone to comply one way or another. I told him that wasn't good enough. He offered me an alternative. Something we could both be satisfied with, at least in the interim. Nobito had neither accepted his offer of a binding vow, nor been willing to step aside as head of the clan. And so a third, more radical option had been presented unto him. He still recalled that evening well. Such a lovely night. Mai pouted. Are you gonna tell us already, or what? Naruto chuckled. Maybe if you ask nicely? She clasped her hands. Please? Alright. Truth be told, he didn't want to give them the uncensored version. They were young, they wouldn't understand. The rest of the clan hadn't been happy and still wasn't. Least of all the the Zenin's top-ranked sorcerers. They disagreed violently. His declaration upset the delicate balance of power. There was dissent. And where there was dissent there came combat. He remembered the feral smile that split his face as he slammed Junichi Zenin down with a Rasengan. The man's chest caved in beneath his technique with a horrible crack. Nobuaki jumped him before he could finish the man off, only to receive a lazy backhand to his jaw. Bloody teeth flew through the air alongside the screams of the wounded and unworthy. Chojuro was next, that foolish old geezer with his cursed earth hand technique. It didn't save him. He shrugged off their so-called curse techniques, took everything they had to offer, then threw it back in their faces. By the time the night was done, he'd broke every bone in their bodies, beaten them within an inch of their lives, and left them on death's doorstep. Any who resisted swiftly learned their place beneath him. Some died instantly. Others lingered on to suffer as he cut through the rest of the hay, a hot knife through butter, hardening his heart to their pleas. Those who survived would fear him to their dying day. But better they fear him than hate Maki and Mai. The former noticed his smile. What did you do? May as well be honest with them. They'd never trust him otherwise. Cracked some skulls, he dug a finger in his ear, feigning nonchalance. Broke some bones, a bubble of laughter escaped him as they balked. Shattered everyone's pride and their spirits besides. It's gonna take them at least a decade before they even think about fighting me like that again. Oh, Mai blinked, ever the innocent one. So you're the strongest in the clan now then? Maki proved more perceptive. You killed our father, didn't you? Thanks. Clever girl indeed. Busted. He spread his hands with a sheepish shrug. When did you figure it out? She took another bite of her cone. Mom says he's on a business trip, but it's been a week now. Good. Mai bit into her own treat fiercely. I didn't like him. He was mean. He can stay gone for all I care. The fact that they accepted the death of their father so easily spoke of little love lost between them. He let them eat in silence for a while, admiring the sight of fiery sky as the setting sun crept lower and lower across the horizon. The park had gone quiet a while ago and he was content to bask in the silence while he had it. Most kids would have begun to fidget by now. Then again he was a teenager trapped in a kid's body, so he supposed it evened out. Are you really that strong? Maki again. Yup, he mimed, flexing a muscle. Is it really that hard to believe? Mai squinted at him, looking like she had difficulty believing it herself. Stronger than Satoru Gojo? In truth he didn't really know. He'd never met him personally. But if calling himself the strongest made these two lost little girls feel better about themselves, then that was a burden he was willing to bear. Maki and Mai deserved to have a happy life while they could. Besides, how bad could Gojo really be? Surely he wasn't that strong, right? Gojo doubled over and heaved a mighty sneeze. Blue eyes twitched behind dark glasses. That darn kid. I want to make a binding vow. Naruto's head whipped around, drawn from his reverie to find Mai tugging at his sleeve. A strange mixture of pride and fear sparked to life in his chest, and he took a moment to compose himself. Careful now, he chided her. Those vows aren't something to take lightly. You should only take one if you're absolutely certain you'll benefit from it. After all, making one is easier than breaking one. Here, he amended when she looked mutinous. I'll show you. He looked past the bench and found what he was looking for, what had been nagging at him for the last minute or so. A creature slumped out of the bushes, at a shifting ripple of green limbs and legs, grasping at a squirrel with its many-fingered hands. I'll only use my pinky finger to kill that curse. Think of this as a temporary binding vow. But as you can see, he gathered cursed energy at his fingertip, pointed, formed a gun, felt it swell and, bang, the cursed spirit never saw what killed it. An unseen bullet of crimson light drilled through its skull and shattered the tree behind it. What remained of its body flopped down in the dirt and dissolved on the spot. Its would-be victims scurried back into the brush, none the wiser of the close call it had suffered. See, he lowered his still-smoking digit and preened a little. Easily 3 times as strong. He felt the vow fade away with the death of his intended target, taking the excess power with it. Now, if I were to swear that I'd only use that trick to kill curses, the technique would become even more powerful, huh? Maki looked suitably impressed when he looked down, but he saw stars in Mai's eyes. Amazing, she latched onto his arm. I want that. I want to do that. Teach me. It's not hard. Maybe if we get you a toy gun to practice. Thank you. She squeezed him tight. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you. Ah, the words of children. He patted her head. You say the nicest things. Maki huffed and adopted a mulish expression. No fair, getting ahead. Mai clung onto his arm. First come, first serve. Now, no, let's all get along. A shiver shot down his spine, cold as ice on a winter night, and stole the words from his lips. Someone was watching them. He didn't know how, he didn't know who, only that they were and they were dangerous. Someone or something was lurking in the trees over there, and he didn't sense them via any semblance of cursed energy or ill intent, but rather his own innate sixth sense. Even without Kurama, he could still sense the life force of others, whenever someone had ill intentions, wherever they were lying and the like. And what he sensed now felt, well, not exactly familiar per se, but he recognized it all the same. The same presence as Maki, but older. Stronger, refined with subtle menace and... "No. Breathe, body." "Oh," he growled. "Come on out." Silence pervaded the evening, naught but crickets. "There's no use in hiding now," he pointed to a tree. "I know you're back there." An awful crack filled the air as pain bloomed in the back of his hand. Naruto winced, not quite comprehending. Why did his palm hurt so much? Maki and Mai shrieked, and he looked down to find his right hand covered in blood, fingers closed around a metal shell. He'd heard the bullet long before he saw it coming and acted accordingly before his mind even knew the exact nature of the danger. It saved his life. Or rather, his technique had. Auto-counter, another facet of his creation of all things, one he'd only discovered recently. By subconsciously channeling cursed energy within his body day after day, he created an unseen aura of sorts, one that enabled his body to act independently of his will to anything that breached said aura as an attack and react accordingly. It had its flaws, of course, and he was still working out the kinks, but it served his purpose. Maki and Mai swarmed him a moment later. "What happened?" "You're bleeding." "Fine," he willed energy to the wound, forcing it closed before their eyes. "See?" Maki looked at him like he'd grown a second head. "It healed?" Mai recoiled, aghast. "How did you do that?" "Oh." A man stepped out from behind a nearby tree, pistol in hand, grinning ear to ear. "Reversed curse technique? And at such a young age. Impressive. No wonder old man Nobito's so proud of you. All his other brats were failures, but you one in a million." Naruto blew out a breathy sigh. "Here we go." Maki and Mai shrank back behind him. He didn't blame them for their fear. Clad in a tight black shirt that emphasized his toned physique, mismatched with baggy white pants and dark shoes, his attacker looked ordinary at a glance until you saw his face. That smug smile, the dark hair hanging lank over his forehead, and those eyes. Those blank, fathomless, dead eyes, the gaze of a man who took lives without batting an eye. He knew this man. Everyone in the clan knew him. Hell, he wouldn't be surprised if everyone in the jujutsu world did. A ruthless monster stood before them, a callous creature who would do anything for money, known far and wide as the sorcerer killer, a man who was supposed to be retired, one of the few beings in this world with whom you did not F***K about and find out. He was looking at Toji Fushiguro. Or Zenien, if you were feeling suicidal. Amen. It's too early. I didn't think we'd run into him out here. His heart began to hammer in his chest, pounding in his ears like the drums of a great hunt howling for blood. Strange as it might sound, it didn't fill him with fear but excitement. Yes, he would always remember the day he met Zenien Toji. It was the first day in his new life. That he laughed. A real, genuine laugh. He wasn't even prepared for it. A chuckle burst out of him before he could even think to hold it back. Some might call it fate, a chance encounter, or just luck. Be it good or bad, he'd never be sure. What were the chances they would encounter them here? It had to be 1 in a million. But even if his life was in danger, this might be fun. Brave, aren't you? Toji tilted his head. Most would have run by now. Maki and Mai looked like they wanted to do just that, but couldn't out of sheer fear. What are you doing here? Satisfying my curiosity. Toji stowed his pistol in his belt. I was wondering what 3 kids from the Zenien clan were doing out here in the middle of nowhere with no chaperone, so I decided to test you a little. Mai hissed. You shot him? Meh. A shrug. He'll get better. The girls faltered beneath his stare. Toji smiled. It was not a nice smile. Relax, brat. I'm not interested in the bounty on your head just yet. The rest was left unsaid. He just implied there was one. For him not to have noticed he'd been slacking off, it seemed. Powerful jujutsu sorcerers were targeted for death all the time. Naruto was no stronger to that immutable fact of life. Even Satoru Gojo had been targeted once when he was younger, or so the rumors went. It simply hadn't occurred to him that someone would be so inordinately stupid as to paint a target on his back. But then again, why wouldn't they? He was just a boy to them. A prodigy, yes, but still just a child. They had no idea who he truly was. How could they when he didn't allow them to? Such was life. And right now he was terribly worried, not for his own, but that of Maki and Mai. You've seen all you need to see. If you're done shooting at me? No need to be so hasty. Toji stepped out from behind his tree and belatedly, he noticed the puddle of blood at the man's feet. I wanted to see the boy who bloodied the nose of the Zenin clan. He loosed a low, raspy chuckle. Though I'm not a part of them anymore. Still, I couldn't let this one ruin my fun. His inverse technique was annoying, but easy to get through once you know the trick. Maki and Mai yelped. Naruto soon saw why. A rough-looking man with brown hair lay sprawled at his feet, clad in a cream-colored turtleneck and blue jeans. Judging by wound in his skull and the pallor of his face, he'd been dead a while. Hours, sillies. Maybe a day. Had he been staking this place out beforehand? No, he would have sensed him. He'd noticed Toji's arrival instantly. For someone with cursed energy, he would have instantly been on alert. So why had this man been here and died at Toji's hand hours, if not days ago? Realization clicked into place. Someone in the clan must have been spying on him, knowing he liked this park. Someone had placed a bounty on his head. Someone was gonna die. And who do we have here? Toji's gaze settled on Maki with something vaguely akin to recognition. You read close, but you have a ways to go. And you, he looked to Mai, you're holding her back? The girl made a pained noise and recoiled as if she'd been the one shot, not him. Me? You are idiot, but you don't even realize it. The sorcerer killer flicked a thumb Maki's way. She has a heavenly restriction, which means she should be like me, but she isn't. His brow creased in a scowl. Because of you. Your cursed energy is a shackle tying her down. So long as you live, she'll never be complete. Maki bristled. Why you? Mai crumpled to her knees. I'm not a shackle, I'm not. Her sister dove down to comfort her before he could even consider it. Naruto absolutely twitched. He'd made Mai cry. Well, he couldn't let that slide now, could he? Hey Toji. The black sheep turned to face him. He stomped forward, rolling up his sleeves. Clench your teeth. Struck a nerve, have I? The sorcerer killer made an amused noise. Alright. As thanks for entertaining me, I'll give you one free hit. He spread his arms wide. Go right ahead. Make it count. But don't waste it. He was still speaking when Naruto slugged him in the face. Clenched knuckles barreled into Toji's smug visage. In all fairness, it was a proper powerful punch, one that would have made Satoru Gojo himself proud. It dented Toji's cheek and kept going at vicious speed, plowing across the man's nose, breaking it now as sheer bloody momentum dragged him the rest of the way forward and sent him rocketing past. He landed in a tumble and spun to his feet and rubbed his arm, what was left of it. Ah geez. Destroyed the tendons again. Maximizing every muscle in his arm made for one hell of a bunch, but striking. At full power without Sage Mode was still a no-go, it seemed. He might not have his old regeneration anymore, but he'd learned the reversed curse technique for a reason. A quick charge, and he was right as rain, flexing his fingers again. You little monster. Toji turned his head and hawked a glob of blood into the dirt, spitting out a lone tooth alongside it with a smile. First there's Satoru Gojo, and now you. He looked pleased, excited even. What is it with this generation? I felt that. He thumbed a thin line of blood from his nose and said it audibly. I actually felt that. Do you have any idea how long it's been since I felt actual pain? Naruto paused, fists raised. A while? Too damn long, the sorcerer killer brayed angrily. Still, I'll give you a little praise. You're only the second person to notice me standing behind you, and the first to injure me in ages. A word of advice, boy. Get out of the clan while you can. Your talent is wasted with them. They'll chew you up and spit you out. He expected an attack, But his relation was Toji technically his uncle? Surprised him again by offering his hand. What do you say? Wanna come with me? You needn't fear those fools out for your head, and you could learn more about fighting from me than those foolish old farts. Naruto hesitated. Would that men leaving Maki and Mai behind, or would they be part of said deal? No. Toji shook his head heartlessly. You'd be better off without them in the long run. Damn it. And here he'd thought he finally found a way out of this. Or I could just kill them and make the decision for you. He could feel Maki and Mai staring at his back with mute horror. Neither dared speak, such was their fear. If he followed this man, he would undoubtedly become strong. Surpass your limits. But that would mean leaving Maki and Mai all alone. Surpass your limits. He'd made a promise to them. Surpass your limits. I can't. He didn't miss the little breaths of relief behind him. Thanks for the offer, but I'm afraid I'll have to refuse. Sorry, it's a no-go. Pity. Toji almost seemed sad at that. Almost. It was terribly hard to tell with him. Then as a favor for actually hurting me, I'll give you a lesson to take to the grave. Earlier you told me to clench my teeth, didn't you? The hairs on the back of Naruto's neck shot up. I did. Well, this is me telling you to dodge. A foot slammed into his face. He took it on the chin and grabbed at the ankle instinctively, only for the elder Zenin to whip around and drive a knee into his solar plexus faster than he could hope to react, let alone counter. Breath blasted from his lungs as his feet left the ground, only for another fist to rocket up and nail him right between the eyes. All this in less than an instant. I see, he grimaced as stars flashed before his vision, followed by trees as his body rocketed away across the park. I've made a crucial error. In his haste to fight a real fight for the first time in a decade, he'd inadvertently imagined himself back in his old body, with all the speed and power it possessed. Mistakes were made. His spine smashed into a tree, bark blasting against his back. Splinters sprayed into the air. A cloud of sawdust obscured his vision and filled his lungs, drawing a retching cough from him. He was still coughing when Toji's fist came crashing in through it. He caught it with a grunt and threw a punch of his own into his side, aiming to break one of his ribs. H. A startled cough was his reward as his foe staggered back to rube his side. You're not half bad. A hit like that would have left old man Nobito retching for air. Anger sparked in his chest. Don't compare me to him. That was a compliment, idiot. Although, he tilted his head to regard him further. Not going to use that technique of yours? His lips pursed into a thin line. No. Toji tooted at him. And here I was curious to see this creation of all things everyone's been bragging about. The line became a scowl. You're not used any cursed energy to attack me, so I won't either. I can't use any cursed techniques, dumbass. You know I've got heavenly restriction. Even so, I won't use it to attack, he grimaced. Not just yet. He glanced to his mending. Yet you'll use it to heal. Naturally, he smiled and for a moment, unknowingly resembled someone else. You're an adult picking on a little kid. Shouldn't you be the one giving me a handicap? Bold of you to say so. The sorcerer killer clicked his tongue and strode forward. Well, if you won't use it, willingly I'll just have to force you to. Naruto's knee crashed into the back of his head, smashing him down to a knee, then face first into a tree. Toji tanked both his with good grace, rubbed his face, then rounded on him. His gaze narrowed. Your eyes, what did you do? Sage mode, of course. It was only fair. He wasn't used to fighting a bigger opponent, and now more than ever he was reminded of his handicap. Toji had better reach than him, and while he could match him in strength, his longer reach ensured he took a hit for every blow he landed. His smaller size was his sole advantage, allowing him to weave in and land punches a proper fighter would have had no business with. But still he beckoned him on. Creation of all things would have made this so much easier, effortless even, but he had a point he needed, to prove. Toji wouldn't respect anyone who bested him with a cursed technique. Maybe that made him a bit of a hypocrite. But he wanted to beat him relatively, fair and square. Physical attacks only, with a little sage mode thrown in to make up for his lack of physical strength. He wasn't pulling out the big guns yet. Heck, he didn't want to if he could help it. Toji surged in and he twisted aside, hammering an elbow into the man's gut. A roundhouse found his jaw a moment later. Both staggered back, growled, then rounded upon one another. This time, Naruto won the exchange, hammering his gut. His opponent actually choked for a second. "I can do this." Confidence blazed in him as their fists collided again and again and again, the impact of that last forcing Toji back. "I can beat him at his own game." Toji blurred and his world went black for a split second. When he came to, he found himself flat on his back, head screaming, jaw aching, blood splashed across his face. "Okay," he mused, reaching up to set said jaw. "Didn't see that coming. Guess he's not hold back any." A shadow fell over him. "More?" Toji's shoe stomped down at his face. Rolling was a mistake he wouldn't make. He knew better than to let the older man dictate the tempo from here on out. Hesitation is defeat. No, rather than do the sensible thing like any sane sorcerer, he reared up, caught his foot with both hands and twisted. Toji went down with a startled noise of pain, yet somehow managed to throw a haymaker even as he fell, the absolute mad lad. In such an awkward position, Naruto had no choice but to let his leg go and cross both arms before his face. Even then he felt his bones creak as he hurtled backwards. Distance. Need distance. Momentum served him this time. Rather than resist and go tumbling, he kicked backward to enhance it and gain greater distance. "Honestly, you're the monster here, not me." "Are you sure about that?" Toji climbed lazily to his feet. "Most kids your age would be rolling around in the dirt right now, begging me to stop. Yet you're fresh as a daisy." Maki hollered something that sounded vaguely like encouragement on the sidelines. "Shut up over there, will ya?" Toji glared over his shoulder at the twins, each of whom bridled under his flat stare before it swung back his way. "Still not enough encouragement? I'm not above wounding one of them to give you some motivation." His smile thinned out. "Do that, and you'll die screaming just like OG." Evidently it was the right thing to say because the sorcerer killer grinned. "There it is. That's the look. Take this seriously or I'll kill all three of you and drag your corpses back to the old man." He drew himself up with a sigh. "So you want me to try, huh? It's only fair." Naruto scowled. "You think I'm afraid of dying? Maybe not, but I know you don't want me to lay a hand on those girls." Something ugly curdled in his gut. It felt like anger. There are worse things than death. "I should know, I've seen them." "Let me show you." Frowning, he flared his cursed energy, then raised his right hand and formed the facsimile of a shape with it. Pressing two inward fingers down onto his thumb, while raising his pinky and pointer finger outward in a vague approximation of ears, he created the image of a fox about to bite down on its prey. With his left, he mimicked the same symbol and his cursed energy surged. Grinning from ear to ear, he folded those fingers, forming a pyramid with his hands. Blue eyes blazed gold as the air above them began to bleed an ominous shade of scarlet. Domain expansion. Toji tensed, a wide grin nearly splitting his face in two. Seriously? It was a natural instinct when faced with such a technique, that brief half-second of hesitation that no one could truly erase from their mind. Naruto took full advantage. Rather than stay put, he leaped forward and smashed a kick into the man's ribs. He crashed back into the trees. No domain formed. He hadn't opened his. He'd never intended to. A bit of energy buildup and a subtle illusion was all he'd needed. Psych. Instead he stomped down once, twice, thrice, and conjured an entire forest of roots down with each successive step. Grinning, he raised his hands and brought his earthen army crashing down on Toji's head. He lost sight of him amidst the tumult of tumbling timber and waited for the dust to clear. Just to be certain, he snatched up a massive fallen tree and zeroed in on where he thought the man would be. "Maki!" "But, duck." "They did, of course, but how are you swinging a tree around, Baka?" He didn't deign to answer and smashed it down on Toji's last known position as one might a giant hammer. Twice. Thrice now, until his makeshift weapon shattered. "Gotcha." He belted out a low laugh, slapping a knee as he howled with laughter. "I know a domain is next to useless against you, Mr. Zero Cursed Energy. And using his with people around promise trouble. How'd you like that? There's more where that came from. A little more. His reserves were still far from mature, he could only pull that trick off 3 or 4 more times. Then he'd be down to his truth-seeking spheres and his more lethal handiwork. He didn't want to kill this man, but if that's what it took to make him back off. Ah, cripes, he was still conscious. He could sense him. Here he came. The fallen trees shifted to his right. Not a bad fake out there. He wasn't surprised when Toji emerged. After all, he wouldn't be Toji if something like that did him in. He'd managed to make his forehead bleed, at least. Although, he had a strange purple cursed spirit sprawled over his shoulders and chest now. Where had he hidden that thing? Where had he been keeping it, and why did he get the feeling he'd pushed him a little too hard? Aw hell, that barely scratched him. I might be in trouble. Toji drew forth a weapon from the creature's maw. I don't know. Naruto tensed. He couldn't tell what it was. A short spear's tip mounted on some sort of hilt? Or a small dagger? Whatever it was a cursed tool, and the sight of it made his sixth sense scream. Creation of all things allowed him to analyze it easily enough. What he found there chilled his blood to ice in his veins. He realized why a second later. He'd hear of a wicked weapon that looked just like that. The inverted spear of heaven. That thing pierces cursed techniques. I can tell. Watch it carefully, wait until he move. He planted his feet, grit his teeth, prepared himself for the fight of his life. Only for Toji to put the weapon back from whence it came. I've seen enough. Naruto blinked, baffled. Wanna run that by me again? Did I stutter? Toji clicked his tongue in mild admonishment. Stand proud, Brett. You're strong. His face burned a little. Are we complimenting each other now? It still begged the question. Why stop now? He had him on the ropes. I don't need you tell me that. Yes, you do. Toji leveled his weapon past him with a stern look, glancing at Maki and Mai on the sidelines. Protect those cousins of yours. They're a weakness. Make them strong so they won't be. Naruto stuck out his tongue. Already intend to. Toji paused. We'll meet here on the morning every weekend. 7 sharp. Don't be late. Ha! Naruto found himself took a step back. Didn't I just say I wasn't going with you? Congratulations, brat. A small smile was his reward. You've piqued my interest. Though you might come to regret that. I won't. Toji tooted. We'll see. He vanished between one step and the other. Naruto waited for a moment more, still wary, refusing to let his guard down. Finally, after a full 3 seconds elapsed and he could no longer sense him, his right knee buckled. His left soon followed suit and down he went, falling right on his arse with a weary laugh. Phew. Close call. Idiot. Maki caught him almost instantaneously. Mai was only half a step behind him, slamming into his ribs. What were you thinking? You could have died. It's fine. I got some good data from that fight. I think I know how to fix your problems safely without hurting Hei. He yelped when she kicked his shin, even pretended it hurt him. Oh, stuff. You'll never be a proper lady if you go around beating people up like that, you know. I don't want to be a lady, she railed at him with tears in her eyes. I'd rather see you live. I'll be fine. A bit of reversed curse technique put him to rights and forced the worst of his wounds to close. See? All good. Mai scooted closer, wringing her hands anxiously. How did you do that? Well, this is a little too advanced for you. Maki stomped on his foot again. All right, twist my leg, why don't ya? It's getting late anyway. Seems I need to have another chat with the old man. Nobito Zenin looked up from his drink as the door swung open, belched once, then blinked at the figure standing before him. He took a good, long look at the grinning figure and immediately realized it wasn't his son. Hello there. Satoru Gojo beamed BAC at him. Is Naoya in? I've come to play. Satoru Gojo and Naoya Zenien must not be allowed to meet. It's too late. He's already crossed into Zenien territory. So be it. Raise the bounty on Naoya's head. Limitless. Gojo Satoru enjoyed his dramatic entrances. And why shouldn't he? They were fun. Life could be so terribly boring when you were the strongest, so by that logic, why not shake it up a little? Excitement was the spice of life after all. By that definition, Nobito Zenien was so terribly boring. Naoya isn't here, he said. He's busy, he said. Liar. He knew the old geezer didn't want him to meet Naoya. Neither did the higher-ups for that matter. Too bad. Not like he could stop him anyway. Nobody could touch him if he didn't want them to, and they certainly couldn't grab him. From there it wasn't hard to find his way through and follow the cursed energy. They say first impressions last a lifetime. His first impression of Naoya Zenien was thus different. Not good or bad different, but different. He wasn't prim or proper like the other kids in the clan. He'd even dyed his hair blonde. He could still see the black roots, suggesting he deliberately hadn't done it proper, and even more interestingly, he was covered in dirt and blood. The last wasn't his own, oddly enough. He liked him already. But rather than hold his head high and try to look down on him as some might ignored him, he found him sat on the porch, back the setting sun, fussing with a black sphere atop one hand. No, he wasn't holding, it was levitating, so it must be a cursed technique, while the other held out a worn tome of sorts, one he was reading from even now. Two girls with green hair and bright eyes, twins, sat beside him, one to each side, listening intently. And so the brave princess slew the fire-breathing dragon, conquered the castle, and lived happily ever after. Naoya closed the book with a pleased hum and looked to each of them in turn. The end. Gojo tilted his glasses up for a moment, not bothering to hide his smile. Look at him, reading to those runts. He was a softy, a proper people person. Kinda made him want to poke him, just to see his reaction. He lingered around the corner a moment more, content to listen in and observe their happy little family moment. But what about the prince? One of the girls, the one with longer hair, asked. What happened to him? What indeed? He closed the book and looked to her. What do you think happened, Maki? The other girl perked up. I think he married the princess. Naoya chortled. Do you now? And why is that? She beamed. Well, she broke his curse and her twin butted in. Make another one. Maki glared. I was talking, but I want another story. Gojo leaned back, mildly amused as they descended into a squabble again. Maki and Yup. Definitely twins. Almost made him wonder what it would have been like to have one of his own. Geto was certainly like the brother he'd never had, sure, but to actually have a flesh and blood sibling of your one, a twin, one who always had your back, someone you could pull off all sorts of silly shit with. It might have been fun. Maybe in another life. Another story. Another story, Naoya thumbed his chin, considering. Let's see, would you like to hear the story of the priestess and the land of demons? Maki and Mai's squabble died instantly. Yes. All right, hold your horses. He set the book aside, closed his eyes, and opened his free hand. Let's see here, how did it go again? In an instant another book materialized in his hands, this one bearing a deep orange cover emblazoned with gold. Gojo tilted his glasses down to regard it with his 6 eyes. So this was the legendary creation of all things that the Zenien clan wouldn't stop bragging about. Alright, that was busted. Could he really create whatever he wanted so long as he had cursed energy? He leaned forward and a floorboard creaked underfoot. Naoya clicked his tongue in mild admonishment. Had your fill of eavesdropping? Gojo pursed his lips in a pout. He'd sensed him? And here he'd thought he was stealthy. You got me. He stepped around the corner, hands raised. Sorry about that. Am I interrupting? The girls, Maki and Mai, took one look at him, nodded to one another, and all but flung themselves between him and Naoya. Naoya's tired. You leave him alone. Yeah. Go away, Yumiani. Protective kids. Maki. Naoya chided them ever so gently. You're being rude to our guest. The twins looked like they might protest but eventually subsided with a sullen sigh and let him by. Gojo ruffled their hair as he passed, drawing a mutinous look from each. Not his fault. They were just too cute. He had to tease them a little. It was his nature. So you're the Zenien clan's ace, huh? He considered the youngster before him with a keen eye. I thought you'd be bigger. It was just a joke, but a spike of color flashed through the faux blonde's eyes. For a moment his gaze had gone from blue to amber, then green, followed by white and back again. Curious. And you are? Satoru thrust a hand at him. Call me Gojo-senpai. I refuse. Naoya wrinkled his nose and glared up at him. Why do I have to call you senpai? Gojo grinned. But he'd prepared for this. Gojo grinned. Last I checked, I was older than you, so. Point taken. Naoya clicked his tongue, closed his book with one hand, and waved the sphere away toward the ceiling. So you're Gojo-suru? There it was again, that telltale flash of high color cycling through his eyes once more. I've heard about you. His shoulders slumped. Well, take all the wind out of my sails, why don't you? Just kill all the fun. Put it in the oven and bake it, why don't you? Is that a reference to something? He shrugged. Been watching cartoons lately between missions, he noticed something and frowned. By the way, you're bleeding a little. Naoya blinked and looked himself over. Where? Your nose? Oh, that. Gimme a sec. He closed his eyes and the wound did the same. And just like that, Naoya Zenien got a whole lot more interesting for Gojo-suru. His eyes lit up. Reversed curse technique? How do you do it? The one person I know who can't explain it for the life of her. Shoko was great, really, but she was pants at explaining that sort of stuff. Really? That got a bemused blink from the younger boy. You mean you can't dot his? From what I've heard, I thought you could do anything. Oh ho, the little shit had a sharp tongue. This might be fun after all. It's not that hard if you know what you're doing, the boy explained glibly. Just multiply the cursed energy back against itself. That's the reversed curse technique. Easier said than done. Gojo planted both hands in his pockets with a mulish look. I haven't been able to use it at all. There's a trick to it, right? Naoya's smile thinned. The only trick is dedication, determination, and a bit of destruction. You of all people should know this. Another point to Naoya Zenien. No big deal. He'd get him back for that. My buelled in from the side. He can do domain expansion. Maki glared at her. That's supposed to be a secret, sis? Ignore them. Naoya clicked his tongue. I'm not that skilled. He was. Gojo's gaze granted him much these days thanks to the 6 eyes, and while telling the differences between a truth and a lie didn't necessarily come with the territory, he'd become skilled at reading people. Of course he was. He was Satoru Gojo for crying out loud. He knew things. And besides, Naoya had responded just a touch too quickly there. The writing was on the wall. So in conclusion, not only was his curse technique broken to all hell, but he knew the elusive reversed curse technique, and clearly already had a domain of his own. This was the ace of the Zenien clan. Almost made him jealous. What a wonderful feeling. It made him want to compete, to better himself, to outdo him. When was the last time he'd actually wanted to try? Never. Such a sublime sensation. How about a trade? He held up a finger. I don't need any help with domain expansion. I'm already well on my way to figuring that one out on my own, but I've been trying to learn the wile reversed shtick for a while now, to no avail. He couldn't be as bad with explanations as Shoko. There was just no way. If you help me out, I'd be willing to offer you something you want in return. Maki and my made curious noises. Naoya simply stared. And what would I receive in this trade? Gojo opened his mouth to retort. And closed it. Fair point. What did he have to offer? Riches? Resources? Naoya already had those in spades as the Zenien clan heir and prestige aplenty. He didn't lack for power or friends either. What to offer him, then? What did he want but not have? It was something of a short list there. So what, of course? That was it. An idea struck him like a thunderbolt. I'll be your friend. Naoya's deadpan was nothing short of legendary. No, thank you. Tough sell, this one. You wound me. What if I said I'd be your sponsor too? Ha! You're looking to get into jujutsu high, right? He'd heard the whispers through the grapevine. I've got some pull with the higher-ups. Not as much as he would have liked, but enough to bully them into obedience if he wanted. How about that? I can guarantee a spot for those adorable little cousins of yours, too. Naoya regarded him for a long moment. Not enough, eh? Gojo leaned back and thumbed his chin, frowning now as he considered him. Well, what do you want? The Zenien ace considered him for a long, ponderous moment. And then, training. Now it was Gojo's turn to blink. You're plenty strong already, Aren't you? Not enough. I have things, people, I need to protect. He stood at last, and despite the boy's smaller stature, Gojo felt like he was the one being looked down upon. You'll include Maki and Mai in that, of course. I want nothing but the best for them. Maki and Mai flushed, looking away. Gojo felt his opinion of Naoya inch just a little higher. He grinned. I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship, my dear Kohai. I ain't calling you senpai. And friends? We just met, like 5 minutes ago. He'd come around like Geto and Shoko had. That said, I gotta ask, what's your goal? Naoya tilted his head. Goal? You clearly don't want power for power's sake. Satoru tapped a finger to the side of his skull. I can tell. Protecting those runts is all well and good, but there must be more that you want from life. So, what do you hope to achieve? Or more bluntly, what do you want? What do you want? Naruto paused, considering the baffling being before him. Gojo might act the part of the fool, but he knew his senpai was more than meets the eye. Still a goal? He hadn't really stopped to think about it. Maki and Mai couldn't be his only purpose in life, no matter how much he might wish otherwise. Naruto knew this, he really did, but it was damn difficult. His hands longed to save anyone and everyone he could, and in his mind they were in the most immediate need of saving. So what then was his goal? Save them all? Not possible. Even for him. Some people, villains, couldn't be saved, didn't want to be saved. If he put such an onus, a haze upon himself, he would inevitably shatter, sure as glass under a hammer. If you're going to be a hero, don't mistake what you want to save. He stared down at his open palms. A hero is someone who doesn't hesitate to stretch out their hands and run as fast as they can toward what they're trying to save. What do you want to save with those hands of yours? If you don't even know what that is, you'll never reach it. But what if he screwed up? What if he made a mistake? What if someone died? His hands trembled and he clenched them into fists to master the fear. I thought you were going to be the hero? He rebuked himself for his momentary lapse. That's why you've come all this way. So don't backpedal. It's like you said, isn't it? If there's someone you want to save, then don't hesitate to grab them with both hands and hold on for all you're worth. He nodded once, reaffirming his goal. And in that moment he found his purpose. First, he began slowly, I want to find the bastard who put the bounty on my head and gut him. Gojo whistle. Oh, I got a lot of that when I was younger. Don't worry about them. They can't hurt you. Naruto shook his head. But they can hurt Maki and Mai to get at me. That was the problem with being strong. Power was all well and good, but in this world, you were only as powerful as your weakest link. Maybe they couldn't kill him, but it only took a moment of inattention for someone to snatch up Maki or Mai, to threaten them, to use them against him. He wasn't perfect. He could be almost everywhere at once if he wished, but not always. He wasn't omniscient, nor omnipresent. Fair point. Make them strong, Toji had said. All right. He had ways of ensuring that, of keeping them safe. Gojo whistled. Anyone ever tell you you've got a scary smile? Was he smiling? Naruto touched a hand to his mouth and found it curled in a death's head grin. I've been told that, yes. Good. So it isn't just me. Well, Gojo prodded him. What else? There was only one path he could think of that helped. I'll learn to lead the Zenien. Bold words. Gojo tilted down his glasses. Your older brothers might take issue with that. Those weaklings? They barely had a third of his cursed energy. He was the heir for a reason. And if they tried anything, then I'll kill them. Maki and Mai balked a little. Gojo stared at him. He stared hard. And then, ha! A sharp, high peal of laughter burst out of him as he doubled over and clutched at his sides, cackling with delight. You really would, wouldn't you? You're a cut above the rest. A finger flitted out, wiping a mirthful tear from the corner of his eyes. All right, I'll bite. What comes next? He'd given some thought to that. From there, I want to save whomever is deserving of it, he declared. And change the jujutsu world. That's a pretty hefty ambition you got there. He'd gained Satoru's attention now, and he aimed to keep it. How do you intend to change things? Those old fogies in charge won't take kindly to you rocking the boat. By force, if necessary. Gojo's grin practically split his face. So you hate the higher-ups too? Bunch I mean old bastards who don't want things to change. Backwards and stagnant. Bingo! Satoru's smile was sharp. I'm so glad we're on the same page. Okay. He clapped his hands, punched a fist into his palm and ground it there, grinning with devilish delight. Leave it me. Your beloved senpai, and here he ignored Naruto's angry squawk, will support that ambition of yours. You'll reform the Zenien clan and I'll deal with the Gojo clan. That puts us 2-1 against the Kumo. Those bastards won't know what hit them. Now who's the one with lofty ambitions? Don't worry, Gojo tilted his glasses down to wink at him. I'm the strongest. Naruto puffed up his chest and stood a little straighter, if only for pride's sake. That's my line. Something gleamed behind those bright blue eyes. Is that so? His gaze strayed to Maki and Mai. Care to give the kids a show, then? In hindsight, he should have known it wouldn't be such a simple affair. Even so, Gojo practically skipped ahead of Naoya into the yard, such was his excitement. How could he not be? After all the words they'd bandied around, he was raring to go, and in all honesty, curious. Who cared if they drew more than a few unwanted eyes? Who cared if everyone was watching them? Who cared if old man Nobito grumbled and groused on the sidelines? Not him. He was the strongest. Let the Zenien clan watch. Let them tremble. This was gonna be great. So, he pivoted, facing the faux blonde at a respectable distance of 3 feet. How do you want to do this? Naoya cracked his neck. First blood sounds about right. That's really not fair for you. You won't be able to touch me. His brilliant little kohai pulled a face. Sounding a bit brash there. Ah, he crooned, you don't believe me? Go ahead, throw the first punch. Nobito's son dropped into an unfamiliar stance, one hand placed low to the ground, and for a moment, his hair seemed to catch fire in the waning light of the setting sun. You know, you're the second person to tell me that this week. Curiosity gave him pause. Who was the first? Classified. Not even a hint? He looked to the twins. Maki crossed both arms in an X shape before her face. Classified. Class Iao. Mai bit her tongue, but rallied nevertheless. Classified. We're not telling you so, nye. Fine, fine, he held up a hand to stave off their rebellion. Have it your own way, I'll figure it out sooner or later. Naoya only smiled. There it was, the edge he'd been waiting for. Gojo drew in a brief breath and ran a hand through his hair. His gaze roamed the yard with an idle smile. Maki and Mai gazed back at him, rapt with attention on the sidelines as the rest of the clan looked on. It felt like the world itself was holding her breath. So was he. Thus far, the boy had lived up to his reputation. Time and combat would tell if he was the real deal. There were so few of those these days. Don't you dare disappoint me, Naoya Zenien. Nobito raised his arm and brought it crashing down. Begin. Nothing happened. Naoya didn't budge. He just kept crouching there staring at him. So, Gojo planted a fist on his HP and looked back his way. You gonna throw that punch or what? Apologies in advance. A rush of wind behind him was his only warning. Gojo almost didn't see him move. He was just that fast. Terribly, horribly fast. Huh. His gaze flitted left, then right, tracking him as he circled him. Kid's quick. Is he using the Zenien clan curse technique? No, he's just that agile. Limitless wasn't something he could use automatically just yet. He had to focus to maintain and frankly it was tiring, but even so the boy's speed surprised him. He almost broke through. Naoya's fist came barreling in from the left and stopped an inch before his face. Gojo leaned back despite himself. Close than he would have expected, but close, like almost, only counted in horseshoes and hand grenades. Another punch met the same fate, stopped just shy of him. See, he beamed as the air shimmered between them. What you hit is the infinity between me and you. Is that a dig at me? No, 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 he waved a hand at his glasses. You're strong. I don't deny that. But I'm stronger. Naoya scowled at him. He scowled hard. Temper. Gotta watch that. Makes you want to slug me again, doesn't it? Gojo half expected the kid to fly off the handle as most boys his age would. But he didn't. Instead he unclenched both his fingers, still straining against infinity, and mimed the action of unwrapping a box. Exclamation point. He felt something shift in the world, then, as though someone had turned a key in a lock. Gojo Satoru couldn't explain the emotion he felt just then. It was like looking into the abyss and the abyss stared back. One monster unto another. And yet it was not fear he felt. Although every hair on the back of his neck stood up and his brain betrayed him, bleeding at him to fly, to flee, to evade, to dodge, he still stood his ground right up until Naoya's left eye, still a brilliant blue, popped like a grape. Gojo balked. Maki and Mai shrieked in horror. And single word assailed everyone's ears in return. Open. Gojo made a grab for his wrist, too late. Black fire howled into existence. The sheer rush of napalm propelled Naoya backwards to safety, but that was all Gojo saw as the inferno burned into his limitless furiously. Despite its intense heat, it was unable to reach him, yet no less vicious for it. The heat actually made him sweat. Fire never did that to him. Ever. Grimacing, he waved an arm and batted it away with a pulse of cursed energy, aiming to extinguish it, only for it to cling tighter to the barrier between him and it. His eyes widened a second later. The flame was devouring his cursed energy. Clever. He laughed, frowned, and gave it a push of blue, flinging it off his technique entirely. What do you call it? It struck the ground and stuck there, sullenly sizzling the dirt. Amaterasu. Naoya touched a hand over the empty socket in his skull, revealing a hale and healthy eye. Once more reversed curse technique again, as he waved a hand. With that gesture, the seemingly all-consuming flames extinguished themselves. It's a poor man's version of the real thing, and as you can see, I can't use it properly at the moment, but it does the job well enough. A grin stretched across Gojo's face. You really are something. Still, it's my turn now. Naoya crooked a finger at him and made a come-hither motion. Go right ahead. He blurred in and slugged Naoya across the jaw. Naoya vanished in a plume of smoke. The instant he did, the earth tried to swallow up his legs. He kicked out and leaped free with a laugh. More tricks. A whistle echoed behind him. Gojo pivoted, limitless flaring, ready to block another attack. It never came. Instead of attacking like a berserker, Naoya calmly took 3 swift steps back, thumbed his chin and considered him as one might a fly pinned to the wall. His gaze was sharp, the intent behind it keen, his mind hard at work. His eyes had gone gold again, though Gojo had no idea what that meant. He's only attacked me twice and he's already working out ways to get past limitless. Can't let that flame hit me again. In that case, flinging a hand forward, fingers splayed, he upped the ante. Blue. The blonde was summarily yanked off his feet toward him. A kick barreled headlong into his infinity. Gojo's fist slammed into his jaw. Both stumbled back. Naoya rubbed his jaw. So you can throw a punch. No blood? Gojo's grin grew, stretching across his face as he cast his glasses aside entirely. Enough parlor tricks, I showed you mine, the least you can do is show me yours. Maki and Mai sputtered in the background. Pervert. I didn't mean it like that, oi. Naoya barked a laugh and tilted his head. Maybe he should use blue again, he still couldn't use red, but... A wall of slicing sound waves peppered him, rendering the world a shrieking void. Naoya lowered his arms and grinned. His eyes were gold still, but shot through with veins of violet, deep and dark as the ocean blue. Creation of all things. Gojo grimaced ruefully at the sight. It's in the name. It must be those eyes of his. They let him visualize what he wants to create. Ocular jujutsu were rare as a rule. He'd only ever met 2 others who could claim such. One, an excitable little girl in the Kamo clan who could siege lines of death, and another, an older jujutsu sorcerer with pale eyes, who could see for miles in any given direction. Pay attention. A wall of stone slammed into his infinity, stacked with were those cursed swords. He dodged on sheer reflex because pointy objects were bad things and sidestepped, only to be met with a miniature tornado. When had he created that? It threatened to suck the very air from his lungs, forcing him to expel another blue and dispel it, only for a wave of cutting water to lance past him. The kid must have an upper limit, Is what you're thinking, right? Naoya sang. You can't outlast me. The ground buckled underfoot as a swarm of roots grabbed at him, cocooning him and his infinity both. He swiped a hand out and shattered them, but even that took a surprising amount of effort. Just how many techniques do you have? Of course I have more than one technique. Naoya walked past him, grinning as the very shadows themselves began to writhe and swell underfoot with every step. Who do you take me for? We're just getting started. You think I've got an ace or two up my sleeve? His arms spread and the shadows swarmed, rising with them. I've seen more techniques that you can imagine. I brought the whole damn deck. Gojo considered the writhing ebony tethers with a wary eye. They gave him bad vibes. Probably shouldn't let any of those touch him. He can't use cursed energy to create more cursed energy. It doesn't work like that. So how? A shadow whip lashed at him, and again, his body dodged on reflex by a hair's breadth. He heard the appreciative murmurs from those observing and countered with another blue. This time Naoya was ready for him. Their fists collided in a blistering barrages of blows, unable to land a solid hit on one another. Despite the difference in size, the kid had strength, enough to actually match him in single combat, which was impressive given he was a right slippery bastard on that front outright. Naoya Zenien, for all his smuggery and laughter, really knew how to fight. They flowed into countless fighting forms, limbs writhing and bending and twisting as they failed to find purchase upon one another. Gojo wasn't sure how much time passed. Seconds? It felt like minutes. Whatever the time, it was glorious. He'd forgotten how much fun it was to throw hands. Finally, he saw his chance and caught Zenin's palms outright, forcing a grapple. Naoya's grunt and startled grimace said he hadn't expected that. Of course he hadn't. He was taller than him, older, and stronger. A contest of pure physical strength was bad for the boy no matter how you looked at it. Gotcha. Come on, why not use your domain? He hummed as he pushed down on him. Why not use yours? Came the counter as the boy struggled back. No. You know I don't have one yet, remember? Then neither do I. Cheeky bastard, he tooted. You won't be able to get past my infinity without it, and besides, I want to see. Naoya's face stretched into a shit-eating grin. Shadow possession complete. Gojo looked down, baffled to find their shadows linked. Shadow wa? Naoya let go of his hands. Wait, why was... Crunch. Gojo's own fist swung around and clocked him right in the schnoz. His concentration shattered as he felt pain for the first time in years. Naoya had grunted as well, but he didn't know why. He looked up to find the blonde's fist wedged in his own face, his visage contorted in visible pain. Bastard punched himself, but why? Drip. 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 Gojo looked down, baffled. He was bleeding. How was that bastard? Realization broke like the dawn, and with it came laughter. His body had mimicked Naruto's movement. Their shadows were still linked. Shadows were the soul. The soul controlled the body. Limitless had protected him from just about everything but not himself, because he'd never thought to defend himself from, well, himself. Just like that he'd bled first. It was his loss. Gojo giggled, feeling like a child again. There was no disappointment, only relief to know that he still had room to grow. For the first time in his life, he felt like he was on equal footing with someone, like he didn't know what to expect next. This kid understood. He wanted to keep going. He wanted to see who was really the best. He wanted. I think that's enough for now. He heaved a deep breath before his battle mania could override common sense. Any more than this and we might seriously hurt each other. We'll call it a draw then. Draw? Nah, you got me, he grinned. The Zenian clan didn't sound happy despite that. Screw him. Another thought struck him. Naoya. Gojo knelt down to retrieve his glasses. Mind if I bring a friend next time? The faux blonde blinked at him, mildly confused. There's going to be a next time? Of course there is. He walked over and clapped the surly Zenien on the back. The strong should stick together. Geto's a bit of a stick in the mud, but you'll get used to him. As for Shokuo, you'll see. It was as good an invitation as he was going to get. He wondered if the kid will take it. Thanks for visiting. One last thing, he slung an arm around the boy's shoulder. The clans love their marriage alliances. With an ability like yours, I'm sure you'll have plenty of brides beating down your door, especially after today's little display. Best be careful in the future. Maki and Mai absolutely hissed. Naoya made a face. Gojo. He beamed. Yes? Get off my lawn. Faye, stingy. But he could tell when he'd overstayed his welcome. He made his goodbyes, shallow though they were, and left the way he came, happy as a clam. And why wouldn't he be? He'd come here expecting to find a brat with a stick up his ass. Instead he found someone who, dare he say, might be his equal. Something to look forward to. Could he truly defeat him a protracted fight? Did all those techniques truly stem from creation of all things, but more importantly had seen the look Naoya's little cousins wore? But why would they look at him like that unless… Ho-ho. Maybe he should turn around and say something, but it was just too entertaining. It would be even more amusing in a few years. Whistling softly to himself, he walked back with a spring in his step. What a lovely day. The clan took issue with Gojo's visit, of course. Or rather, Naobito did. It was only to be expected, really. No one else would dare speak against him after that last display. He wasn't surprised when his father summoned him to his chambers. In truth, he was amazed it took him the better part of 3 days to summon him. He wasn't drinking for once. Surprising, but not consequential in the long run, he supposed. After all, he already knew what the geezer was gonna say. You shouldn't associate with that fool. Yup, right on the money. His views might infect you. He'd already thought this way long before he'd ever laid eye on Gojo Soru. Showed what he knew. He shrugged one shoulder and sat beside him. Is he the fool, or am I the fool for thinking you would keep your word? Naobito granted him a puzzled look. I'm afraid I don't follow. You're gonna be afraid of a lot more than that in a minute. Their eyes met. His father sprang to his feet. Naruto followed, ducked low, and thrust his fist into the older man's torso. To the untrained eye, it was just that, a jab. To a jujutsu sorcerer it was as good as knife to the gut. Curse energy blasted into Naobito's already thoroughly abused liver and slammed into his other internal organs, crippling him as he went. He didn't even have time to defend himself before he came crashing down to his knees, wasted and gasping for clutched at his gut in vain, only to vomit. Wheezing, he glared at them. What is the meaning of this? Meaning? Naruto crouched down before the ailing man, refusing to let his anger show. Someone in the clan put a bounty out on me. I had an assassin waiting for me when I took the girls outside, and I've spent the last 3 days trying to puzzle out who. Now by your baffled expression and emotions, I can see it wasn't you, or that you had nothing to with this attempt at the very least. I'd like to think you're not that stupid. So who was it? Jinichi? That old oaf Chojuro? I knew I should have finished them off. I don't know. Naruto grabbed him by the hair and yanked his face closer, baring his teeth in a warning. Not the answer I'm looking for. Fool of a boy. This will only turn the clan against you. As if they weren't my enemies already. He pressed a finger clad in crimson energy into clan head's stomach. Have you ever suffered catastrophic bowel failure? I'm told it's quite painful. I said I do not know. And even if I did, I would not yield to such base threats. A punch folded him in half. How about now? He wanted to kill him. He wanted to do it so badly. He would surely be justified in doing it, and yet something nagged at him. Pausing, he glared at his father long and hard, stretching out his senses to the very limit. He didn't sense a lie, which only made this all the more annoying. One of my idiot older brothers then. They were away the day I thrashed the clan. He turned his head and spat upon the floor, such was his vitriol. I thought they would have known better. Honestly, any time I show you lot even a little mercy, you trample on it. So, he grabbed him by the throat and began to apply pressure to his windpipe. Shall I just drag you all into my domain and be done with it? Domain? You're bluffing, even Satoru Gojo hasn't. It wouldn't even be that difficult. He trampled over his words with all the care they deserved, which was none. The clan compound is what, less than 200 meters? I'd have to create a safe pocket for Maki and Mai, of course, but you would be right at the center. Would you like that? He squeezed tighter, snarling as the old man's face began to blue. It's not every day you get to see the pinnacle of jujutsu. You would be right at the center of it all. It would be quick death. Probably wouldn't even feel it. Nobito's voice rose in a whine. Now you please. Now you beg. A small, humorless smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He barely felt it. After all, before creation there must come destruction. He clawed at his face. Son. Son. Here at last, his temper reared its ugly head at last. I'm not your son. I have never been your son, though not for lack of trying. Maybe if you tried to be a father, I might feel some semblance of affection towards you. I never knew my mother in this life. I wanted a mother. What did you do with her again? The silence was Nobito's answer. All right. You had her killed so I wouldn't get attached. His fingers bit down, ready to twist. As entertaining as that would be, a soft voice crooned just behind him. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to let him go. Naruto looked down and frowned. There was an axe set against his neck, hooked just so to prevent any forward movement on his part. In his right mind he would have noticed. Should have noticed. Sloppy, he chided himself for the slip. He'd been far too focused on Nobito and his imminent demise. Kurama would have chewed him out for getting tunnel vision. He looked back over his shoulder with a sigh, frowning a little as he recognized the interloper. He knew this one, as he endeavored to know every decently ranked jujutsu sorcerer with interesting techniques. Miss Mei. He smiled back at her, never letting go of Nobito for a second. To what do I owe the pleasure? Such a polite boy. She smiled at him and tucked a stray strand of pale hair behind one ear. Belatedly he noticed Maki and Mai were with her. I came here to see you, but these little ones wouldn't let me be. Would you mind releasing him? This would be a bit of a bother for me to report to the higher-ups. Maki and Mai looked to Nobito. Neither said a word. Good girls. But he didn't want to traumatize them. Glowering at his father, he let go. Nobito collapsed in a coughing wreck and crawled away. He let him. They could resume this at any time. His hands free, he pried the axe away from his neck, she let him, and tumbled to his feet. Maki and Mai were quick to scurry behind him, not once trusting the newcomer for a moment. Good girls. You still haven't answered my question. Why did you come to see me? There's a bounty on your head. She said it as though it explained everything. It's tripled in the last 3 days. He tensed and she laughed breezily. I've no interest in taking it, of course, but Gojo has said such good things about you. I was curious. And is your curiosity satisfied, now? In part, yes. She lowered her axe. Can I trust you to behave yourself once I leave? Possibly. No, wait, this was an opportunity. He knew what Mei wanted and better yet what she valued, which immediately gave him an upper hand in negotiations. How much do I have to pay you to tutor me? Maki and Mai protest, and he corrected himself quickly. I mean us. Hey, the more mentors the better. If he had his way, he'd track down and train under every powerful sorcerer he could. First-grade sorcerer's really the best. Said first-grade sorcerer arched a pale brow. I'd pay a premium rate for Maki and Mai, of course, he reassured her. Somehow, he doubted Toji would amenable to training his nieces just yet. Baby steps. Crawl before you could walk before you could run and all that. My. Mei made a bemused noise and touched one hand to her right cheek. Aren't you the bold one? Tell me, how would you measure the weight of a life? He knew the answer she was looking for. It's how valuable they are. Correct. She licked her lips. You can immediately describe the scale you use to measure the lives you hunt down. When you kill, you do so without remorse. Because you have a goal. Coincidentally, I measure lives by their potential assets. She looked him up and down, as though imagining the man he might one day become. I was just thinking how much money you might make me if I were to marry you. Maki lunged forward. He grabbed her by the collar and hauled her back. Mai was silent, but her eyes promised murder. Yikes, this one's dangerous. Lady, he shrugged, I'm a little young for whatever you're thinking, but if you want to take this up again when I'm of age, go right ahead. The bluff maid. He wondered if she would call it. Probably not. Sure, she was pretty and all, but this body was 10 for Sage's sake, however old he might be mentally. She gave his head a gentle pat. You understand? For that you get 10 points. And a reward. Ha! Close your eyes. He heaved sigh. Will you still train us? So long as you have money. Now be a good boy and listen to your senpai. Not you too, fine. He rolled his eyes then closed them. I'll play. What are you gonna do? Smack me upside the head or? Warm lips alighted upon his cheek, soft and infinitely yielding. Maki and my maid strangled noises behind him. He blinked, taken aback as he touched a hand to his cheek. You managed to one-up me. The first-grade sorcerer leaned back with a smug smile. Consider that an investment in your future and a reminder to be wary when you try to bluff your way out of trouble. Her piece said she walked away, hips swinging. Naruto tilted his head to watch her slowly retreating rear. Damn it, he really hated being a teenager in a kid's body sometimes. You would think a lady's hips could mock someone like that, but he could have sworn Mei Mei's hindquarters did just that. Time flowed by. Naruto looked left. Naruto warily looked right. Naruto didn't see a soul in sight. Things had been quiet these last few days. No one had dared bother him, which finally gave him a chance to try this. And so he crossed both arms before himself, fingers splayed, raised his thumbs to his mouth and bit down. Blood sluiced down his fingers, ran across his hands, pooled at his feet now. It hurt like hell and left him feeling more than a little woozy, but he forced himself to hold on. Creation of all things was a versatile ability, albeit a draining one to use in rapid succession with other techniques still, so long as he knew the general composition of something he could create it. Weapons, poisons, even elements if he was feeling whimsical. As an ability it was useful, but as a cursed technique it allowed him to push himself to the very limit. And if he had a proper catalyst to work with, say blood for instance, then he could truly break those limits. Surpass your limits. This way, he wouldn't have to leave Maki and Mai behind. Surpass your limits. This way, he could protect everyone. Surpass your limits. This way, he could save them. He gave the slowly expanding pool a moment to spread and clot, circled it once, then nodded. Steeling himself, he took all his cursed energy and poured it in, alongside a drop of chakra. From there he watched as the red pool began to spread and grow, taking the shape he desired. The technique was primed, it only awaited his will. He clasped his healing hands together, finger to finger in silent benediction. And then he declared it aloud. 9 divine beasts. This was not the 10 shadows technique, no matter the comparison some in the Zenin clan would inevitably make. This was something infinitely greater, on a higher plane, despite the nature of its name. Through creations of all things, the sage's own ability, and the dying dregs of Biju chakra within him, he could attempt a feat not seen since the days of Hagoromo himself. To create life. Come, he declared, voice ringing in the night. Shikaku. At his command the blood gained flesh and chakra and life, assuming a familiar shape but much smaller. The tanuki was tiny. Didn't even come up to his knee, really. Hello. The tiny-tailed beast planted both paws on his leg and blinked up at him. What is this? Where am I? Who are you? So many questions. Naruto released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. This was not Gaara's Shikaku, despite the resemblance, not in the truest sense of the word, but it was a start. That he'd managed to summon and recreate such a creature so close to the original spoke well for his burgeoning skill level. Wait, did this count as making a curse? Or was he a chakra demon? Certainly he could sense both within him, but he supposed it didn't matter in the long run. Semantics and all that. Let the clan ask their questions. Anyone who tried to take Shikak was in for a nasty surprise. Small though he was, this one would be every bit as powerful as the original someday. As your creator, I'd like to make a pact with you. He offered the tanuki his hand. Defend me and my allies and I'll see that you want for nothing. It wasn't a binding vow, but it was close enough, it would serve. Little Shikaku perked up. That's all I have to do? Yup. I don't know you, but you smell kinda familiar. Naruto's heart clenched. Was it possible for memories to carry over between lives? He was living proof of that, but he wasn't sure the same could be said of Biju. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. Nevertheless, he felt he owed it to the originals to honor them. You must be imagining things. Whatever you say, boss. A blink. Boss? Shikaku chittered. Well, you made me and you're in charge, so yeah. Boss. Now he was getting Konohamaru vibes all over again. Ah, sweet memories. A thought struck him and squeezed harder than Gaara's sand ever could. Crap. He couldn't just make one cursed demon now, could he? That would make one of the twins jealous. But he wasn't strong enough to recreate Kurama yet. Merely making Shikaku had drained his reserves by a fourth. It would take a while to recover. So he'd have to settle for the lower echelons. But who? She'll do. Running his hands through the seals once more. He slapped a hand down. Matatabi. The process was much smoother this time, now that he knew what he could and couldn't do. Almost immediately a kitten wreathed in blue fire burst from the blood and alighted before him. It shook itself once, mewed at him, and began licking at a paw. Sure enough, its right eye gleamed gold, while the left eye burned an eerie green. Both eyes fixed upon him now, shimmering with curiosity. Who are you? Naruto sighed. Well, I guess it would be best to call me. Shikaku beat him to it. That's the boss. How uncouth. He's clearly our father. Naruto sputtered. It wasn't enough. Maki knew was close, but it was not close enough. Toji had said she was close, but that meant nothing if he wasn't at his level. She'd seen the way he moved, faster than Satoru Gojo, but no less lethal. She wanted that, no, she needed that, needed to be strong enough to stand beside Naoya no matter and weather the storm. She could tell that my AHD the same idea or something along similar lines. Still, she was trying, doing her best. And then Naoya gave her a gift. She was weak. Those words banged around Mai's head like a bullet, tearing her thoughts to pieces with each passing day. She'd seen cousin Naoya fight twice now, and the gap between them had never seemed so large. She had to get stronger. She must. She couldn't be left behind. She wouldn't. She had to find a way to improve herself somehow. There had to be a way. Anything at all. And then he gave her a gift. What are those things? Naruto did his best not to laugh the next morning. Well, that answered his question about Shikaku and Matatabi being a curse. Mai could see them, yes, but so too could Maki. Chakra demons they were. Somehow that made him feel better as he offered the two tiny creatures to Maki and Mai. Their reactions were, well, predictable. They were kids after all. Get your hands off me. Indeed. Release me at once, human. Mai and Mai squealed. The mini Bijus squawked their protest. They never stood a chance. Eventually, the girls rounded on him, clutching their new guardians close. Mai found her voice first. And you're giving them to us? Well, Shikaku is for Maki. He laughed as the latter crooned over the tanuki, and Matabi is for Mai. I guess you could call them shikigami of a sort, made to protect you. As for the reason, well, a pause now as he scratched the back of his head. Happy birthday? The twins jumped him. They were, the both of them, delighted. He let them tackle him, fuss and fawn over him, smiling ruefully. They needed something to watch over them, just in case things went amiss. Toji was waiting for him in the park that very weekend as promised. You came alone? Naruto dropped a heavy bag at the man's feet. Of course I did. Now train me. The sorcerer killer smiled at him. It was not a nice smile. All right. First lesson. Try not to die. Then he lunged. Weekends with Uncle Toji, as he would soon learn, were hell. I can't stand it. That damn brat thinks he's better than us. All because of some unknown curse technique. And he's showing favor to those failures. It's a disgrace. Patience, dear brother. Your temper is showing again. Remember the plan. Naoya may be riding high as clan heir for now. Yet we shall bring him crashing down. The fool knows not what awaits. Arrogance will be the death of him. I concur. After all, we may not be able to harm him, but those around him are a different story. He's going on his first unsupervised mission soon, isn't he? Yes, it would be a shame if an accident happened. Indeed, such a shame. A true tragedy. Are we all in agreement, then? I have no objections to this. So long as the brat dies. Very well then. No. Now it begins. You are my special. You've improved, brat. Toji almost grimaced as he said the words. Damn it, did the kid have to look so proud just now? Because he had improved over the last 2 years, much to his surprise. Covered in dirt and bruises, missing an arm and eye besides, Naoya Zenin nevertheless dragged himself up off the ground and stood tall, as if there were nothing wrong at all. In a moment, there wasn't. A quick flex of the reversed curse technique had his eye regenerating, his arm growing back, and his wounds closing, like he'd never been injured in the first place. He rolled his shoulders once as he cracked his neck and exhaled sharply, a brief plume of steam leaving his lips in the brisk morning air, then smiled at him. What can I say? He almost sounded like he meant it too. I have a good teacher. Flattery wouldn't get him anywhere. That said, Naoya was a good pupil. He didn't ask any questions, didn't poke, didn't pry, and better yet took his lumps like a champ and came up swinging. Damn, that kid was a born fighter. It was in his blood. For all his espoused dislike of the clan to which he owed his heritage, he was a true Zenien. Dogged. Implacable. Relentless. Almost made him think of another no. So, don't think about Megumi. Easier said than done. He couldn't help but compare the two. Was this what it felt like to be a father? To have a son? To act a proper parent? Sure, he only ever trained Naoya on the weekends, and only then in between jobs, but despite his best efforts to the contrary, his little shit of a nephew had started to grow on him. It almost made him want to go back. To try. Maybe it wasn't too late. Maybe he could go back. Maybe. Megumi was probably better off without him. To tell himself otherwise was a lie. Toji would be the first to admit he was a shitty father. There was the honest truth. He'd tried giving it a shot once, really he had, but then she died and everything fell apart. He'd married another woman since and left the brat with that broad and her daughter. It was better this way. Better, for to Megumi barely remembered his father's own name, let alone his face. Damn it, thinking about him made him angry. It was better when he didn't care. Don't just stand there, brat, he growled at Naoya. Come at me. His nephew obliged. A fist whistled in at his face when he caught, but only just. His arm bent backward as the boy twisted, levered himself up around the limb and drove his skull into his face. His nose yielded with a wet crunch as a geyser of hot blood, his blood, flew through the air. Stars flashed before his face and Toji momentarily forgot about his son, about his mistakes, about everything but the exasperating boy before him. Better this way. Grinning like the killer he was, Toji drove a fist upward, only for his nephew to vault off him and snap a kick into his neck. He accepted the blow, caught him by the ankle, and immediately broke his leg in recompense for his temerity. Naoya grunted in annoyance more than pain but made no move to resist as he dangled him upside down by the ankle. A feral grin stretched across the boy's whiskered cheeks. Why was he smiling like that? Unless? Gotcha. He realized his mistake a heartbeat later, a heartbeat too late as the blonde's open palms slammed down on either side of his head. No matter how much one strengthens their body, they can't do anything about their internal organs. The same can be said for one's inner ear. Toji Fushiguro was superhuman thanks to his heavenly restriction. It was a testament to the special nature of his body that his eardrums didn't burst on the spot. Still hurt like a bitch, though. Pain flared through his skull and broke his concentration. The second he doubled over, Naoya twisted, tearing his own leg off as leaped away, leaving Toji clutching the now useless limb in his fist. His nephew alighted upon his good leg not a yard away, balancing upon it only for a moment. Even wounded as he was, his smile never faltered and Toji soon saw why. In a burst of smoldering steam, Naoya regrew his missing foot and launched himself right back at him in a blistering axe kick. A nimble quickstep brought him out of harm's way, but the resultant plume of dirt and dust blinded him all the same. No matter. He knew the kid was hiding in the end, grabbed at where he knew his arm would be. Much to his annoyance, said arm gave way, leaving him clutching a useless sack of meat once more. Gak? His eyes bulged as said disembodied hand latched onto his throat and squeezed, trying to strangle him. He tore it free quickly enough, but the damage was done. Not to his body, of course, he was too strong to be choked out by some damn kid, but his pride had taken a beating there. A muscle jumped in Fushiguro's brow, throbbing alongside a vein in his temple as he cast the arm aside. That damn regeneration of his was really getting out hand. Since when could he control his severed limbs? Even he had to admit the reverse curse technique was absurdly broken in the right hands. Almost made him wish he had it. No matter how strong he might be, a fatal wound was a fatal wound. If someone blasted a hole in his torso, unlikely as it may seem, that was it. He was done. There would be no coming back from an injury like that. But this kid'd seen Naoya recover from things that should have killed a sorcerer twice his age. Nothing short of complete and utter defeat, stabbing him in the heart alongside a very thorough beheading, would put him down, and even then he wasn't entirely sure. Maybe if you disintegrated him completely, but the kid was too cagey for that. Even as his apprentice, he never fully lowered his guard in his presence. Not once. Not even now, when he clearly had the advantage. Someday he would have to fight him for real. Only one of them would walk away, that day. It would be a good fight. Uncle? Thoughts for another day. Good work. He drew the inverted spear from the cursed spirit at his shoulder. But you failed to follow through. Naoya huffed and planted both hands in his pockets. Because I don't want to kill you. A rusty laugh tumbled past Toji's lips. Thanks ever so much. However, he stepped forward and flickered into motion. You really ought to try. Naoya's hand snapped up behind his back, narrowly diverting the dagger-like weapon before it could drill into his head. Toji barely had time to be surprised, even as he balked the blonde world and drove an open palm into his torso. Pain blazed up his side and caused his body to seize, but even as it did, he was given no reprieve. Sorry. Wanna test something? He heard the blonde mutter those words to himself, just as he kicked off his shoes and the weights within. First gate open. Gate? What was he on about now? Toji soon had his answer. The next punch that came packed the power of 10 men and damn near caved in his ribs. Blood fountained forth from his lips as he crashed backward, tumbled once, and smashed into a tree. He'd only just begun to right himself when a boot filled his vision, a rousing, flying kick that both snapped his head back and ripped his feet from the floor. Up he went, tumbling end over end into the air, akin to a bird with broken wings, grinning like a madman all the while, wholly unconcerned with his plight. That was more like it. There was the killer instinct he'd so tirelessly cultivated in him. He couldn't hope to raise a kid, let alone two, but training one? That he could do. Primary. A triumphant shout echoed somewhere above him. He only caught the tail end of it. Almost sounded like Lotus. Naoya's attack crashed down into him from on high like the fist of an angry god, denying his short-lived flight to send him crashing back to Earth. Even then Toji Fushiguro remained the master of his own fate. Anyone else would have been defeated instantly. Not him. Earth cratered underfoot as he caught himself, alighting in a pointed crouch at the last second. What had the kid called it? A superhero landing? Damn thing was hell on the knees and he wasn't getting any younger. Above. His instincts barked a warning, then his nephew struck in a thunderbolt, slamming down at him with fire and fury. His fist sheathed itself in the earth, burying itself up to the elbow, no, deeper now. Impossibly, his grin grew wider. Second gate. Just before he ripped a towering rock from the dirt and launched it headlong at him with a mighty roar. A flick of Toji's weapon cut it in half. The blonde barreled through those severed halves to tackle him. His fist found his face and pain blossomed across his knuckles. Did you just bite me? A toothy grin was his reward before he kicked him away. Bloody berserker. This damn brat wasn't even using his curse technique right now. Just pure physical strength. Was this what pride felt like? Pride not in himself, but someone else? If so, he'd never been more proud. After all the time he'd spent beating this one into shape at no small expense to himself, his time was finally paying off. He'd even spirited him away fro the odd hunt for rogue curse users disturbing the peace not proper registered jujutsu sorcerers. He knew the brat would welsh on him if it came to that, and he'd proven himself a dab hand when it came to killing. Throw in those eyes of creation and he ranked right up there with Satoru Gojo himself. Maybe higher. Movement danced in his peripherals. Toji twisted and parried a blow that made his entire right arm creak. Naoya grinned up at him, veins pulsing in his face. Wait, third gate. Boop. Toji's mind got rather stuck on that last word as a heel clipped his chin, clicked his teeth together with a painful clack and rattled his brain. His body went airborne. Another boot found him there, then another, and another still, as he found himself batted back and forth in the sky like some kind of mad racquetball between two champion players. Not once did his smile fade. There was nothing he could do, no defense he could possibly hope to muster until a blood-red fist filled his peripherals. Toji twisted his neck, evading a knockout blow that would have stove his face in and driven down to the ground. The sheer shockwave behind the punch obliterated his right ear from raw air pressure alone. An annoying ringing filled his skull. He grit his teeth against it and used the pain to fuel his next attack. The inverted spear of heaven swept in to stab his nephew in the gut, exploding out his back in a shower of gore. Naoya gasped and doubled over, crying out in a rare moment of boyish pain. Toji fought down a wince. It wasn't a fatal wound, he reminded himself. He had deliberately avoided the boy's vitals. He'd be able to heal from that with the reverse curse. A fist gripped his shirt, reeling him in close as they plummeted to the earth. Naoya was still smiling up at him, bloody teeth all. Falcon. Toji's face went white. The tat littler at bast. He'd let himself get stabbed deliberately. Let it be known that Toji Fushiguro had never played video games in his youth. Not a once. As such, he was utterly unaware of the particular homage his eccentric little nephew was about to make. Flame filled the blonde's fist, taking on the familiar shape of the boy's favorite bird. Here at last Naoya used his curse technique, rearing back to deliver a devastating punch. Clenched knuckles made their home in Toji's face and bought property there. His body became a comet and smashed down into the already fractured earth like a falling star, leaving a towering plume of smoke in his wake. If it weren't for the veil, folks might have noticed that explosion just now. As things stood, they felt a gentle tremor in the earth. Nothing more. Toji felt a whole lot more than that. Wedged within the ground, he turned his head with a groan. His legs wouldn't respond. Neither did his arms, for that matter. I think the brat broke my back. Resigning himself to the annoyance, he laid there in his Toji-shaped crater, gazing at the clouds, watching them until Naoya finally stopped flying about and circled back in. The kid had been agile before, but he was a right speedy little shit now, even with his weight still on. Without them, well, he hadn't understood why the brat insisted on wearing them until he took them off. Apparently they made for hand missiles. The look on the last bastard's face when he kicked them off was priceless. Well, right before he'd torn their head off. The kid was a killer, through and through. Truly the life of a sorcerer was wasted on him. Naoya alighted beside him, uncaring of the daggers still wedged in his gut. He walked over to him, touched a hand to his ear, and mended it for him alongside his back. That much Toji allowed. It was a damn pain being unable to move, let alone going without an ear. When he made to sew the same to his lip, however, he waved him away. Nah, leave it. You sure? The kid's face faded back to its regular pallor. This'll scar. Good, he'd have something to remember the kind by, at the very least. I wish my son was like you. That got a blink from his student. You have a kid? Shit. He should have kept his damn mouth shut instead of running it. But now Naoya was looking his way and there was something so familiar about that expression. Meh, what was the harm in it? Not like he could change anything, right? Yeah, he stood and stretched with a languid sigh. Megumi. He's still a runt, but in a few years, I might sell him to the Zenin clan. Naoya made a face. Why would you want to do that? Honesty was the best policy, Toji found. Besides, the strong had no reason to lie. The clan was a shitty place for me, but he has the 10 Shadows technique. First one in generations. They're bound to welcome him. And besides, he turned a dark eye on his apprentice. You're there, aren't you? You'll keep anyone from taking advantage of him and his sister. His ear twitched at the mention of Tsumiki. That may be so, but not enough, eh? Time to sweeten the pot. You familiar with the Mei General Maharaga? The older boy froze. Your son can summon that monster? Not now, but he'll be able to someday. Every user of the 10 shadows could. I'm told the knowledge is instinctual. You're something of a summoner yourself, right? He flicked a challenging grin his way. I've seen those creatures of yours. Thinking of swiping it out from under him? Me? Taming that beast? Naoya flopped down opposite him, folded both legs beneath him, and laid a hand against his chin. The thought hadn't my mind for a second. Ha! A mirthless chuckle fled from his lips. Don't lie. I know how. You work. You're always looking for more power. His surly little nephew scoffed and drew the dagger from his gut. To protect those I care about? Right. Power was power. You could never have enough. Only the strong understood that. So, what do you say? Wanna buy him? Something sharpened in his gaze. Would it kill you to be an actual father? Probably. What? He was being honest. I don't know the first thing about being a parent. His mother's not around anymore. Old memories. Painful memories. Ignore them. Shut them down. Bury them deep. I tried Marine, another broad, so someone could look after the kid, but she up and vanished on me. Least he got a sister out of the deal. Again, why ask me this? Wait, why did the kid look angry with him? I'm surprised you didn't just go to the old man. Nabito? Why would I? We both know you're the clan head in all but name these days. Naoya made a non-committal noise but didn't rise to the bait he'd set. Maybe his position wasn't as secure as it seemed. Bah, who was he kidding? Course it wasn't. The kid was only 12. Nobody wanted to take orders from a kid, no matter how powerful said brat might be. The Zenin were particularly stubborn in that regard. His older brothers were probably stirring up trouble. They might not take too kindly to Megumi and Tsumiki. Too bad. If they made trouble for his kids. Not that he cared. Not at all. Ordinarily, the other great sorcerer clans would have been waiting in the wings, ready to take advantage of such strife for themselves. Spying, infighting, kidnapping, and worse. His poor nephew would have been at his wits' end dealing with that mess. Thankfully, they were distracted at the moment. The Kamo had their own share of blessings and problems in equal measure. On one hand, they were much too busy fawning over their precious princess with her wicked deathly eyes. But on the other, they had themselves a little bastard boy who some way, somewhere, somehow inherited the clan's vaunted blood manipulation. A blessing in one hand, a stain upon the other. The Gojo household needed no introduction. They were by far the most stable of the bunch at the moment. Naturally. It was given since they had Satoru Gojo himself. By all accounts, he was on good terms with Naoya and those little cousins of his. If they became the respective heads of their clans, it would go a long way to easing tensions in the jujutsu world. There were other up-and-coming rumors to be heard in the jujutsu world if one had but the ears to hear. He'd heard tell of a boy capable of switching places with just about anything simply by clapping his hands. A little girl in the countryside who went about whacking cursed spirits with nothing but a hammer and nails. And then, perhaps strangest of all, a wild lad with a fixation for all things gambling, one who beat cursed spirits to death with only his fists. Those were just the ones he remembered off the top of his head. There had been others too. Something about a woman with a scarred forehead and someone else with white all-seeing eyes? He couldn't remember the rest. Regardless, the jujutsu world and the three great clans were balanced for now. But in a few years, well, he could see that balance tipping in all sorts of ways. Oh yes, the future promised to be interesting if nothing else, but only so long as he lived to see it. Want me to kill a few of your detractors for ya? I'll give you a discount. Frankly, he could use the exercise. His body was getting rusty. Naoya clicked his tongue, drew his canteen, and took a long swig from before responding. Thanks, but no thanks. This is something I need to handle on my own. My offer stands. Keep it in mind. He passed the canteen off to him. I will. Nothing like cold water after a long day's workout. How are your cousins? You mean your nieces? Naoya fixed him with a stern glare. Maki and Mai are doing well. They'd be better if you agreed to train them. I told you to make them strong. He couldn't afford to care for anyone else these days. It was miracle Naoya had managed to worm his way into his heart as is, and he'd only managed that by dint of sheer strength and persistence. Taking on any more than him was akin to courting disaster. Caring was emotion. Emotion was weakness. The more bonds you had, the more could be taken from you. He'd learned that lesson well. Stupid boy, a familiar, ugly voice from his youth jeered at him. I thought you knew better after I took your mother out backin'. Toji flinched at the memory. His right hand clenched at his side. No one would ever take from him again. At least come by and see them sometime, yeah? Naoya patted his arm with one hand. Toji fought down the impulse to break it and accepted the canteen when it was returned to him. You might find yourself pleasantly surprised. They've improved by leaps and bounds since you saw them last. Toji avoided meeting his gaze. Sounds like an awful lot of work to me. Naoya merely hummed. The best things in life often are. Damn, but the kid sounded old for a second there. Wasn't it just his imagination? Must be. Still, he saw an opportunity. A cool fall breeze whistled between them, blowing away dead leaves. I'll be taking on another job pretty soon. Gonna be a long one. Mind looking in on the brats while I'm away? Naoya balked. Pop, I ain't no damn babysitter. Find somebody else to watch your kids for the day. Toji was well prepared for his counter. Do that, and I'll assess Maki and Mai. The blonde sputtered. Of all the ham-fisted arguments, fine. He pressed his advantage. I want a binding vow. Naoya made exasperated Naoya noises. Why? Because. Are you in any position to refuse? In the end, he agreed, of course. You drive a hard bargain. Had he really lost 2 years already? Time passed, as all things eventually do. Such was life. In truth, Naruto was somewhat nonplussed with just how quickly it all went by. Childhood was something to savor, but at this rate he'd soon be leaving his second one behind before he truly got used to it. 2 years. 24 months. 730 days gone by, just like that. He made a mental note to be more aware of future events, lest he be caught unawares again. Better safe than sorry. Hello. He paused at the threshold of the clan compound, looked down at himself, and heaved a sigh. Reversed curse technique was undoubtedly useful enough to let him outright ignore most injuries, but alas, it didn't do a damn thing for his clothes. He'd regrown an arm and a leg today, but inadvertently left the sleeves for both behind, to say nothing of the dirt and blood all over him. He could reliably recreate and open 4 of the 8 gates in his body, and while it hurt like hell, he knew he hadn't reached the levels of Lee and Guy. Not yet. Someday he would. But until then, maybe change of clothes was in order before he sought out Maki and Mai. Wait, what was that smell? He sniffed and winced at the stale scent of sweat. Probably a hot shower while he was at it. A shake of his head spattered some still damp blood upon the floor. Better make that a long shower. Maki and Mai hated seeing him in such a state. The last time he'd come home in such a state, the twins were beside themselves with worry and had summarily tried to jump Toji the next they saw him. They didn't succeed, of course, but it had proven amusing watching them flail at the older man's kneecaps. Worth it. Toji Fushiguro may be an unholy terror to sorcerers everywhere, but he genuinely didn't know what to do with those girls. Was that a weakness he could use in the future to draw him further to his side? No. Shower and new outfit first, plot later. In the end, it took the better part of an hour to make himself presentable. He would have preferred orange and black, but it seemed the servants had wised up this week and swapped out all his usual clothes with ugly green-on-gray garments befitting of the Zenin clan heir Fui on them while he was away this weekend. Petty acts like that real ground his gears. Creation of all things was useful, but he hadn't figured out how to create clothes yet, much yet dye them. But once he did, his future allies were going to get some badass outfits once he finally solved that particular puzzle. And once he figured out how to make said outfits curse-proof, weapon-proof, bulletproof and well, everything-proof, watch out. A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he tucked his hands into sleeves. Yes, sir, the future was looking bright. Things had quieted down here in the clan as of late. Nobito had learned his place since his last beating, and no one dared mess with him since. Not overtly at least. His obnoxious elder brothers had made no attempt to challenge him as clan heir. In fact, they'd been curiously absent as of late. They'd been avoiding him, which meant the 3 of them were up to something. After all, He couldn't very well humiliate them if they were taking extended leave overseas now, were they? Well, he could, but he didn't like the idea of leaving Maki and Mai alone for that long. Unacceptable. They'd never forgive him if he left them behind in Japan and… Welcome home, little brother. Still playing at being the heir, I see. Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. Deep breaths. Must not kill. Even if he wanted to. He'd expected a greeting upon his return that wasn't out of the ordinary. Maybe from Maki or Mai they could be sneaky when they wanted, but not from one of his brothers. Never them. Not anymore. Naruto, he turned to face, inclined his head in a demure nod. It's been a while. The man before him smiled. No kind words for your older brother? Sure. Roll over and die. Now, don't be crass. Are we not family? He bit back a sigh. You're so quick to say that when it benefits you. We share the same blood, nothing more. There was at least some small familiar resemblance between the two of them in their face and eyes, but beyond that, this lean, haggard-looking man was every bit as much a stranger to him as the regal blue kimono he wore and the strange sword stowed in his sash. Really. He'd been one of the nicer ones before the elders discovered his curse technique. Not quite kind, few in the Zenien clan truly were, but Naruto hadn't been cruel. They say power corrupts and absolute power absolutely. Perhaps it did. The ugly sneer on his face would certainly attest to that. Still dyeing your hair, I see. Was that his best? Still being a twat and smelling of smoke, I see. Why you? Go ahead, he planted his feet as his brother reached for their sheathed sword. Draw your blade. Give me an excuse to call the competition. Much to his annoyance, Naruto didn't oblige. Instead he straightened up with that sickly smile of his, that poisonous facade that had once been so sweet when they were younger. It saddened him. Naom and Natsuo had always been something of a lost cause in his eyes, but there had been a time when he'd actually thought there was hope for this one. Perhaps that was his old naivete rearing its ugly head. In his heart of hearts he was still a dreamer. More fool he. When will you cease this pointless rebellion? Sure enough his faux sibling sneered, seeking a new avenue of attack. Keep this up, and father may name someone else heir. Oh, so they were on to veiled barbs and less than subtle warnings now, were they? Is that supposed to threaten me? Not at all. Everyone has a weakness, Naoya. Yours are simply more visible than others. His fist slammed into Natoshi's chest and his brother exploded into smoke. Temper. The elder Zenin chided, reforming behind him. Have you forgotten my curse technique? Or did you think I would be fool enough to confront you myself? Naruto rubbed his arm, mildly annoyed by the burns there. I thought you'd finally grown yourself a spine. Yes. How disappointing. If looks could kill, he would have been a pile of ashes upon the floor. You'll eat those words, brother. It was too much to hope his idiot brothers wouldn't plot anything against him. If anything, he was surprised it had taken them this long to act. That implied a plan of some sort. They must have one if they felt confident enough to confront him out here in the open, but he still couldn't see what they were up to. If they somehow successfully ousted him as clan heir and installed someone more pliable, he would simply spirit Maki and Mai away, kill the clan, and be done with it. Surely they realized this? Nor could they easily go after Maki and Mai not anymore. One had Shikaku and the other Matatabi. They might be small pale shadows of their former selves, but they were mighty in their own right. Moreover, they were a part of him. If anyone attacked them he'd sense it in an instant and come running. Which meant whatever trap his dear older brothers were planning, he'd be walking right into it. Easier for him any day. He planted both hands in his pockets and walked away. Naoya. He paused. What now? If you're not going to attack. Take care, little brother. The Zenien won't tolerate your actions much longer. There it was, that insufferable smirk he'd slowly grown to despise over the last 12 years of his life. For all your power, you're no Sukuna. Nor are you Satoru Gojo. You're just a boy in over his head. Well, that was a veiled threat if he'd ever heard one, and hardly subtle at that. Two could play that game. He craned his neck over his shoulder and looked Natoshi's smoke doppelganger square in the eye. Tolerate, the word escaped him in an ugly rasp. How unsightly. Naruto bridled. Pardon? You speak as if you any say in the matter. He turned to face him fully, betraying not an ounce of emotion. You do not. You're weak. The very air thrummed with killing intent as he spoke. He needn't raise his voice. There was no need. A simple stare silenced Naruto surer than any shout. I could tear your entire world down around your ears. The only reason I haven't is because I thought you might be better than the rest, that somewhere deep inside you, some small semblance of goodness might yet exist. Unfortunately, you've proven me wrong. Congratulations. Do you know what that means? In that moment, his smile would have made the king of curses proud. It means, he clarified, placing his hands together with a wide, face-splitting grin, that I can crush you, grind your bones to powder, put you in a stew, feed you to your brothers, and feel nothing but satisfaction. Do you understand? His brother tried to speak, to lash out, to defy him. All that escaped him was a wordless gurgle. Naruto hummed. You may nod. Naruto sure did so, numbly. Projection sorcery was useful for all sorts of things, but it held one inherent weakness. A visual projection carried feedback to whomever was commanding it at the time. They shared senses. Sight, smell, taste. It was a two-way street. Anything the doppelganger experienced, so too would the user. Natoshi's jujutsu revolved around the use of smoke. His mastery was such that he could even shape it into his own likeness and shared said senses with it. Ordinarily, that wasn't much of a drawback. However, good, his smile grew, eyes crinkling. Now one last thing before I go. He grabbed the sorcery by its face and squeezed. Know your place. His brother's jujutsu tumbled to its knees, as did the man himself, miles away, leaving him with his smile. Maki and Mai would be safe. No one would hurt them. So he swore. To be honest, Naruto really wished he had more time for them, more of himself to give. The twins were growing like weeds. They seemed taller every day, but no less energetic and rambunctious for it. Stronger. The precious few hours he got with them just didn't feel like enough, but he was constantly busy due in no small part to the burdens he'd set upon himself. He had a plan, you see, and as a result his life had become something of a regimen as of late. First and foremost, he had training with Toji on Tuesdays and weekends while Mei got Mondays, long live Mei Mondays, and Gojo got the rest of the week to smack him around to his heart's content. Between all that he delved into his own personal training, further strengthening creation of all things. It was a brutal cycle, one that paid dividends for him in terms of strength, but honestly if it weren't for the reverse curse technique, he'd be a broken, sobbing mess. Gojo's efforts on that front were coming along nicely, the training bit, not the crying. Frankly, he didn't think the man could cry. He'd never seen him sad. Not a once. He hadn't been able to wrangle Nanami, Yutaheim, or Hybra into his plans yet. He was absolutely fascinated with that one's cursed technique, but not for lack of trying. They were coming around. He was certain it would be only a matter of time now. After all, they were allies, weren't they? Shouldn't they train together and pool their knowledge? Surely they realized they were stronger together, no? And if observing their techniques helped give him insight into his own, all the better. Of course he would pay them back in spades for this. He'd already lent Isabu to Shoko as thanks for her showing him some tricks with reversed curse technique. Thanks to her, his regeneration speed was nigh unmatched these days. Hence the reason he could easily discard his own limbs like candy and go full berserker in a fight. She really was such a nice girl, teaching him how to numb his nerves like that. And Gojo said she was bad at explanations. Faith. Likewise, he'd given Geto a small son Goku strictly on a probationary period depending how the older sorcerer behaved in exchange for detailed lessons on cursed spirits. From him he'd learned it was possible to tame a cursed spirit without cursed manipulation, though extraordinarily difficult. Hopefully the four-tailed monkey would keep Suguru in good spirits, while also acting as a sort of tether for him going forward. Wouldn't do for that one to lose heart now, would it? Not with that spark of darkness in his heart, but never mind that. His mind was already off on a different tangent. I want to tame a cursed spirit. Maybe a wolf? Probably best to start with something small and see if I can raise it to special grade status. A whisper caught his ear, ruthlessly clawing him from his many plans. It's that boy again. Craning his neck, he looked over his shoulder. Some of the older clansmen and women were muttering to themselves as he walked by. The younger ones bowed readily enough, happily even, but it was the old fogies and callous crones who glared daggers at him, all the while muttering behind their sleeves. He wasn't blind to it. He was no stranger to the averted eyes and harsh whispers. A lifetime ago he would have hollered at them and tried to show his worth to them, but now felt no such urge. What need had he to prove himself to the likes of them? It seemed laughable. Was I ever that immature? Maybe he was. Perhaps he'd simply matured in this strange second life of his. But what choice did he have? The Zenien were a bunch of bigoted brats who couldn't see the forest for the trees, so stuck in their ways that they couldn't even contemplate the concept of change. They would rather let the clan sink into the mud than allow it to rise to glory. He would control it all. Everything would be his. Good afternoon. He made sure to wave their way, knowing it would drive them to distraction. Lovely day, isn't it? The sound of grinding teeth. Could there be anything sweeter? Maybe Gojo had a point. Teasing was fun. By the way, he looked to a nearby maidservant. Have you seen Maki or Mai? She bowed her head. They were near the training pit, honorable heir. Thanks, he waved a hand. That'll be all. His detractors were still staring at him. All he had to do was tilt his head their way, raise a finger, and put just a little cursed energy into it. That was all it took to scatter them like so many mice. He watched them flee with a bemused smirk. What did he care for the whining and winging of wastrels? If they had a problem, they could challenge him to a fight. Alright, they couldn't, because he'd win. He always won. Honestly, maybe it would be better to just kill them and start over. Blasted old fogies. A man from Jujutsu High also came by looking for you, but you were out. The maid bowed and presented him with a sealed envelope. He told me to relay a message for you, something about it being showtime? Naruto twitched. No, surely not. A flick of his fingers opened it and allowed him to scan its contents. His right eye began to twitch. Sudro, I swear to God. He could just imagine his voice now as he read. Hello, my dear Kohai. It's finally time for your very first solo mission. I managed to fob off the higher-ups with excuses for the last 2 years, but they're finally started digging their heels in saying you needed to start contributing. So I found you a nice cozy little forest shrine near the clan compound. Seems simple enough, didn't really look into it. Probably just a harmless little second grade. Should be easy, right? I would have killed it myself a while ago, but I've been saving it for your debut. Aren't I an awesome senpai? Wait, don't answer that, we both know I am. Do well, and I'm sure you'll become a special grade sorcerer in no time. Oh, and we're sparring later today. Remember to pack your gloves. By the way, when am I getting one of those pets of yours? Ever your awesome senpai? Gojo. He crumpled the note, snapped his fingers and set it on fire. So his had finally begun? It was inevitable. Missions. Yes, he had killed curses before, even shadowed other sorcerers on their missions, but ever in a controlled environment. This would be his first time undertaking that task alone. And at the ripe age of 12. It rankled a little, knowing what the higher-ups were trying to do. They thought they could just throw him at powerful curses until he died, did they? Well, they had another thing coming. Grade 4 curses were absolutely no match for him. Grade 3 curses he cut apart like a hot knife through so much butter. Grade 2 curses fared a bit better at running away and often did when he faced them. Grade 1 curses could be a bit annoying if they had a particularly troublesome ability, yet they still died like all the rest. He longed for a proper challenge, something to gauge his newly refined skills against. But special grade curses. Those were supposed to be rare for a reason. The one he'd killed years ago had been something of an exception, both a surprise and weaker than expected. It had broken into his room and he broke it after only a few hits. No one knew he had killed it. He suspected someone had sent the darn thing after him for some reason or another, but as another attempt was never made, he let it slide. Most of the special grades supposedly a cut above the rest, though he found the title of specials to be something of a misnomer. Any curse could gain sentience under the right conditions. You didn't have to be special grade to be unique. Of course, by that very definition, little Shikaku and Matatabi qualified as special grades, though they could be seen by just about everyone. Most assumed they were simply exotic pets. Most died when they tried to take them. And speaking of trying, hiya! A noise caught his ear as he rounded the bed, hopped off the porch, and yup. Sure enough, he found Maki nearby. She wasn't training in the pit like Mai, being unable to see curses as she was, and thus defend against them, but she didn't let that get her down, no siree. His little cousin was a brutal blender of motion, long ponytail flying about her in a whirl as she danced between her targets, blade in hand. Truly, she was the scourge of training dummies everywhere. She'd nearly pounded this one to powder already under Shikaku's watchful eye. Hit it again, the tiny tanuki shrilled angrily at her. It's still standing. She lopped the dummy's head clean off with a vicious backswing. That a girl. Naruto took some small measure of pride in her progress. For just as Mai wished to improve, so did she. And they were improving. Very quickly at that. Almost too quickly. Whenever one of the twins made strides in one area, the other succeeded in another almost exponentially. He had a theory about that, probably had something to do with their twin aspect, but he wasn't certain yet. The theory would take more time to cultivate, let alone realize. That said, I'm gonna have a gaggle of girls following me around at this rate. Hell, 2 of them are already being trained by me. The corner of his mouth curled in a small, bittersweet smile, vaguely recalling an anime he'd once seen in his younger days. Japan had no shortage of those. The hell is this, Shadow Garden or something? Yo boss. Shikaku raised a paw from his perch, startling him. Come to check on us? He feigned a non-committal shrug with a hum besides. Something like that? Maki perked up and dropped her short sword, golden gaze gleaming. Now ya? Yo Maki, he raised his right hand. Been a bit. You've gotten stronger. Her eyes lit up. Now ya? Brace for impact. He planted his feet, caught high excitable cousin by the waist when she lunged, swung her round once and set her down. The second he did, she latched onto him and buried her face into his jacket. Her head almost came up to his chest now, just another sign of how tall she'd become someday. Maki's grip was a whole lot stronger than he remembered it being, and she had even less cursed energy than he remembered. Was she unknowingly becoming just like Toji, or perhaps? You were gone for a while this time? Not my fault. He patted her head, drawing a pleased hum from her as he ran his fingers through her green hair. Toji dragged me all the way up to the mountains and left me there. I only just got back. He paused, remembering what he'd come here for, and beamed. I brought you something. Tension acquired. You got me a present? Don't tell Mai. He whipped out his hands and conjured the gift in question from the hammer space where he'd been keeping it. Tada! Contrary to popular belief, cursed tools weren't easy to make. Anything he created using creation of all things was forged from his own energy, and that in turn took time to regenerate. Ironically, it was easier for him to make weapons. He knew weapons, making those and imbuing them with an effect was easy enough once you knew the trick. They were essentially a one-off, but delicate material like this took a softer touch, wasn't used to soft. He broke things, he smashed things. Hell, most of the things he recreated these days were meant to cause pain. But not this. Never this. Maki squinted at the item in question. Are those glasses? He beamed. My latest creation. They'll allow you to see cursed spirits. Useful, right? Maki stared at HM. She stared hard. And these ones aren't prank? How rude. He'd only tricked her, 3 times? Well, if you don't want them. I want. She swept them out his hand and donned them quick smart. How do I look? Time skipped. That was the best explanation for what happened next. For a single blessed moment, Naruto got a good glimpse of the future and saw just what's who little Maki would grow up to be, glasses and all. That settled it. She was going to be a monster in the best of ways. He blinked and the moment was lost, leaving him wearing a Cheshire grin. Right? She'd asked him a question, hadn't she? And a loaded one at that. Oh no you don't. I'm familiar with this sort of event. Rather than fob her off with an excuse, he flicked her a thumbs up. You look great. Especially with long hair. Much to his confusion, Maki's pale face burned a pretty shade of red and she suddenly found her shoes fascinating. You think so? Definitely. He reached down to tousle her hair, heedless of the tiny little squeak she made. You still using those training weights I gave you? She nodded once, a quick jerky bob. Great. He drew her in for a quick hug, slightly baffled by her sudden silence. Be sure to keep them on unless it's an emergency. They'll make you that much stronger. Another thought occurred to him. By the way, do you know where Mai is? Down in the pit, training. She began fiddling with her ponytail and still refused to look at him. Naruto slapped a hand to his forehead. Again. Honestly, that girl. I keep telling her she's not ready for that. Those cursed spirits will eat her alive if she's not careful. He left Maki behind with Shikaku and a quick goodbye, her face steaming, mumbling to herself. The second he took his eyes off her, she snatched up the tiny tanuki and bolted. Naruto still so dense. Maki smashed her face into pillow and hollered at the top of her lungs. He liked girls with long hair. Gotta marry him. What have we learned today, Mai? That you're an ass? Language. Maki's other half hauled herself out of the pit with an aggravated gasp, flopped down onto the ground, then promptly turned a baleful look upon him when he made no move to help her up. Matatabi promptly curled up on her battered back and fell asleep, much to her owner's ire. For his part, Naruto weathered Mai's anger with practiced indifference. It was the least she deserved after pulling a stupid stunt like that. You didn't have to interfere, I had it under control. Did you now? He crouched down on his haunches to regard her. That why those curses were gnawing on you. Mai made an angry noise and looked away. Oh, she was mad at him for cutting into her training? He told her not to take on too much at once, but it seemed his warnings had fallen on deaf ears this time around. You didn't throw yourself into a pit full of grade 2 cursed spirits and expect to emerge unscathed. Not at Mai's level and definitely not with a puny revolver like that. What did she think would happen? He let her squirm a moment more before offering her a hand. Matatabi bounded up it and claimed a perch on his shoulder, leaving her owner to look on sullenly. Well, he inquired. You gonna lay there all day feeling sorry for yourself, or are you gonna tell me what's wrong? Mai draped an arm over her eyes and bit her lip. The classic tsundere pout. He knew it well. I can't catch up. Catch up to whom? He prodded ever so gently. Maki, the word burst out of her in an explosive rush. She's leapt past me again. But sympathy softened his features. Now he understood. Jealousy. He hadn't forgotten this feeling. Of course she's leaped past ya. She's not you. Mai made a noise trapped somewhere between a snarl and a sob. You are not Maki. He reached down to take her arm and peel it away from her face, revealing her teary eyes, thereby forcing her to look at him. And likewise, Maki is not you. You're two different people, no matter what anyone says. His thumb flitted down, wiping away her tears. You can see curses. She can't. You have a curse technique. She doesn't. You have your keen mind and she is a damn gorilla? Mai tried, voice hoarse. Ha! Laughter burst out of him, high and sharp. Well, she's certainly stronger than one. Now are you gonna lay there all day feeling sorry for yourself, or are you gonna get up and kick some ass? A spark came back to her damp golden eyes, faint and weak. You won't leave me behind? Was that her fear? Wouldn't dream of it. He winked her way. Now then. His hand inched closer. Mai seized his palm desperately, frantically, like a drowning girl lost at sea, clinging to him for dear life. That once dull spark in her eyes had ignited into fire, flooding them with life once more. It was a good look for her, he mused. From there he hauled his surly little cousin up to her feet and gave her a once-over with the reversed curse technique. She watched him intently the entire time as only a fascinated child could. I want that. You really don't, he sighed as he closed a tear in her arm. It's a pain in the ass to learn, and healing someone else is harder than healing yourself. Hands, she obediently held them out. She was missing a finger on her right with 2 on her left, and he went about mending those as well. You have to work hard at it, no, harder than hard just to understand it, and she latched onto his chest. Then teach me. Maybe later. Just as quickly she released him. You got Maki a gift? It was not a question. He quirked a brow at her. And you know this how? She's my twin. She glared golden daggers at him. I know. Ah, adorable little Mai. He couldn't help but tease her. Lucky I got something for you too then. Her anger faltered at that. You did? Indeed he had. He'd anticipated this very event. Lesson 1 when having twin cousins. Always treat them equally. If you get one a gift but not the other, they'll be sure to spite you. Of course, that was easier said than done. He couldn't very well get my glasses she didn't need, so in lieu of senselessly buying her the same thing, he'd gone with something a bit more eccentric. A mere revolver would not do, not for his precious cousin. It had to be something versatile, a weapon that would creation of all things came in clutch once more. It had taken months of studying to understand the intricacies of this weapon and countless failed attempts, but he was certain if anyone could use it, she could. He swept out a decently sized black box from his hammer space and held it out to her as a prince might their princess. And you're forgiven. Mai squealed, clutching it close to her chest. What is it? It's a secret, he replied. You're not allowed to open it until after I leave today. If her eyes had been bright before, they were sparkling now. You mean? Yup, he walked away. Meet me out in the yard. Time for a spar. Oh ho. Matatabi yawned from atop his shoulder. I don't suppose you'd be willing to leave me out of it, Tugnya? Her refined speech peaked into a yelp as Mai dragged her down into her arms and raced after him past the patio. She really was too easy to placate. He'd give Matatabi a bunch of treats later to make up for this. Maybe Shikaku as well. They both had their hands full these days. You've gotten stronger, sure, but your fighting has absolutely no finesse. He stopped 3 paces away from Mai and beckoned. We'll work on that. Come at me. Matatabi squirmed out of Mai's arms and bolted for the safety of the porch. Do it without me. I just cleaned my fur. Credit where it was due, Mai didn't hesitate. She launched herself at him like ballistic missile. Lesson 1, he swayed back from her clumsy lunge and tripped her up, sending her sprawling. Concentrate a minimum amount of cursed energy in your feet for a burst of speed. Mai righted herself with a growl and came at him again with a yowl. Lesson 2, he caught her wrist before she could open fire on him, then dragged it up, forcing the shot to go high. Once you've gained the proper distance from your opponent, speed and strength are unnecessary. His fingers bit into her arm, forcing her to drop her pistol entirely. You can deflect, yes, but against a human adversary, pressure points are key. Like so? She planted both feet against his chest and kicked. Curious to see what she would do, he let her go, allowing her to launch herself backward. He looked down, mildly amused to find the several shells of unspent ammunition at his feet. Ammo she'd supercharged with her own cursed energy. Clever girl. They went off like firecrackers, blinding him. That's much better. He grinned into the smoke. Are you ready for the 3rd lesson? Mai burst through the smoke at his back, swinging a baton at his neck. Very good. She didn't make a sound. Better yet, she'd suppressed her cursed energy to near non-existence. A proper sorcerer would have been terribly hard-pressed to sense her. But he wasn't a true sorcerer now, was he? He could sense her life force, her determination, her burning need to prove herself. Almost made him let her land a hit, but no. Giving her a freebie here would only make her arrogant. Couldn't have that now, could they? Humming happily, he reached back behind his head with both arms, caught her just under the armpits, and spun her right round, dangling her upside down before his face. Lesson 3, he hummed, reveling in her startled expression as he dug his fingers into her sides hers. Never, ever give your opponent time to think. Now surrender. Give, she squealed as he tickled her. I give up. How are you so fast? A wink was her reward. Push-ups, sit-ups, and plenty of juice? Not that excuse again. She stuck out her tongue. I hope Gojo-senpai smacks you around this afternoon. Satoru probably would. Don't let him hear you say that. He lowered her to the ground, then drew her in for a quick hug. He'd be over the moon to know someone else was calling him senpai, the absolute dolt. And that's a bad thing? It is. He's already arrogant as is. Last thing he needs is another ego boost. MK, she muttered against his chest. I almost hit you back there, you know. I got really close. So you did. He drew back, ruffled her hair, and held up a finger. Listen, Mai, when she tried to speak, she held up a finger. Your technique is called construction for a reason. You're not giving it or yourself enough credit. It's kinda like mine in that can create things, but you're limiting yourself in terms of cursed energy. We're going to fix that. This is why your training is different from Maki. Remember, there's nothing wrong with wanting to get stronger, so long as you have a proper purpose for getting stronger. Her eyes lit up. So you're teaching me stuff she can't learn? He flicked her forehead. Yup. Can I open my gift now? Still not yet? So when do I get a pet? Pet? Naruto faltered. What are you talking about? He should have known better. The moment he mistimed his block, Gojo showed no mercy. An iron-hard fist scythed through his guard, struck him just under the ribs, and blasted the air from his lungs. He didn't crumple to his knees, too stubborn for that, but still found himself stumbling backwards nevertheless as he clutched his stomach and choked. Reverse curse technique could repair the worst of the damage, but it couldn't do anything about his body's refusal to breathe for a few seconds. Good to know. He'd remember this feeling in the future. Satoru must have seen the look in his eye too, because he hesitated. You're mad, aren't you? Naruto smiled as a thin line of blood sluiced down his chin. I'm not mad. Right? He beamed. I haven't done anything to make you angry. How on earth does Utaheim put up with you? In small and measured doses. Measure this. His hand slashed out at speed, bleeding a wee of snarling of slicing shadows around Gojo's guard. Shikamaru would have been proud of the feint that followed. Even as Satoru batted them away with Limitless, he failed to see a thin tether burst out his own shadow. A scarlet cut opened across Satoru's cheek and closed a second later with a rush of steam. Naruto paused, somewhat taken aback. He actually managed to hit him. No, wait, that wasn't the important part. He thrust a finger at him. You finally pulled off the reverse curse technique. When were you going to tell me? Busted. The older student tilted his glasses down to grin at him. Yeah, I figured it out about 3 days ago. It only works on small wounds for now, and I still can't manage to must a proper red, but I suppose it's a start. A thumb brushed his cheek, flicking a bead of blood away. I'll have to practice until I can regrow an arm or an eye like you. Blue eyes bulged. Why would you want to? That shit hurts. Don't get yourself injured like that in the first place. Don't worry, much to his chagrin, Satoru merely waved a hand his way. I can take a little pain. Ideally, I'd like to be able to regrow my entire torso and internal organs if someone cuts me in half or punches a hole in my throat. This guy. Naruto's twitch returned with a vengeance. That sounds strangely specific, senpai. What can I say? Gojo tipped his glasses back, hiding his eyes once more. You've taught me to be prepared. Then hey, I finally got you to say it. Shit. He really had, hadn't he? He'd never live it down now. Naruto looked away. Say what? I said nothing. Sure you did. Satoru slung an arm over his shoulder. So about those pets of yours. They are not pets. Gojo threw a quick punch while he was distracted. This one he managed to deflect, only for a pulse of blue to yank him forward. He dug his heels in and booted a wall of earth Satoru's way. It shattered against his infinity, of course, but he'd been prepared for that, having seeded it with dust beforehand. Using the cloud of smoke that followed, he twisted his head and spat fire. The yard went up in a rush of flame. Achoo! Satoru stood in the center of it all, fanning his face with one hand. Come on, a dust explosion, really? Then his smile returned. Say, I wouldn't mind an ox or an octopus if you've got one of those handy. Naruto's brain fizzled out spectacularly, so much so that he nearly got himself hit again. Oh god, now he was imagining Gojo rapping like B. They even had similar shades. The corner of his mouth twitched and he bit it to stifle a laugh. He didn't succeed. A treacherous little snort escaped him, more so when he saw Gojo's pout. Are you? He coughed into a fist to hide a snicker. Are you jealous? Satoru recoiled like he'd been slapped. Me? Never. You are. All right, maybe just a little. His exasperating senpai made a pinching motion between his thumb and forefinger. I mean, come on. You gave one to Shoko for crying out loud. Shoko, he flung up his arms with a shout. She barely goes on missions these days. That's favoritism right there, I tell you. Favoritism. No, I lent Isabu to her, he prodded the infinity between them as Gojo pouted. It's a temporary contract. There's a difference. And what about Suguru? What about him? He almost said the words, very nearly did, really. Instead, his lips sealed into a thin line, refusing to give Gojo the satisfaction he sought. He looked lonely, which is why you gave him a four-tailed monkey demon to pal around with. Hey. He stabbed a finger at him. Don't diss Son Goku. Gojo elbowed him. Like that Goku? The manga one? What? He scowled. No. That's different. Well, technically they're both monkeys. One more word and I will stab you. You know what? Never mind. By the by, though, he didn't like that look in Gojo's eye. How many more of those can you make? He really shouldn't give him any hints, but Gojo clearly wasn't going to let up anytime soon, so. I've got 4 out right now, so 5, he shrugged. It takes a lot out of me. Gojo's grin proved decidedly cheesy. So you can give me 1. I could, he planted a fist on his hip, but why would I? You're damn near invincible. You don't need a buddy right this second. But they're so cute. Stubborn bastard. I'm still building up my reserves. No means no. And he was. At present he felt 4 tails was his limit. But he grew stronger every year. Each beast took more from his reserves. Shikaku and Matatabi's recreation had been tiring. Isabu and Son Goku exhausted him. Kokuo and Saiken would probably take more from him yet. Then came Chomei and Gyuki, draining though that would be, and finally Kurama. Recreating his old friend would probably take the most energy from him yet, it might even kill him if he wasn't careful. He'd already sworn never to recreate the 10 tails, no matter what, not when it meant the sacrifice of his friends. He wondered if any of them would ever remember him. Neither Shikaku nor Matatabi had shown any signs of recovering their memories, even 2 years after their rebirth. Nor had Isabu and Son Goku for that matter. It was alright if they didn't, he'd never been particularly close with the other tailed beasts, not even Gyuki, but Kura majorly he'd recognize him when the time came. He had to, right? I want to be remembered not just as Naoya, but as Naruto, damn it. They can't just forget me. Isn't there someone who... Naoya? Gojo's hand waved before his face. Earth to Naoya. Anyone home? Naruto blinked quickly and batted his hand away. But, no you're not. You look like you're about to cry. His face burned. You're imagining things. Gojo quirked a pale brow. You're not going to let this go, are you, Sasatoru? Too close. He swore inwardly. I almost called him senpai again. Gotta watch that. He'd never live it down otherwise. Don't worry about me. Gojo grabbed his shit again and reeled him in like a fish. Tell you what, let's go get some ramen before that mission of yours. My treat. How's that sound? That sounds, he sniffled a little, wiped his face and rallied. Grand. The mission seemed simple enough on paper. His very first assignment, should he choose to accept it, not that he had any choice in the matter, was to investigate a spate of recent disappearances near a certain dilapidated shrine. It wasn't far from the clan compound, which was a bit strange, but then again, Gojo had chosen it for his first solo mission, so who knew? Knowing him, he probably planned this out, but he peered upward with a sigh. Alone in the forest, with nothing but the moonlight to see by, and even that was scarce with the cloud cover. He'd be operating under darkness mostly. Not terribly encouraging, but he had worked with worse. A simple creation added to his eyes granted him near-flawless night vision. It wasn't hard. You just had to know what to tweak, and he knew his body very well. That said, this seemed like the perfect opportunity for his brothers to interfere. Would they try to jump him here, he wondered? They wouldn't get a better opportunity than this. He was alone. Isolated. Sorcerers died on missions all the time. If an accident were to befall him here, no one could claim otherwise. But if this was their idea of a trap, then he'd simply spring it and be done with it. Simple as. Just as an accident could happen to him, so too could the same be said of anyone who followed him. After all, these weren't safe at night. Everyone knew that. Of course, he had no proof it was a trap until he sprung it. Well, he shrugged, nothing ventured. Nothing gained, as they say. By contrast, it wasn't hard to find the shrine, although it soon proved even more dilapidated and abandoned than he'd first feared. Naruto slipped up the stone steps, soundless as a shadow, head bowed ever so slightly as he passed beneath the looming red arches above. They'd been bright scarlet once, but now their lovely luster had faded with time, the paint dull and cracked. Torn tags draped across lengths of frayed string swayed in the breeze, their power long since spent. Lingering residuals of cursed energy hung in the air to taunt his senses. Something had been here. Recently at that. He'd gauge it as 4th grade, maybe 3rd at a stretch, hardly worth his effort really. That said, this looked like a place of worship. Perhaps that clan had celebrated here once in ancient days? Who was he kidding? The clan celebrated strength and nothing else. So why the shrine then? Another breeze blew by, scattering dead leaves and trash underfoot. He thought he heard a faint moan. Something scuttled by in the dark. A blue eye peered over his shoulder. He was being watched. But by what? He spied a larger building near the back. When no attack proved immediately forthcoming, he approached it at a leisurely meander. The sliding door was unlocked and parted with minimal effort on his part. Suspicious in and of itself, but maybe the old owners didn't bother to lock up. He pushed it aside. Slipping inside, he conjured a small flame to his palm and peered into the gloom. The fire revealed a spacious chamber beyond and a series of small ascending steps, atop which he glimpsed a ceremonial altar, a raised dais with white cloth draped across it. Something was there. A small item, smaller than his palm, folded in pale cloth. He approached it at a brisk walk and waved the dust off it. Scraps of paper? Someone had peeled them aside, revealing a... He squinted at the ugly red thing. It almost looked like... a finger? It couldn't be. Why was this here? His hand brushed it and he opened his senses. Cut, kill, cleave, murder, death, lock, the pain, destruction. Something brushed his mind. You dare touch my soul? Know your place? Pain spiked through his skull and he doubled over. Had he heard a voice just now? What was one of Sukuna's fingers doing out here? It needed to be sealed away again before it attracted. His 6th sense shrilled a warning too late. Exclamation point. A shadow fell over him. Oh, and now he understood his brother's schemes. Something impossible large moved overhead in the shadows. A towering shape came crashing down from the ceiling above with a blood-curdling shriek, trying to crush him. Instinct took over. He sidestepped and whirled, driving a sandal-clad foot around into where he presumed his attacker's ribs would be. A pained shriek was his reward as his would-be killer crashed backward, blasted through a wall, and tumbled outside. Moonlight spilled through and snatching up the finger, he waltzed out after it, lazily conjuring a staff into his hand as he went. No use hiding now, he sang. Come on out. Sure enough, the curse came slithering out of the shadows ahead of him, crawling low upon its belly, dragging itself forward with clawed hands. At first glance he thought this was some depraved serpent, but no, it was some mad union between an emaciated woman and the lower torso of a snake. All its flesh was an ugly stone gray, eyes hidden by a tangled mess of hissing blood-red vipers. Whatever it was large, easily twice the size of a grown adult, but its cursed energia? This wasn't the 2nd grade he'd been promised, not by a long shot. How very intriguing. No, this wasn't what he'd signed up for. It was annoying, but better let Gojo-senpai know just in case. You know, banishing his staff, he drew out his phone, placed it to his ear and he tilted his head to regard the beast. You're close to a special grade. Interesting. Did you eat something you shouldn't have? Its tail lashed out at him and he alighted upon it, sliding down its length to deliver another bruising kick to the beast. What's wrong? He whistled at the creature as it went sprawling. Try harder. Arrogant little thing, aren't you? That voice again. Ignore. Unfortunately, the cursed spirit took full advantage of his distraction. Its head snapped up to glare furiously at him. For a moment, he glimpsed baleful bright eyes burning beneath that messy mane of snakes. His body twisted aside on instinct, putting a red pillar between them at the last second. Even then something struck him. He felt his right arm stiffen. A perfunctory glance confirmed his suspicions. The flesh of his arm was even now hardening into chalk-white stone before his eyes, fingers going stiff as they dropped his and his now crumbling phone with it. The curse was spreading quickly at that. A petrification curse? He breathed, delighted by the discovery. Nice. I haven't seen that one before. However, he drew in a deep breath, pulling on the natural energy in the air. Golden eyes inverted, pupils warping into horizontal slits. I've got some experience with this sort of thing. Grabbing his ruined arm, he tore it at the shoulder before the stone could consume and lobbed it around the tree at the curse. The curse whipped its head to the side, tracking the sudden motion like the wild animal that it was. Stupid. You never ever took your eyes off your adversary, much less allowed them to distract you. He'd already regrown another arm by the time he reached it. His palms flitted out, conjuring a pair of white bone spikes into either hand. It had only just begun to turn when he vaulted upright, alighted upon its chest, and drove those iron-hard bones through its eyes. The curse went berserk, yowling and thrashing about to no avail. Blind, it may as well be harmless. Well, mostly harmless. Do you like it? He smiled down at the writhing creature as it spasmed on the ground. I'll admit, I didn't see much of that bone bastard when I fought him. I don't even remember his name. Kimmy something or other. But I remember his technique. I've been doing that a lot lately, you know? Remembering. Practicing. A finger tapped against his skull. After all, if I can recreate the techniques of my friends, then why not those of my enemies? There's so much to choose from. The curse screamed wordlessly, pale flesh beginning to bubble over its eyes. Ah, but you don't really understand me, That's fine, he lazily blinded it again for good measure. Your compliance really isn't a factor here. It reeled back, clutching at itself. I've been dealing with a lot of stress this last year, a small smile stretched across his face. And now I'm facing the very real possibility that my oldest friend might not remember me. Which is why. A fist smashed into his face. I'm going to vent on you a little. His palm rocketed up, Rasengan in hand, and struck the curse in its chest. It went flying, but some reason the technique slid right off its scales. Intrigued, he bounded up to it and smashed a knee into its torso. Almost at once, it doubled over with a wheeze. As I thought. Even if you don't have proper lungs, a hit like that can stun you. You'll make for a good guinea pig. So let's run some tests. It tried to glare at him again, which suggested some small measure of intelligence, but he simply sidestepped it and blinded it a third time. I've contemplated catching curses, you know, seeing if I can tame them like Suguru does. He clapped his hands and vanished in a plume of smoke as the curse ran him through. It goggled at the log now embedded in its tail. Less so when he reappeared behind it, arms spread wide. I know I can use Shikamaru's technique, but I wonder if... He thrust a fist forward. Kimichi style. Partial expansion technique. Clenched knuckles the size of a small building barreled into the curse and sent it sprawling. He hummed as his arm shrank back down. That's another success. Creation of all things really is useful. Let me see you. He placed his hands in a seal he'd once seen Ino's father use. From there it was a simple matter to flinging his energy at the curse, wrapped it round its mind, and set its very being against it. Mind destruction. The poor creature went mad, smashing itself across the shrine in a frenzy, until he finally took pity on the screaming soul. All right, that's enough testing for one day. He conjured a black iron rod to his right hand and a large scroll to the other. I think I'll capture you. His staff slammed down and he swept the scroll wide open with both hands to reveal the yawning abyss within. The curse never stood a chance. Broken as it was, it managed to muster a meager resistance before it found itself sucked inside. From there he snapped it shut, sealed it. Capture complete. He'd work on taming it later. Surely it couldn't be that hard. Sealing a spirit had proven a little draining, but still, he had plenty left in the tank even if he had burned a bit by regrowing his arm. Shame about the phone. That was a total loss. I know I said I wanted to tame a wolf first. He scratched at his chin, but starting with a serpent might be fun too. And if I can learn how to replicate that petrifying curse. Thump. What was that? Thump thump. That strange noise. Thump, thump, thump. It sounded almost like footsteps. Naruto turned slowly, and his brow promptly shot straight into his hairline at what he found there. A towering humanoid figure encased in white armor strode up the steps at a leisurely pace, face spiked trees where its eyes should be. Or were those horns? And why was its right arm sealed up like no, that wasn't important right now. What was important was the absolute power that encompassed him in that moment. Its presence, its aura, everything about it was a cut above the spirit he'd just quelled in every way. Oi oi oi, he hissed out a breath. That's not a grade 1 at all. I'm pretty sure that's it. His heart skipped a beat. Special grade. Weren't those supposed to be rare? What were the chances of meeting one here? Why, it almost sounded like the voice from before was laughing at him from the beyond. The same voice he'd heard when he touched that finger. Sukuna's finger. Crap baskets. I swear, if I somehow accidentally made contact with the freaking king of curses, I am going to… Oh my, the special grade spoke up, words distorted, yet somehow he understood it enough to be distracted nevertheless. Are you all by yourself? He was. With no backup in sight and no way to call for any. No Uncle Toji, no Gojo-senpai to save the day. He was completely, utterly alone. His jaw clicked open, closed, then opened again. Maybe a bluff would work? Would you believe me if I said no? Brave, brave little boy. For some reason that seemed to amuse the monster. You're a credit to your species. It paused just short of him, then looked to the finger jabbed in his belt. I don't suppose you would be willing to part with that? It lumbered closer. I might let you live if you do. Just like that? His mind raced. No, wait a minute. Why possible use could a special grade have for one of Sukuna's fingers? Nothing good, that much was for certain. It was tempting to hand it over, if only to stop hearing his voice. Who knew what they might do with it? And it would be his fault. No way could he give it up. He knew what was coming next. Was he ready for it? One way to find out. Sorry, he brandished his staff. No can do. The special grade stared at him for a long, ponderous moment. Is that so? Its cursed energy swelled, bearing down on him with frightful strength. The special grade raised its arm almost lazily. Then you will die. A towering wall of roots erupted before Naruto's vision. There's something you forgot about jujutsu sorcerers. Stupid of me, I know. I'd forgotten it too. The moment. Divine bloodlines. She's stronger than me. It was something of a humbling realization as the special grade's fist smashed into his right cheek. In terms of sheer physical strength, it currently eclipsed him as he was now. Really, it couldn't be helped. No matter how powerful he'd become in the realm of jujutsu sorcery, he held neither the reach nor the range to engage her in an all-out brawl. She wasn't going to give him any openings like Toji had. What few he saw were quickly accounted for as they fought on. Even with one of her arms sealed, she possessed a plethora of techniques to drive him back, and she didn't see macra baskets. The special grade caught his first, grabbed him by the arm, and swung him down into the ground with an awful crack. He felt something give in his limb, and then he was flying, tumbling across the ground as she kicked him away. Your arrogance will be your downfall, boy. It certainly seemed like it, because movement flickered through his peripherals. A rampart of jagged roots ready to skewer his unprotected back and end his life. She'd thrown him towards them with the intent to skewer him. He was moving too fast to self-correct in time, and they both knew it. Close. Too close. Way too close. If get hits by that, I'll die. The realization should have shocked Naruto, but all he felt was icy calm as he stared his death in the face. A surreal sense of sanity even now in this most dire of moments. That cold enveloped him, ensconced him, enraptured him, stripping all his emotions away and leaving only Arctic logic in its wake. All the world slowed to a crawl around him, the once vibrant colors of the world fading to gray. His core temperature plummeted as a plume of frigid steam escaped his lips, and in an instant he understood. That was it. He felt cold as ice. Likewise, his thoughts were just as calm, downright stoic even, as the special grade's attack filled his vision. After training with Uncle Toji and dealing with that curse earlier, I'm really not at my best. Did the curse know that? Is that why it chose now to attack? Can compensate by using Sage Mode, but if I take in too much natural shaka at once, I'll turn to stone. There's no time. What can I use that's readily at hand? The answer found him as a single mote of snow touched his nose. His eyes widened. Realization rose with the moon. I think I can finally do it, now. I have to. Time reasserted itself with a bloody vengeance as the special grade's attack, a wall of jagged roots, surged up out the earth, stabbing at him from every direction. There was no escape. Spikes at his back and more at his front. She had him. Really, it was a good attack all things considered, well thought out and impeccably timed. Dodging was impossible. Pointless, even. So he didn't. Ice coated his elbows and knees, water coalescing into wickedly sharp points atop the joints as he lowered his body temperature yet further. He took that very same ice and wrapped it around those 4 areas, followed by his hands and feet now, rapidly freezing the moisture in the air until it was harder than diamond itself. All this in an instant, less than a breath to coat his limbs with deadly frost. Then he spun. His body dissolved into a whirling dervish of death, slashing the brambles apart. One struck his neck, another his back, and a third his chest, only for each spike to shatter into so much frost as they made contact with him. Nothing pierced his skin. It was simply unable to. He snatched up those tumbling shards from the ruined roots before they could strike the ground, reshaped them with creation of all things in his hands, multiplied them tenfold, then flung them blindly back at the curse in a hail of frozen Sinbon. A strangled sigh was his reward and the storm of earthen death stopped. You move well. Evidently the special grade didn't. When his vision cleared, he saw that he'd skewered her from head to toe with his ice needles. Senbon could badly wound in greater numbers, but it only took a few in just the right place to bring down an opponent. Well, a human opponent at any rate. Haku's technique was something he'd become intimately familiar with in his first life, but this was his first time using it in a proper pitched battle. It also confirmed bloodlines weren't beyond him. So long as he'd both seen and understood the concept of it, he could reliably recreate a facsimile of it with his curse technique. Ice mirrors were still beyond him, but this he could do. Curious, the special grade regarded him intently for a moment as it plucked the icy needles from its body. It appears you possess a versatile curse technique. However, her arms rose and the forest answered in a swarm of writhing roots, larger than ever before. What will you do now? Naruto looked up, grimacing a little. Ice wouldn't be enough. Not against that. Frost could slow the roots, even shatter some, but it didn't stop them. He raised one hand, right eye burning a baleful blue even as the other shone gold. If ice wouldn't cut it, he'd use something more destructive. Water? Pointless. Wind wouldn't work here. Fire was a valid option, but did he dare? Hesitating already, brat? Again with the voice jabbing him. No, it didn't matter. He didn't want to hurt the forest, but there was no one else out here beyond them and the animals. That said, a measly fireball wouldn't suffice for something like this. He'd need something bigger, stronger, larger, powerful enough to eradicate everything in one fell swoop. A memory came back to him, and the terror he'd felt upon witnessing it. The largest fire technique he'd ever laid eye upon, bar none. If that damn Madara could do it, so can I. He inhaled deeply, flared his body temperature, drew energy into his lungs and screamed it back out. Great fire annihilation. Say what you would about the arrogant Uchiha and their flashy fire flares, but they got the job done, even as a cursed technique. Madara's went above and beyond. It was the penultimate fire technique, eclipsed only by Amaterasu in sheer destructive power. A wave of fiery death flowed forth from his lips, mowing down the roots in an instant and the startled special grade behind it. Oh dear. That scream sounded like it hurt, no, close his heart to it. The feelings of a curse didn't matter here. And neither did the dark, demented dirge currently ringing in his ears. Yes, that's the way. What a massacre. Excellent. 10 seconds. That was the limit he could continuously breath fire without roasting his lungs. He used every last moment, bathing everything in hellish napalm until the special grade stopped screaming. Reluctantly, he let up and forced himself to inhale. Even then, the sudden intake of cold air had him doubling over with a gasp. At the end of the day, cursed energy could only reinforce one's body so much, and no matter how easily he might be able to replicate it, this new body of his didn't like it when he used too much chakra. At his peak, this would have been so much easier. He was still aching from using the 3 gates earlier today, and he'd already overtaxed the reverse curse technique, repairing the worst of that damage. That attack was too broad. No way it did her in. Sure enough, something stood amidst the fire and flames. Fire's not enough either, eh? He thumbed a bit of ash from the corner of his mouth. Fine. I was looking to try out a new technique anyway. Ice and fire? The special grade righted herself, teeth bared in a grimace, bearing ugly burns across its body. Your curse technique focuses on hot and cold, then? Nope. She tilted her head. No. You let me stand still for too long, stupid. Never give your opponent time to think. Means no. Don't worry. He spread his arms wide, grinning fit to burst. I'll be happy to tell you, revealing his hand would make his technique work better anyway. It's in the name. Creations of all things. Here, let me demonstrate. Be a good girl and hold still, would you kindly? She didn't, of course, but blitzed him instead. As expected. But he wasn't about to face her in a fistfight. He pointed a finger her way, thumb and pointer finger raised to mime a gun. Focus your cursed energy. Harden it. Sharpen it. Draw it back. Imagine the pressure in your mind and... A threadbare whisper parted his lips. Bang. His opponent recoiled, staggered by the sudden gaping hole in their chest. He knew better. That wouldn't stop a special grade, not for long, not one of this caliber. Bang. Another hole joined the second, right where their heart should have been. Violet blood spattered the ground. Bang. He gripped his elbow to steady his aim and laughed a little despite himself, a small smile splitting his face as his fearsome foe dropped to a knee with a startled grunt. He blasted that leg clean off at the shin. Momentum dragged her backwards, spilling gallons of tainted violet blood in her wake to leave her sprawled out against the ground. Even then he knew better than to approach. Arrogance had spelled the end of many a man greater than him, and he was no fool. Still he found himself grinning. Exhilarated, he took aim again. Not so tough now, are you? An aggravated groan was his reward. Not good enough. She was already regrowing her limbs. Creation of all things was a technique based on memory. He could recreate nearly anything he saw and understood the concept of. For instance, he couldn't recreate Gojo Satoru's legendary Limitless or Six Eyes because he couldn't understand them just yet. He tried several times and only succeeded in destroying his own eyes. Likewise, creating the Sharingan was also an act in futility. For now, while he could use Amaterasu at the cost of an eye, he hadn't the faintest clue how to replicate Susanoo or Tsukiyomi. But what he could create, what he had experienced before, what he knew well, that he could use. The pain was horrible. It felt like 1,000 needles were being jabbed through his eyes. Gold shimmered into serene swirls of almighty omniscient violet. He could see it now. The flow of his cursed energy. So that's what it feels like. Released a long breath. And walked forward. There's something you forgot about jujutsu sorcerers. He waded through the charred grass ashes crunching underfoot. Stupid of me, I know. 3 steps brought him to the crouched curse, 3 more, and he towered over her prone form. I'd forgotten it too. Had she visible eyes, he suspected they would have been wide open right now. Did you know? He smiled down at her. Most sorcerers don't feel fear. Or rather, they do, but they choose to avoid it. Not me. I've tasted it too many times now and I've never ceased to learn from it. Fear is what keeps us alive after all. We learn from her, study at her feet, and evolve because of her. She may be a harsh mistress at times, but if there's one thing I've learned in this leaf is that you cannot progress without fear. His fist sighed down. The world sparked. Black flash. The cursed spirit buckled with a gasp. No sorcerer in this world can use black flash at will. This is a known fact. Not even Satoru Gojo himself is capable of such. It is a random event. The sparks do not choose whom to bless, thus reproducing consecutive black flashes at will is nearly impossible. Or so it had been until this moment. He slugged the curse in her gut. Black flash? It's simple really. If you have the eyes to see, if you understand how it works, the theory behind it, 9 times out of 10 you can replicate it. Black flash. Black flash. Uppercut. Black flash. His hands swept in on either side of Hanami's armored head and clapped down upon her ears in a shower of black sparks. She reeled away and he leaped onto her chest, practically mounting her. His palms closed around the tree root's horns, jutting from her helm as a smile split his face. She gasped and his grin grew. This is where you're weak, right? And then, yanked them out. She crashed backward with a shriek, clutching at the holes he'd left behind as he leaped away. Ah, he crooned at her quivering form, don't go hiding your eyes from me now. She gurgled something that might have been a swear. He couldn't be entirely sure. Stings, doesn't it? He planted both hands in his pockets and tilted his head. You're getting battered about by someone who isn't even a teenager yet. Want to give up? We can still end this on friendly terms. Through bleary vision, he watched the special grade raise a trembling arm. A towering flower rose from the earth in response, brimming with buds, each eyeless curse chattering angrily. There had to be dozens, no, maybe hundreds of the hungry little buggers. He could feel their malice from here, their hunger, their eagerness to sink their teeth into him and suck him dry. How flattering. Which meant they probably fed on cursed energy, so letting them hit was definitely an out. In that case, nope, he raised a hand and focused with his new eyes. Not dealing with that. With his will, he pushed outward. Shinra-tensei. He blasted the cursed buds away with ease, but the drain of the technique proved was immense, so much so that he immediately regretted using it in the first place. Replicating the Rinnegan was one thing, but he had no idea it ate this much chakra. How did Nagato endure it? I'll have to find a way to cut down on the energy drain, but... A groan interrupted him. What are you? Oh. The special grade was getting up again. Wouldn't you like to know? He crooked a finger her way. I might be willing to tell you if you stop holding back. Unseal that arm of yours. The boy was surprisingly capable for a human. Capable and far, far, far too clever for his own good. Was it possible to respect someone while hating them? Hanami did. She absolutely did. Any other sorcerer, bar Gojo-so, would have been dead in a ditch by now, but this one just kept coming at her. Not once had he tried to flee, though he certainly could have. Admittedly, it wouldn't make a difference if he did, she'd simply chase him down and take the finger by force. But he wasn't giving her any openings. Whenever she thought she had a handle on his cursed technique, he yanked the rug out from under her. The longer this dragged on, the more chances someone would notice. She wasn't fool enough to fight multiple sorcerers at once. She'd be overwhelmed, and what was he doing? And now he demanded she unseal her arm? The gall of it all. And yet she was enjoying this fight. How contradictory. Did this make her a hypocrite? Stubborn boy, she righted herself with a growl, tearing away the fabric concealing her blackened limb from view. How long must you continue this foolish resistance? He didn't deign to respond. He just kept smiling at her and crooked a finger at her. That damn smile. She wanted to crush it. With a growl, she placed her palm against the ground. Did you know? Plants don't generate cursed energy. I'm aware, yes, her remark only amused Naoya for some reason. Do go on. So my left arm steals the life from plants and converts it into cursed energy, she rumbled as the forest around them withered and died, its very life essence channeled upward into her arm. But that never gets returned to me, she felt rather than saw the rose on her shoulder begin to bloom. It all goes to this flower offering. The crimson bloom on her shoulder opened, revealing a red eye shimmering with light. I didn't want to use this domain expansion. Ceremonial sea of light. She almost missed the moment Naoya brought his hands together. Domain expansion, he said something else just afterward. Whatever it was, whatever secret he hid, she never heard. It was a brief clash of domains. Less than 0.2 seconds, barely visible from the outside world. But in the moment they clashed, his overpowered hers entirely. She didn't even get to see what horrors he held within it. Whatever they were, they completely and utterly overwhelmed her in an instant. She'd clashed domains with Jogo and Dagon before, but she'd never once been manhandled to such an extent. It was both exciting and terrifying. The moment their domains broke, she burst forward. He'd injured her horribly, but she could still move. So where was there? She saw movement in the mist, formed an earthen spear with her hand, and ran him through. His head snapped up with a wild grin, eyes gleaming. Gotcha! The curse swore. How did he? And then there was pain. Hanami realized her mistake a moment later as she felt his hand pierce her torso. He tore it free and she was the one to stumble back, struggling to keep her innards in as she healed. Behind her, the boy blew out a quick, angry breath and climbed to his feet. The hole in his torso was already closing. Reversed curse technique? At such a young age. Nice trick, he rasped, grinning up at her without a care in the world. Let me show you one of mine. He brought his palms together. And the earth answered. Roots burst from the earth, latching onto her limbs, forcing them apart as she was torn away from him. In an instant she found herself bound and helpless. How? Command of the earth belonged to her, yet he'd usurped her technique in an instant, or had he? Could still feel her cursed technique within her, but the swarm of roots binding her down were so very much like her Ono, larger, he was growing actual trees. Need a hand? Hanami gnashed her teeth. You're strong, special grade. By some small mercy, he didn't finish her off and deigned to approach her instead. If I hadn't pulled out my domain back there, you might have had me. A hand closed around her face and dragged her upright. Can you do that again? I haven't had a chance to clash domains with someone before you. Bright eyes leered at her. It's a novel experience, wouldn't you agree? She growled at him. Insolent human. Come on, try harder. You're strong, aren't you? I want to get as much data out of this as I can before we call it quits. So what do you say? She tore herself free and latched onto him with her black arm. A hand that drains cursed energy, eh? He considered her for a brief moment. Not bad, no bad at all. Unfortunately for you. Her armor cracked. Mine won't run out. She'd noticed something earlier. He wasn't just attacking her ferocity, but desperation, the blind, maddened frenzy of someone who had to win, who must win, no matter the costs. Even now with him in her grasp, he did not show the slightest sign of fear. Her armor splintered further. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? He glanced down at his right hand, idly frowning as she tried and failed to drain him dry. That's my secret. I'm always afraid of losing everything. I like this life. Maybe not my clan, but there are those I want to protect. And because of that fear, I will always win. His fist scythed out, tearing away her arm. Now let's see how you really look under all that armor. Clenched knuckles scythed down, cracking her helm. An amber eye glared out at him from within, framed by dark hair. I knew those weren't your eyes. A peal of delighted laughter greeted her. They were horns after all. What's your name, cursed spirit? What's your name, cursed spirit? That actually gave the special grade pause. A lull in the fighting was just what he needed to distract her. Oh yes, he could tell that this special grade was female under all that armor. It had taken him a few minutes, but the voice was a dead giveaway, and the fracturing shell on served to further confirm his theory. Almost made him want to break the rest of it so he could what she actually looked like, you know? That or maybe make a new body for her. Legend had it that some of the more powerful curses could shift their appearances. He couldn't help but wonder why this one had chosen to look like, well, some kind of forest monster. It was clearly an act of intimidation on their part. However, they couldn't disguise their voice. Hanami, she spoke slowly. It has been a terribly long time since anyone asked me that. I knew it. She really is intelligent after all. Hanami, was it? He gestured to the stump beside him. Why don't you sit down? The entity before him wavered ever so slightly. Yuri not going to attack again? Why would I? I am a cursed spirit, she rasped back. You are a jujutsu sorcerer. We are natural enemies. But she'd hesitated. Anything was better than brawling out here for real. They'd wreck the trees even more. Who decided that? He jabbed a thumb into his chest. I think we've done enough of that today, don't you? And despite what everyone calls me, I don't think of myself as a sorcerer. If anything, I'd call myself a sage. Oh? Her teeth grit together, gnashing loudly. I dearly hope you have proof of that claim, else I might have to kill you for that insult. He stomped a foot down and an entire forest instantaneously bloomed behind him to replace the one they'd destroyed. It cut down on his reserves viciously, but it was well worth it for the baffled expression on her face. A beat of silence passed between the two of them. He grinned at her as a bead of sweat ran down his brow. This really was one hell of a gamble. What is your name, child? Progress. He mentally pumped a fist. Well, lots of people call me Naoya, but you, he smiled. You can call me Naruto. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person, Naoya Zenien. Thanks, I guess? And you are? Merely someone with a passing interest in jujutsu. And so it begins. Manifest. I'm home. What happened to you? You're covered in blood, Naoya. Those were about the reactions he'd expected when he came home looking like this. As such, he didn't particularly protest overmuch when Maki and Mai pounced on him. He was even kind enough to let his adorable little cousins latch onto an arm each, Maki his right and Mai his left, while they dragged him inside the clan compound. No amount of explaining would satisfy the twins. They promptly plunked him down on the bed, brought out the bandages and gauze besides. To them, it didn't matter that he was already completely healed. His clothes were a wreck and he looked awful. That alone had them breaking out the heavy-duty equipment. Never you mind that. He waved their fussy hands away from his face before they could break out the rubbing alcohol. I made a friend. A friend? Maki hissed. She looked fit to spit. If this friend is the one who hurt you. Hanami eased open the door and plodded in behind them, silent as the grave. Am I intruding? It was like pouring gasoline over a raging fire. In short, his precious little cousins absolutely burst into action. My world and fired off a shot from her revolver even as Maki pivoted and swung her sword at Hanami's thigh. One went low, the other high. It almost brought a tear to his eye. Unfortunately for them, Hanami gave their attacks all the consideration they were due, that is to say, absolutely none at all. Mai's bullet bounced harmlessly off her fractured helm, while Maki's sword shattered against her heel, leaving her clutching a trembling hilt. The special grade turned her head to glower at her, an amber eye glaring through the cracks in her armor. How very rude. Fear triumphed over adrenaline at last and the twins shrank back behind him with an explosive yelp. Perhaps that was a testament to their belief in him, the absolute certainty that no matter their lack of skill, he would still protect them, no matter what. And he would. It was just touching to see their faith firsthand. They must have been practicing their teamwork when he wasn't looking. They really could work together when they wanted to. That settled it. These two were going to be amazing by the time they reached Jujutsu High. No way was he letting the Kyoto branch anywhere near them. Maki, Mai, he gave each of them a gentle nudge. This is Hanami. She's a friend, you know. Please don't attack her. Mai, ever the bold one, found her voice first. Is that a special grade curse? What's that thing doing here? My name is Hanami. He didn't miss the faint undercurrent of annoyance in her voice. Maki balked. She talks. The special grade stared at her in return. Would you rather I attack you? The girls quailed for a moment under her stare, but rallied. As expected of his stubborn little cousins. That was a joke. Hanami added after a moment's pause. I'm afraid I don't entirely understand you humans and your behavior. Say that part first next time. Mai exclaimed. How is she even here? Did no one sense her? Naruto clapped a hand to his forehead. She's suppressing her cursed energy for now, but we can't have someone seeing her, so I've wrapped her in an illusion. He felt a faint flicker of concern from the cursed spirit. Does it tire you? A little. He wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. I'm used to disguising myself, not others. It's not like I created a new body or anything. That saw a bit of a logistical hurdle, one he didn't know how to surpass just yet, never mind the materials he'd need. Not sure I can do that right now. You mind taking the rest of that helmet off in the meantime? I already cracked most of it, and it'll put these two at ease. Sure enough, that got Mai's attention. That's not her real face? Nope, she smacked his lips. Not by a long shot. Hanami heaved a sigh. I suppose there's no point in hiding it now. As they looked on, she raised both hands, dug her fingers into her helm and twisted. The armored helmet and faceplate crumbled away from her visage, taking that ghastly grimace with it to reveal. His jaw clicked open of its own accord at the sight of her. What? Maki mirrored him in her innocent awe. Pretty. Mai sulked. That is so not fair. Beneath that helmet/mask, she had all the splendor of a traditional Japanese beauty with dark hair. Indeed, she would have passes for human at a glance, if it weren't for her horns. I do not deserve such praise. Hanami shook her head, sending her long, luscious locks swaying. These horns of mine are quite ugly. That's what you focus on? Mai poked her torso. Is she human under all that armor? Humanoid. Naruto corrected with a raised finger. And she won't attack us? A long, lingering look between him and Hanami followed. Not if she wants to live. Strangely enough, the special grade radiated approval at that. How very curse-like of you. It seems the shorter one has a technique similar to yours. Inferior perhaps, but similar nonetheless. Mai squawked. Hey! Now, he patted her head. Let's all get along, eh? He knew this would cause ripples. Did he care? Nope. The Zenin elders and the higher UPS of Jujutsu Command could go swallow a stinky shoe for all he cared. The past was the past, the future was now. While it would be nice if his generations and theirs could all get along, he wasn't holding out hope. The people of this world were too fractured, too focused on status and pride and glory. It reminded him of the way things had been back in his world before the Fourth Shinobi War. All the endless backstabbing and dickering about. Clan scheming against clan, sorcerer against sorcerer. If working with a special grade curse got their tights in a twist, then too bad. He was through catering to their outdated whims. And besides, if a curse had proper intelligence, it also had opportunity to choose. Of course it could continue as it was, follow its base instincts and senselessly attack everything in sight, or it could be better and find the path of reason, as Hanami had. Better yet, a curse could choose to converse and negotiate. Now, he was under no impressions that Hanami was an entirely good person. Most curses weren't, but so long as she helped him and his while avoiding any atrocious acts, he was content to work with her. Besides, it felt kinda nice to tell someone his real name, even if that someone was a former enemy. In any case, he coughed into a fist before the twins could wind themselves up into another argument. She's agreed to work with me in the future. This is just me introducing you to her to prevent any confusion. Please treat her with the same respect you do me. Maki and Mai made unhappy noises. But she's a curse, are we really allowed to work with her? Naruto shrugged one shoulder. Probably not. The twins rounded on him. Now yeah. But I'm done caring what the higher-ups think. He sat back down and stifled a yawn with the back of his hand. They've been nothing but a nuisance, and if they had their way, the two of you would have been thrown out of the Zenin clan a long time ago or worse, regulated to servants. Why should I give a hoot about any of those outdated geezers say? Mai squirmed. But to work with a curse. Your anxiety is not unfounded. Hanami surprised him by actually speaking up. Perhaps a binding vow would suffice? Naruto's brow shot into his hair. You sure about that? Once you make one of those. They are your kin, she stared back at him intently. It's only natural that you would seek to protect them from harm. As he looked on, she turned away from him, gazing out the window into the foggy night. And besides, you also have family. Dagon and Jogo would not entirely approve of this, I think, but they would respect the spirit of the sentiment all the same. Then they're weak. And just when he thought a certain someone clammed up. Quiet? He blinked quickly. Jogo? Dagon? Should I know those names? You needn't fear the former, Hanami rumbled, but I would suggest avoiding the latter should you ever encounter him. He's always been the volatile sort. But enough of them. She knelt and bowed her head before he could try to pry more information out of her. I hereby swear. Maki and Mai Zenin. I shall never knowingly lay a hand upon either of you. In return, I ask only that you call me an ally of your sage. Maki and Mai titled their head. Sage? No, 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 not opening that can of worms here. There we go, all settled. He clapped his hands, hurrying them along. Now if we can just... Maki snagged his sleeve. No you don't. You didn't even tell us how the two of you met. That's right. Mai joined in. How did this happen? We want details. Bless. And here he'd hoped to get off scot-free. He sat back down and gave them the summarized version of their encounter. Well, I went to the shrine and ran into a first-grade curse, beat it up a bit, captured it, then... Mai floundered and flung up a hand. Wait, you captured a cursed spirit? Sure did. Hanami climbed to her feet and turned her head his way. Is curse manipulation also a part of your technique? Nah. He waved her off and patted the large scroll still nestled at his back. Pretty sure that one's exclusive to Ghetto. Way I see it, I'm gonna try to tame this one and see if I can boost M up to special grade. They have a really useful ability I'd like to mimic, or barring that, pass on to someone else. Maki and Mai made baffled noises. Why? Because it's fun. The more the merrier, I always say. Hanami was not so easily countered. And if they refused to see reason? That would be unfortunate, but he'd prepared for that happenstance. Then I'll finish what I started at the shrine. It would be a shame to lose such a useful asset, but the twins' safety outweighed any lingering curiosity and avarice he might feel. Here, Hanami raised a hand and conjured a small earthen bud in her palm. This is for you, Sage of the Earth. As he looked on, she bent it between her fingers until it adopted the shape of a small earthen band, the kind meant to be worn upon one's finger. A means to contact me, should you so desire. Maki choked. That a ring? Mai finished, incredulous. So what if it was? Friends gave each other gifts all the time. He couldn't sense any ill intent in this. Baffled by the byplay, he slid it into a random finger. Maki and Mai fainted outright on the bed behind him, and granted her a humble bow, as was customary for such gift. In hindsight, he probably should have paid better attention to which finger he put in on. You're leaving already? I've lingered too long as it is. For some reason she wouldn't meet his eyes. My companions are no doubt wondering where I am, and it would not do for me to be seen here as I am now. Fair point. Although, Hanami frowned at him. What are you plotting this time? Naruto beamed ever so innocently. Wanna cause a little chaos before you go? She tilted her head just so, amber eyes blinking. That depends on the nature of said chaos. Great. First things first, though. He rubbed his hands together. Can you put that scary helmet of yours back on real quick? She granted him a languid blink, not quite comprehending his intentions. I can don and remove it as many times as I wish, yes. Excellent. That was just peachy. His grin grew to shit-eating proportions. Hanami, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Naoya was dead. He had to be, right? And yet Naruto felt the Reaper's scythe against his throat. Like a noose tightening with each passing misdeed, so too did he sense his own impending doom for the last hour now. As though some fell shadow had fallen over him, promising him doom, death, damnation if he didn't run, if he didn't get out of this bunker right now. But he couldn't. Not yet. He'd been scrambling to collect important papers and documents, any and all proof of the Zenian clan's finances and the schemes he and his brothers had put into place with them. He'd already burned the last batch and only this handful remained. Once he disposed of them personally, he could away back across the ocean and hide out in Europe, or perhaps to escape the fallout that would come. Yes, Naoya's days were numbered, he just didn't realize it. You disappoint me, brother. Naruto whirled with a shriek, eyes wide. No. Blazing eyes emerged from the shadow, staring up at him, and his accursed sibling coalesced around them. He was smiling. It was not a nice smile. He'd learned to fear that look, to dread it and hate it in equal measure, and avoid it at all costs. Now he found himself the sole focus of it, and it terrified him. Did you think I couldn't reach you here? This wasn't possible. Had he gone made from fear? Naruto scrambled backward and tripped over himself. How are you here? This bunker is miles beneath the earth. Naoya ignored him. That was smart of you, setting that trap the way you did. He stepped forward, forcing him back. I don't know how you managed to find one of Sukuna's fingers, let alone smuggled the damn thing all the way out to that shrine. You gave me quite the shock. The shadows seemed to flicker over his face, and for an instant, he glimpsed something horrid looming over his shoulder. The sight of it froze his very soul, and in his panic, he lost control of his cursed energy. But thanks to you, a special grade curse lumbered out of the shadows behind him, a horrible horned monstrosity, its face set in a frightful grimace. He knew what it was. Its cursed energy was insane, stronger than anything he'd ever felt in his meager life. It didn't say a word. It just stared at him. Like he was no one. Nothing. I made a friend. Naruto toppled backward, spilling papers as he went. You damn monster. You're right. I am a monster. His little brother leaned in, towering over him with a smile. For that, I make no apologies. I'd happily become a monster for those I love. And you've crossed me for the last time. He raised a hand and snapped his fingers. Hanami, if you would. Her hands closed around Natoshi's face with intent. Twisted, no. Naruto tried to scream. All that emerged was a gurgle. Naoya had many projects to work on in the coming months. But first and foremost had a promise to keep. And keep it he did. Megumi was used to living alone. Well, not completely alone. He had Tsumaki. His feelings toward his half-sister were pretty conflicted really, but he'd grown used to living by his own means long ago. He had to. There was no other choice. Either learn to fend for himself and his sister, who was frankly far too kind for her own good, or starve to death. Honor and high morals didn't fill your belly. Both their parents had vanished long ago. His dad and her mom. And while there was still some small stipend they'd left behind to live on, that was rapidly running out. It wouldn't be long now. A year? Maybe 2 if he scrimped and saved where he could. By then they'd have to sell things to survive, then turn to begging, maybe even outright stealing their supper. He didn't like that last one any more than Tsumaki did, but his big sister was far, far too kind. She would never be able to do that. He hadn't seen his old man's face in forever. Hell, he was beginning to forget what he looked like. His own mother was a distant dream now, a faded memory of warm arms and a soft voice whose visage he could no longer recall. They were alone. They would always be alone. No point in crying over spilled milk. Life was the way it was and they'd been dealt a shit hand. Bawling wouldn't change a thing. They could either spend their lives crying over it or try to make it better. No one would give them a handout. It was pointless to expect one. Which was why it came as a complete and utter shock when they came home from school one day to find someone waiting outside their house. Everything about him instantly set Megumi on edge. He was older than them, clad in orange and black robes with matching hakama pants, his hair dyed blonde but black at the roots, his eyes bright, and smile brighter still. None of it felt fake. He looked genuinely surprised, delighted even, to see them. As though he'd been searching for a long-lost friend and finally found them. You must be Megumi and Tsumaki. Nice to meet ya. He raised a hand in greeting. I'm Naoya. Your old man asked me to check in on you while he was away. Tsumaki perked up. Papa did? A tentative tendril of interest ignited in Megumi's heart. You know our dad? Well, Naoya scratched the back of his head. I wouldn't say Noah just kicks my ass on the weekends. Been doing it for the last 2 years. Wait, why on earth would his deadbeat dad know? He understood now. An ugly, foul, festering feeling stirred in his gut. So that's how it is. He grit his teeth, choking down a snarl. My shitty old man replaced us that easily, huh? Now it's not like that. Naoya held up a finger to ward off his anger. Your dad's is complicated, probably a bit broken too. It took him 2 whole years just to warm up to me and he's still skittish as all hell around Maki and Mai. Megumi's mind fizzled, unable to keep up with it all. Who are? Possibly your aunts. Or cousins? Naoya mustered an expansive shrug. Can't really say for sure. But I can tell you this. A hand came down on his head, musing his hair. Your father loves you very much, Megumi. More than life itself, really. He's just too afraid to say it. How do you know that? Because every time I try to talk about you with him, he always does 3 things. With his free hand the baffling blonde held up 3 fingers. 1. He changes the subject. 2. He absolutely kicks my ass for a skin. And 3. He made me take a binding vow to watch over you while he was away. Tsumiki tilted her head, baffled by he term. What's a binding vow? Right, lot to unpack there. How's about this? He spread his arms wide. Hit me. Did I stutter? Naoya beckoned at him. I want you to hit me. Go ahead. Slug me as many times as you want. He set his package aside on the fence and spread his arms wide. I'll take it all. Your rage, your pain, your sadness and sorrow. Expend it all right here, right now, so we can move past this awkwardness. Megumi clenched his hands into fist. If you're offering. Tsumiki flung herself between the two of them, arms spread wide. Don't do it. Stay out of this. Naoya's a good person. Can tell. Please don't hurt him. Darn. How could he possibly hit him now with her glaring at him like that? Who are you really? I already told you who I am. Technically I'm your uncle? Cousin? Naoya's head tilted as he thumbed his chin. Maybe a brother? Nah, we'll go with uncle. That one just sounds better. I can be the fun uncle. But you're not my dad's brother. I'm your uncle now and you'll damn well like it. Naoya powered right through his argument like it wasn't even there. In any case, I brought food. He reached his hands back and just pulled a tin of cookies out of thin air. I hope you like chocolate chip. Tsukimi squealed. Cookies. Megumi felt himself waver, but rallied. What's the real reason you're here? Well, originally I just wanted to check in on you, but after seeing this, yeah, I've decided it. I'm adopting the two of you into the Zenien clan. The shout that burst from Megumi's lips proved nothing short of explosive. Huh. Don't worry, you and your sister will want for nothing there. I'll make sure you're both looked after. And hey, you'll get to meet Maki and Mai, so more friends. When he refused to yield, Naoya exhaled in a mournful sigh. Still doubting me a little, eh? Fine. I think I have just enough for this. Crazy guy. Enough for what? This? Thus speaking, Naoya closed his eyes for a moment and abruptly clapped his hands. Kokuo! A pale, 5-tailed horse the size of a small cat burst from Naoya's shadow and alighted beside him with graceful poise. It shook itself mightily, looked to the blonde, then with a brief nudge of his foot, bounded their way. Tsumiki cooed happily at the sight. He's so small. Easy now. Naoya warned. He's stronger than he looks. He's responsible for protecting you. Let me know if you need anything, all right? His sister swept the little colt up in her arms, absolutely starry-eyed. Can we keep him? Sure, why not? Might I interject? An ugly cold shudder shot down Megumi's spine. A woman with dark hair and blank eyes rounded the corner, not a yard away. Clad in dark black yukata tied with a blood-red sash, she seemed harmless enough, every bit the refined beauty. Her steps were slow, her gait unhurried. There was no weapon to be seen on her personage. She seemed, in a word, defenseless. So why did the sight of her leave him so on edge? It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person, Naoya Zenien. The woman smiled at their would-be adopter. I've heard great things. Thanks, I guess? A puzzled look flashed across the older boy's face for a moment before he blinked. And you are? Merely someone with a passing interest in jujutsu, she granted him a genteel smile. Call me Kori. Everything about her instantly put Megumi on guard, from her voice, to her smile, even her eyes. It was the way she looked at them, not with hostility, he could have withstood that, but curiosity, as though the two of them were a pair of fascinating jewels just waiting to be snatched. And all those dark tresses did nothing to conceal her scarred forehead. Smiling, she turned to face Tsumiki. I wonder. Naoya grasped her wrist. That's far enough. Tsumiki crashed backward with a yelp. It seems you have one of Sukuna's fingers. Kari didn't even rise to the bait, damn her, as Megumi shepherded his startled sister behind him. Might I trouble you to part with it? I'd be willing to pay a handsome sum. Not a chance. Are you certain? Her smile grew. I can be most persuasive. Naoya's smile had far too many teeth for Megumi's liking. So can I, scram? She tooted. A pity. Still, I didn't come here to fight today. I just wanted to teach you a lesson. It was too much. Megumi finally lost his patience. Stop flapping your jaw already, you old hag. Go away already. Kaori clicked her tongue, akin to a mother chiding an unruly son. Children should be silent. Your betters are talking. Immense, unseen weight slammed into his shoulders from above, sending him crashing down on his hands and knees with a gasp. It felt like gravity itself had inverted, as though the world itself were trying to crush him. Through ringing ears he heard Tsumiki cry out behind him, but couldn't even muster the strength to turn his head, such was the pressure. Naoya sighed. How was this blonde bastard so calm? Megumi couldn't even bear to stand in her presence, let alone under such weight. And yet Naoya just tilted his head, utterly unfazed by it all. You know, you remind me of a certain snake, puppeteering bodies like that. Kaori giggled and touched one hand to her cheek, mildly amused by the insinuation. My, how could you tell? Your cursed energy, for one. The Zenien raised a hand. It's irregular and coming from your skull. Megumi's entire being tensed, coiled like a spring. Do I fight? Can I even? Despite his earlier claims, he knew a little of the 10 Shadows technique, enough to summon 2 demon dogs. Maybe it would be enough. Kaori glanced at him out the corner of her eye, not even deigning to turn her head. As intriguing as your technique is, I think not. The pressure bearing down on him intensified tenfold, crushing his very lungs. Can't breathe. I'm blacking out. Naoya's cursed energy draped itself over them a moment later. If Kaori's curse was a cold, oppressive sea, then his was a warm blanket on a sunny day, cocooning them in warmth. No more than that. It was 1,000 kind words and a pat on the head, a tight hug and gentle reassurance that everything would be all right, come hell or high water. Do not fear, it seemed to say. I'm here. Behind him he heard Tsumiki's breath even out as the pressure abated. Kaori's smile grew as she strode forward. As expected of the heir to the Zenien clan. Shall I play with you a little? She threw a punch. Naoya caught her fist with ease, slipped into her guard, and drew a fist back to strike. For a moment, just a moment, Megumi could have sworn he glimpsed black marks etched into the blonde's whiskered face. He blinked and they were gone. Had he imagined them? Playtime is over. Clenched knuckles barreled into Kaori's face and sent her flying through their home with a single punch. Megumi winced despite himself, unable to tear his eyes away from the spectacle. I thought he was an idiot, but this guy is actually strong. Tsumiki groaned. Our house? Oops. That was the least of their worries, because the fallen debris gathered themselves into a swirl, demolishing yet more of their precious house and defying gravity to shoot forward at Naoya. What was that? A blast of cursed energy? Gravity itself turned into a weapon? Whatever it was, the belligerent slapped it aside, sending it rocketing into the sky, where it detonated harmlessly. Interesting. Kaori brushed some falling dust from her hair and righted herself. Very well. It seems I'll have to. Oi, now, a new voice interjected above them. What do you think you're doing bullying my adorable Kohai? Do you want to die that badly? With all his remaining strength, Megumi managed to turn his head. Someone was standing on a nearby roof. A young man, white hair and sunglasses? How would that make any difference? For the first time since they'd met her, Kaori stopped smiling. Gojo said I see, her lips pursed into a thin line as she glared at the new arrival. So you came prepared for me? Did you know I would show myself? A Cheshire grin was her reward as the newcomer hopped down. Wouldn't you like to know? I very much would, but it seems I won't have that chance. She placed both hands in her sleeves with a sigh. I suppose it doesn't matter if you won't turn over the finger right now. I only came by to give you a greeting anyway. And a warning. That soft smile gained an edge. Don't expect things to go your way much longer, Naoya Zenien. Her piece said. She turned and vanished in a swirl of dark light. Megumi squinted after her. Who the heck was that? Naoya held up a finger. A full 10 seconds elapsed. Only then did he dare lower his hand. Sorry, he muttered the words under his breath, still staring stubbornly at the space Kaori had occupied. Had to make certain she was gone for good. That thing ain't human. Or maybe it was at some point, But why show its face now? Am I missing something here? He continued prattling on, heedless of his attempts to gain his attention. Why would she deliberately try to rile me up? Tsumaki tugged on his sleeve. Mr. Naoya? Right? He shook himself. Alright, time to get you out of here. I don't want you anywhere near that thing, and I'm still recovering right now. But what about him? Megumi followed his sister's gaze. Strange. Gojo hadn't said a word since earlier. He hadn't even moved from that spot. Oh right, forgot about him. He made a strange seal with his left hand, 2 fingers pointing in the air, thumb tucked inward against them. Come over here, will you? Gojo did just that, silent as the grave. Naoya nodded. You did good. Have a nice long rest. They clapped hands in a high five and Gojo exploded into a plume of smoke, leaving only fading mist behind. Megumi rounded on Naoya, incredulous. That was a bluff? Sure was. Naoya winked his way. Isn't that cheating? Is it? The blonde turned a wan smile on him. Would I have won if I played fair? Maybe. Maybe. His distant relation affirmed with a nod. But it wasn't a certainty, not when I had to protect you and Tsumaki. Sooner or later, I would have slipped up and that woman would have had me. This way we've chased her off and she's bound to be cautious in the future. I don't get you. Ha! For some reason, that seemed to amuse the older boy, who sent a wink his way. Don't worry, I don't expect you to. I'm not like most sorcerers. I'll do whatever it takes to survive and make it back to my family. I'm not above tricking my enemies or using my surroundings to win. Tsumaki raised a trembling hand. Does that include our house? On cue, what remained of their home collapsed behind the 3 of them in a cloud of dust. Here at last, Naoya looked just a tiny bit embarrassed. Damn it, Gojo, he muttered under his breath. You're rubbing off on me. Megumi scowled. What was that? The blonde feigned a cough, clasped both hands behind his head and turned away. To be fair, I wasn't trying to punch her into your house. A slow flush crept up the back of his neck when his words only earned a deeper deadpan from him. I only made one hole. She wrecked the rest. Honest. Tsumaki thumbed her chin. Well, if you say so. I do say so. Naoya reclaimed his dignity quickly and lowered his arms. If you lost any personal possessions in there, I'll reimburse you for them. Now let's hold hands. Quick as a flash, the eccentric offered them each an open palm. Megumi eyed them like a pair of vipers. Why? Because, Megumi, Naoya heaved a long sigh, I'm about to run really fast, and I won't either of you getting hurt. Tsumaki latched onto his right hand and held tight. Megumi glared at her for it. Traitor! Oh, come on. She smiled at him, fearless as always. Naoya's not a bad person. He looked away with a scowl. That's what worries me. Bad people were easy to understand. Good people. He didn't know what to do with people who were just too nice. Slowly, reluctantly, he took Naoya's hand as a child might that of a relative. Good boy. His so-called uncle smiled down at him. You made the right choice. Now then, hold tight. The world blurred. That was only term he could think to use as reality around them twisted. Up became down and down became something else as his vision shifted. When it cleared, he found himself standing in picturesque scenes straight out of a painting. Like he'd stepped out of the busy city and into the pages of the past. It wasn't just quiet here, it was serene. The clan compound stretching out before him was downright idyllic in serenity, with not a soul to be seen. Wait, he told a lie. 2 girls with green hair pelted around the corner at speed, kicking up a cloud of dust in his wake. Naoya. Who in blazes were those 2? Ah, right on time. Naoya beamed at him. Welcome to the Zenian clan. Maki hit Megumi like a human freight train, just as my barreled into Tsumaki. And so it was that Megumi and his sitter leaped headfirst into the mad world of jujutsu. You can't go about taming cursed spirits. This isn't Pokemon. You're right, it isn't. I've asked Geto for a few ideas. Dare I ask what ideas those were? I dunno. Do you dare? Naoya. Devour your days. Speak. The cursed spirit before him hissed sullenly as she grasped the bars of her cage. Exclamation point. Well, he supposed that much was to be expected. She wasn't very happy with him at the moment. And after he went out of his way to spare her life. Honestly, he'd held back quite a bit to avoid breaking the petrifying serpentine curse. One would think even an apparition would show some appreciation. But no, this one had been trying to bite him the moment he'd transferred her from her scroll to a holding cell. He'd even been kind enough to line this pit with warm pillows so she wouldn't get cold. Snakes liked warm things, right? Hadn't he read that somewhere? Really, a little gratitude would be nice. I know you can understand me. He gave her reinforced prison a tap, drawing an aggravated noise from the seemingly mindless beast. The sooner you talk, the sooner I let you stretch your legs, tail, he quickly amended when she flashed her fangs at him. Come on, I know those chains must be chafing. She glared hatefully at him, eyes hidden behind her serpentine hair. Liar. Huh? His face split in a shit-eating grin. So you can talk after all? It was slow perhaps, halting even, but it was communication. Something, as they say, was better than nothing. Why let me live? Why indeed? Naruto beamed back and tucked both hands in his sleeves. I'm so very glad you asked. More fool she, trying to engage him in a war of words. He'd win every time. But first, a question. Did someone tell you to kill me? Or did you come to the shrine for Sukuna's finger? She stared at him for a long moment. The latter. Now they were getting somewhere. Sweet progress. It was only to be expected. Sukuna's finger was a magnet for cursed spirits, like catnip for them, a promise of power if they could only consume it. He'd both brought and bound the finger back up in the best of bindings since returning to the clan compound, but even now he could sense a little energy leaking through. At the time he'd hoped it would be enough to silence the voice in his head, but too late for that brat. And didn't he just dread that? The king of curses was in his head. And by the sound of things, it seemed like he was here to stay. He'd need to research this later. But for now? All right, cursed spirit. I'm a boy of my word. He waved a hand and her shackles, bindings forged from his own cursed energy, dissolved like so much morning mist. She slumped to the ground and immediately coiled in on herself like the lamia she was. Pity flickered in his heart for a moment. Before he managed to quash it. She may have answered honestly, but he wasn't willing to trust her just yet. That would come later. Shifting his weight forward on one foot, he leaned forward to regard his new guest. See, he crooned at her. Isn't that better? She glared at him. He was admittedly very curious about the composition of a cursed spirit, but he was hardly going to start cutting the critters open to find out what they were like. He'd leave that sort of thing to Shoko. No, he'd rather kill them with kindness. After all, he'd seen what happened to those who ruled with fear. That would not be him. No, never him. Release me. Now why would I want to do that? Her eyes narrowed. It was his one and only warning. This time Naruto was ready for it. Her cursed technique struck the barrier between the bars and fizzled out in a shower of sparks. She tried again, only to fail for a second time. A third attempt fared no better. An annoyed noise fled from her chapped lips, and she lashed at the bars with her long tail, only to recoil with a pained yelp. What is this? Stings, doesn't it? He wiggled his fingers at her. I may not be able to use curse manipulation like Geto, but I've gotten pretty adept at barriers. And this, a flick of said fingers caused her to wince. This thing can hold even a weak special grade curse. You won't be breaking out of your plush prison without my say-so. May as well make yourself comfortable. Easier for both of us that way. She glared bloody red daggers at him, pale eyes flashing, snakes hissing in her hair. What do you want? I'd like for us to be friends. He held out a hand just shy of the bars. How does that sound? Moreover, it was a starting point to tame her, and that was all he needed. She shrank back against the bars. You wish to break me and make me yours? Why does everyone always jump to that conclusion? He slapped a hand to his forehead and blanched despite himself. I'm not here to break anybody. That's such an ugly way of saying it. Look, there's no need to be hostile. I'm not your enemy. Besides, a hand slipped into his pocket. If I wanted you dead, you would be dead. He held up Sukuna's finger. Do you know what this is? She perked up, excitement hastening her words. Mine. That's mine. Give me it. I found it first. A low growl pervaded the back of his mind, rife with indignation. Don't you dare feed a piece of me to that thing. Naruto chuckled inwardly. Oh, so now you start making requests. On second thought? Go right ahead, Brett. I'll enjoy watching her rip you limb from limb. Yeah, not happening. I have something that tastes even better. He held out his pointer finger and boldly placed it between the bars of the cage. Have a nibble. The curse bit it clean off down to the very knuckle. A finger full of chakra and cursed energy. Just as expected. Sukuna made an intrigued noise. Now this is something. Good girl. Naruto watched the curse swallow his offered finger intently. Now let's see what happens. The curse fell flat on her face with a gasp, and began to convulse. Naruto observed the change that followed with quiet curiosity and began taking notes. Although the serpents hung long and concealed most of the cursed spirit's pallid visage, the same could not be said of the rest of her. Her humanoid torso became paler, her gray skin taking on an almost ethereal hue as her long serpentine tail lashed at the ground behind her. He felt the precise moment her cursed energy skyrocketed. It battered at the walls of her cage, producing an ominous wail as her power grated against the metal. Good, good, he placed his hands together, palm to palm, and rode out the storm. That's the way. As he looked on her once dull scales shimmered into gold and black, crisscrossed with lines of red. Likewise her arms blackened, dirty fingers clenching into claws. Even her body grew larger, doubling in size and mass, all the while the serpents amidst her hair became visibly more pronounced. Were they hair now? Snakes? Some mad blend of the two? He could no longer tell. But when she raised her face... Well, he thumbed his chin and crouched down, gazing into her vibrant violet eyes as she shivered upon the pillows. Isn't this something? You almost look human now. And she did. Her pale and slightly scaled face was framed by long violet hair that tapered off into hissing serpents, her fangs flashing as she gasped for air. He opened the cage and threw a cloak over her back for decency's sake. The moment the cloth touched her sin, she pounced at him. Faster than she looks. Somewhat startled, he willed her cage to both contract and close. Well that he did too, because the cursed spirit practically smashed her face against it, all but bending the bars to get at him. She'd been a high grade 2 before, but after taking in one of his fingers, she'd leaped the ladder all the way to a powerful grade 1. Maybe even more. She demanded, eyes wide, voice low and husky, no longer even slightly slurred. I need more. Give me more of that delicious power at once. Not yet. He flicked her forehead and she withdrew with a surprisingly girlish whine. You'll get more if you behave. Who knows? You might even become stronger than Hanami. Stepping back, he expanded her cage once more. She'd really gotten quite large. If it weren't for the cage and the barriers he'd woven, she could have pulled herself out the training pit and gone on a rampage. They couldn't have that, of course, which was why he'd sequestered her down here in the first place. Still, he hadn't expected her to grow quite this large. Clever little human. Her tail lashed at the cage and she leaned back, looming large over him. Do you mean to tame me with fine food? I will not be so easily swayed. Finger food, more like. He chortled softly to himself at the blatantly bad joke. Kurama would have been proud. And what is a Kurama? I don't know that word. I don't expect you to. He grinned at the king of curse as much as the beast before him. I wouldn't trust you if you rolled over that easily anyway. Her fangs flashed in a scowl, her fine features contracting. I shall not falter. He wagged a finger at her and hummed. Even if I give you another one of these? The cursed spirit whimpered in a moment of weakness. You are a cruel, cruel human. Been there, done that, wasn't fun. He gave her complaints all the attention they were due, which is to say none whatsoever. Now, I'll need to give you a name. He'd once read of a magnificent monster capable of turning others to stone. What myth was that again? It wasn't Japanese. American? No, they had some interesting legends but nothing like that. Chinese? Maybe that was it? Not quite. He thumbed his chin and bit his lip, racking his mind for ideas. That was the one. Gorgon, he thrust a finger at her, just shy of biting range. That'll be your name. The grade 1 spirit blinked at him. Strange human. Why name a curse? He shrugged one shoulder. Intelligence deserves a name. I do not like the name Gorgon. She crossed both arms before her bosom and looked away with a hungry huff. If you insist upon this foolishness, then at least choose something befitting my stature. Right. Didn't that Gorgon from the legends have sisters? He struggled for a name and found one. Medusa. She smiled ever so softly. Acceptable. Naruto smiled and sat before Cage. Alright, then Medusa. How do you feel about cursing my enemies? In hindsight, he should have known his day. Wouldn't be that simple. Saying so was absolutely asking for trouble. He brought it upon himself, really. After spending the better part of the day offering an olive branch to his would-be ally, he put both the twins and the Fushiguro siblings to bed and retired to his study with Sukuna's finger. While it was admittedly useful as a bargaining chip, he had no idea what to do with the darn thing. He tried destroying it. Nothing worked. Not even the all-consuming blaze of the Amaterasu. Setting it down on his desk, he picked at the bandages wrapping the long digit and scowled at the item within. Should I just eat you and be done with it? He wondered aloud. Nobody could take you from me then. The king of curses scoffed. You're welcome to try if you want to bet your life. Right, this thing was a deadly poison to people, wasn't it? He himself was probably no exception. Best save that as a last resort. Oi, Sukuna. Was it his imagination, or did the finger twitch just now? Was he seeing things? He could practically hear the smirk in the bastard's voice. What? Why can I hear your voice, anyway? You ask me that now? You're the one who tried oh so foolishly to touch my soul. Be grateful I didn't kill you outright. He flung up his arms and glared at the ceiling with an exasperated huff. But I didn't mean to, damn it. It was an accident. I don't care. You're the one that awakened me, and I don't feel like sleeping now. Deal with it? Plucking the finger up, he glared at it. You're not already inside me or something, are you? I'm not. Phew. Yet. Damn it, he couldn't tell if this guy was joking or not. I shall ask a question of my own. For an instant, he could have sworn the shadows smiled in the corner of the room. You seek power. But to what end? Naruto whirled, staff already conjured in his hand, but found no opponent to face. Only silence. I need power to prove myself, he swallowed once, grappling with his fear. To protect what I hold dear, to never lose to anyone again. HRMM. 2 out of 3 isn't bad, I suppose. He'd just begun sketch out some notion of what that meant when he sensed it. A faint, lingering presence headed his way. It paused at his door, dithered, then left. He followed it with his mind for a moment, then paid it no more heed as it returned from whence it came. Was that Megumi? So focused was he on this presence that he failed to notice another. The window crashed open behind him. Someone tumbled through. Sukuna shouted in his ear at the same moment, the absolute rat bastard. Boo! King of curses? King of trolls more likely. The result went about as such. Arg. Naruto fell out his chair. His skull struck the unforgiving wooden floor, and as he lay there in a daze, he heard someone speak. Are you all right? You too, Sumiki? He knew that voice, sure enough, he saw her and groaned into the ground before turning his head. For crying out loud, why come in through the window now? It's the middle of the night. Because. Her teary eyes were earnest as she slapped a hand against her chest. I want you to train me. Ha! I'm asking you to train me. She thrust her head low, bowing before him as she never had to another. I have to protect Megumi. I'm his big sister. He sat up with a sigh. Her emotions were a boiling cauldron of discontent to him. That's not the only reason, is it? She studied her shoes for a long moment. A lone tear rolled down her face and struck the ground. Followed by another. And another. Another. When you fought that woman, she hiccuped, it was a small, pained sound that made him think of a kicked kitten. Megumi and I couldn't do anything. Her hands wrung together painfully. He could see a bead of blood where her fingers bit into her palm. I never want to feel that weak ever again. I want her to pay. Oh, that might be bad. He'd seen people go down this path before, it rarely ended well. Getting strong for the sake of someone else was all well and good, better than craving strength for vengeance, but it could also prove a flimsy goal. You needed to have something else, something more to stand on. He wasn't sure if she had that something. Megumi would become strong in time. Of that he had no doubt. Did his sister have that potential? He didn't know. And it worried him. He tried to dissuade her. You're way behind Maki and Mai. You'll have to work twice as hard to catch up. You won't even be able to safely spar with us for at least a year. Her head bowed lower still. I'll do whatever it takes. See, that's what worries me. 6 months later. It took Toji the better part of 6 months to finally find his prey. Half a year. Funny how time flies. Almost made him feel old. By the time he tracked down his quarry in their little mountain hideaway, he was in no mood for games. They put up one hell of a fight, but the outcome was never in questions. He won, of course. Real sick bastard too, liked cutting kids open for kicks. Nasty cursed technique too, controlling people with their own blood. If Megumi and Tsumiki had been exposed to that. Don't think about it. They were safe, and that twisted curse user wouldn't hurt anyone else. He'd made a tidy sum with that bastard's head, then won twice that with a bit of gambling on the side. Things were looking up, and it was very much a good day until it wasn't. It was a whim, you see. He dropped in on his old place by chance, content to sneak a peek at his kids through the window. Instead he found himself staring at an empty lot, devoid of life. Someone had jammed a sign into it. He read it now. Took the kids, sorry. Long story. Warm regards. Naoya. His right eye twitched. That damn Brayo. Toji never ran so fast in his life. They were getting better. Naruto couldn't help but feel proud of that, proud that Maki and Mai had come so far, proud that they'd gotten so fast, proud that they'd become so clever. A laugh tore out of him as Shikaku's sand sucked at his feet, briefly limiting his mobility as Maki struck at him with playful cloud. He knew better than to touch that weapon. Even a single block would send him flying. He swayed to the side instead, ducked under her retaliatory swipe and hammered a punch into her gut. The feisty girl spat blood, but took the chance to latch onto his arm. In the same instant Mai vaulted her sister and flew headlong at him, her body wreathed in Matabai's blue flames. Such admirable teamwork. He bent backwards to avoid her lunge, leaving his back nearly parallel with the ground as he planted a foot to steady himself. From there he swept the other, shattering Shikaku's sand and sending both girls and their little demozens sprawling to the dirt. Still smiling, he ripped a small scroll from his back and flung it at them, creating portal in midair. The twins tensed. Oh right, he'd never shown this to them before. She still wasn't special grade yet, but she was getting close. Very close. Medusa. She didn't fully appear, that would have flattened the girls and outright. Instead she thrust her towering visage through the pseudo-portal he'd created and glared at the girls. The effect was immediate. Mai took the brunt of it and crashed to the ground, one of her legs gone stiff as stone. Maki threw herself aside and flung up playful cloud as shield. One arm still turned to stone, but she kept coming. His grin grew. Neither had ever seen him use her before, yet they knew to dodge. So damn proud of them right now. Maki's fist thundered in at his face when he wasn't looking. Clenched knuckles seared toward his nose. The eyes shimmered into painful purple, and her fist stopped half an inch from his face. The fact that she'd made him use this just to avoid getting hit spoke well of her. Maki balked, alarmed to find herself suspended in the air. Wah! I've taught you everything you know, but not everything I know, he winked her way. Now then, Shinra Tensei. A single blast sent her flying toward the still-downed Maki. He bid Medusa to return and allowed their petrification to expire. Much to his delight, they climbed to their feet quickly. Recreating the Rinnegan always took a toll on him. It didn't last long, and he could still only pull or push things at a vastly degraded pace. Frankly, he wasn't sure he'd ever graduate beyond that for a while. Maybe that was for the best. No one deserved that kind of unlimited power. All right, he beckoned their way. No more tricks. Come at me. They blitzed him. He swept his hands out on either side of him, caught each of their fists, reeled them like fish on a hook until, plunked. Their skulls collided with a thunderous crash. Maki and Mai ate dirt spectacularly. And we'll call it a day there. Maki flopped onto her back, eyes spinning in her head as he dusted off his hands. How are you so strong? Honesty was the best policy. Sit-ups, push-ups, and plenty of juice. Mai groaned into the ground. That's bullshit. Language. Oh boo. Mai stabbed a finger at him. And you used a cursed spirit too. He was ready for that. The two of you used Matatabi and Shikaku. All's fair in love and war. The little Biju in question made annoyed noises, but didn't protest over much. They were still small after all. They'd likely need a nap after expending this much energy. He'd meant to encourage them. Instead, the twins slumped in unison. We're still not stronger than you. But you're stronger than you were. He knelt to tousle their dirty hair, drawing pleased looks from them. That's a cause for celebration, eh? Indeed it is. All three of them jumped. Naruto swore under his breath. He knew that voice. Sure enough, he found Gojo standing there, leaning against a nearby wall. Really, he'd never get used to that. The man didn't move, he bloody teleported in and out whenever he liked. He couldn't anticipate his arrival until he was practically on top of him. Which he was now, the Sanuva. Hello my dear Kohai, he sing-songed as he skipped their way. Mai, why don't you girlies get us some tea? Naruto knew that smile. Gojo, don't you dare. Mai scoffed, clutching a sleepy Matatabi to her chest. As if. Maki snorted, holding an already dozing Shikaku close. Not a chance in. Gojo Saru took all their protests and bulldozed right over them. First one back gets a kiss from Naoya. Everyone absolutely froze. A spark passed between Maki and Mai. He didn't miss the way they perked up, either. Come on, Satoru ribbed him, it's just a bit of fun. See how eager they are now. Just look at them. He wasn't wrong. All that fatigue from earlier? It was nowhere to be seen now. Well, if a friendly peck on the cheek was enough to motivate them. Sure, he mumbled into a hand. That's fine. I'd like some tea. Gojo ran with it. There you have it girls. Red is set go. Maki and Mai took off like a shot. You're a rat bastard, you know that? Maybe. Gojo giggled merrily at his glare. My work here is done. Norat sighed. You're going to be the death of me at this rate. So, why did you come here? Will, his senpai brought his hands together in a resounding clap. I heard you just so happened to adopt a rather interesting boy and his sister. He absolutely twitched. And who was it that told you this? Gojo grinned impishly at him. A little bird told me. May and her damn crows. Where is she? She'll be by in an hour. Some of his anger must have shown through, because Satoru's smirk faded, just a little. Come on, you didn't think you could hide the kiddos from the higher-ups forever, did you? No, but he'd wanted the kids to enjoy the peace and quiet a little longer than this. Blasted nosy sorcerers. You're not here to torment them, are you? He planted one hand on his hip. They've only just gotten comfortable here and the holidays are coming up. I had to jump through all sorts of hoops just to calm them down, so you better not have come to make trouble. Perish the thought. A blonde brow arched high. Well, I am a little curious about them. The other eyebrow joined it a heartbeat later. All right. Gojo flailed his hands. You got me. It's not like you to swoop in and take two random kids under your wing. I want to see what they're all about. He really thought about telling him to shove off, but he knew Satoru wasn't the sort to take no for an answer. Besides, he didn't have a concrete means of holding him in place, not for very long. What was the worst that could happen? Fine. But be nice. Sure thing. Hello there. You must be Megumi. I've heard great things about you. And so it was that Fushiguro Megumi met Gojo Satoru. He would soon wish he hadn't. Powerful emotions are the driving source of evolution, I find. Be it a human or cursed spirit, that much is true. We all have things that spur us onward. Hatred, fear, and love. Yes, even love. Love is a hurricane. Toji was a shitty father. He knew this. Really. Sometimes he wished he didn't, because ignorance was bliss, because a better parent wouldn't have made the myriad mistakes he had, because a proper parent would have raised Sumiki and Megumi. A good parent would have taken the brats away from Japan altogether and seen the two of them provided for like normal children no matter the cost instead of running away like a coward. But he just couldn't help himself. You see, Toji Fushiguro was broken. It wasn't his choice, he didn't choose to be. He simply was. Despite his harsh childhood in the Zenian clan's hate-displaced he'd survived and escaped its treacherous grasp to live life on his own terms. He'd even fallen in love not once, but twice. In hindsight, it probably would have been better if he hadn't. Love was a weakness. Love was a hurricane. Love made you vulnerable. His first wife, Akane, mysteriously fell ill and passed on shortly after giving birth to his son, Megumi. He suspected foul play at the time, couldn't find any evidence of a killer, much less poisoning. She'd perished in his arms and he was suddenly left with a baby boy he had no idea how raise. A child who made him wince every time he looked at him, because he reminded him so much of his mother. So he tried to find another woman, and against all odds, succeeded. His second wife, Keiko, Tsumiki's mother, had been good to him, though she already had a kid of her own. Bit of a sharp tongue on that one, but she liked him and was good with Megumi. Better yet, she wasn't a sorcerer. She was just a normal person. Feisty and not afraid to smack him with a frying pan if he said something crass, but normal. Normal, yeah, normal was good. He had a few good years with her. Happy years. Even now, he still didn't truly understand what happened to her. She just up and vanished one day. Disappeared off the face of the earth without so much as a trace. There had been nothing leading up to it. No argument, no goodbye, not nothing. Her abrupt departure tore a hole in his already fractured heart because, to this day, he didn't know what happened to her. Somehow, that was even worse. Not knowing if she was alive or dead had been a torment all its own. Once again, his suspicions were roused. Was someone stalking the ones? Would they come for Megumi and Tsumiki next? The thought had terrified him at the time. You see, in the end, it wasn't the Zenian clan that broke Toji, though they began the process long ago. No, it was losing the people he loved that shattered him so. He couldn't bear the idea of losing a third wife the way he'd lost Akane and Keiko. So he'd reacted the only way he knew how. He just stopped caring again. Switched himself off, left Megumi and Tsumiki behind to keep them safe, and resolved to live without respecting himself or anyone else. After all, no one could hurt him if he didn't have anything left to lose now. Perhaps that wasn't the best logic, but it was the only one he knew, the one thing that had helped him survive before. And for a while there, things had been good. Folks might be able to hurt Fushiguro the father, but they couldn't touch Toji the sorcerer killer. Damn Naoya for making him feel again, for making him care. The kid had done more than worm his way into his black heart. He'd gone there and brought property. Prime real estate. In only a few short years he'd become something of a second son to him. There he said it. Happy now? He'd never tell him that. Little shit was already rocking an ego and he didn't need anyone else feeding it. But this? He'd gone too far. In summary, Toji was not happy. Result. Toji Zenien came barreling in the clan compound like a human hurricane a day after he received the news. The first guard he encountered experienced a chronic case of death via a broken everything as the sorcerer killer used the man's brutalized body to batter down the gate. Once inside, a second sentry made the massive mistake of challenging him. He wouldn't stop shouting, so he tore their head clean off. A third took one look at his fallen comrades and ran shrieking for reinforcements. He wanted them to know he was coming. After all, he wasn't here for an audience with Naobito, but Naoya. He found the brat in his office at his desk, enjoying a hefty bowel off. Was that ramen? No, focus up. Finally back, are you? He waved an errant hand in his direction. I was wondering when you'd come around. Do keep it down, won't you? Maki and Mai are sleeping off a 10-mile run with Tsumiki. Toji hissed out a breath. I told you to watch them. I did. Naoya continued eating, utterly at his ease, the little shit. No thanks to your absence. Toji stomped forward and slammed his hands down on the table. How is dragging them into the Zenian clan without telling me your idea of watching them? You were away for 6 months and made me swear a binding vow to look after them while you were gone. Naoya didn't look away from his ramen. This way, they're looked after. You're welcome by the way. Megumi was skeptical at first, but he's finally started settling in. As has Tsumiki. I kept my promise. Toji absolutely twitched. She's here too? Why wouldn't she be? His chopsticks flitted forth, savaging the bowl once more. They're siblings. It would be cruel to separate them after that attack. His throat closed. Attack? Someone crazy curse user showed up while I was visiting. Naoya shrugged a shoulder as he dug into his ramen. Name was Kaori. The sudden intensity in the blonde's eyes told him that wasn't a name he would forget anytime soon. I don't know what her intent was, but she scared the kids real bad. I practically had to take them with me after that. Enough. That still doesn't explain why you have her running laps with those girls of yours. His temper sparked and flipped the table in his face, only for the brat to snatch the bowl out of the air and bring it into his lap. Tsumiki doesn't even have a curse technique? She does, here at last. His nephew looked at him. She doesn't realize it herself, but it's very impressive. Downright scary even. Horror dawned deep within Toji. No, that's not true. That impossible. Tsumiki couldn't have one. Her mother was normal. So, I don't care about that. The declaration sounded false, even to his own ears. It's too dangerous for them to be here right now and you know it. Naoya granted him a languid blink. If you don't care, then why do you look like you want to tear my head off? He seized him by the scruff of the neck. Don't tempt me, you little. A hand grabbed his wrist, but it didn't belong to Naoya. Release my master. The air twisted beside Toji and a young woman emerged from a portalno. Wait, she wasn't human at all. She might look the part, but even he could see that her cursed energy was through the roof. Hells, the very space around her almost seemed to shimmer. Whomever she was tall, clad in skin-tight little black number of a dress, left open at the shoulders, inviting a tempting glance at her full bosom while bearing matching sleeves and leggings, the latter granting him a generous glimpse at her thighs. He didn't deny that she was beautiful, all pale skin, her eyes a piercing shade of amber with strange pupils. Someone had carved a red sigil into her forehead, but even that paled in comparison to her long flowing hair, caught somewhere between a light shade of violet and lavender. And she was glaring at him. If looks could kill, he'd be long dead. A grade 1. No wait, was this thing a special grade? How had he? Medusa, Naoya chided, be nice. You'll start molting again. Toji is a friend. Is that so? She let him go with a hiss, fangs flashing, hair lifting around her like it was alive. He glimpsed the serpents a moment later. He isn't acting like one. Concern rose within him. Why on earth do you have a special grade curse calling you master? His voice peaked in disbelief. What in blazes did you get up to while I was away? In short, Naoya knocked his bowl back with a grunt, drained the last of the broth within, and set it aside. My idiot brothers tried to kill me while you were away. That was almost a year ago now. An ugly realization struck him just then. You had this all planned out, didn't you? I anticipated you being angry, yes. Medusa emerged of her own free will. You gave her a name? Naoya shrugged one shoulder. She's something of an exception. I'm not in the habit of naming cursed spirits. She's special. As to how she reached this level that quickly, he explained what he'd done with her, which only left Toji all the more aghast. Did he not understand? Names had meaning in this world. Power. Giving a proper name to a cursed spirit did something to them. No one was quite sure what, but there could be no denying that those with names were among the more powerful ones. Just take a look at those back in the Heian era, the golden age of jujutsu. There had been some awful monsters back then, or so he'd been told. Was this kid trying to create an army? Did he have any idea what that would look like to the higher-ups? So you're just feeding your fingers to cursed spirits now? He glared down at the baffling boy, trying not to throttle him again. What are you, the next Sukuna or something? For some reason, that made the boy flinch and touch a hand to his head. He really doesn't like when you talk about him like that. Toji's brain fizzled. Is there someone else in here? Well, remember that mission I mentioned? Yeah, what about it? Why did he have a bad feeling about this? You're losing me here, kid. Naoya held up a small slender wrapped object for him to inspect. Medusa hissed hungrily at the sight of it. Toji's throat went dry. You did not. I didn't eat any of his fingers. Good. I just have his voice. In my head. Naoya finished, beaming. Words could not even begin to express his exasperation in this moment. Toji flung up his hands. I left you alone for 6 months. 180 days. How did you accomplish all this in such a short time? Hey. His pupil flung up a hand of his own to ward him off. None of it would have happened if my brother hadn't tried to off me on my first mission. And where is this brother of yours? Because if he wasn't dead, Toji was about to fix that. Dead? The words brought him cold comfort. I wouldn't be surprised if the other two are planning something. They are, right? He'd come here to rage at him, but it didn't feel right, letting him get blindsided by the powers that be. The bounty on your head's gone up, kid. Medusa scoffed. Pitiful human numbers. What need have we of them? You're using a pitiful human shell right now, Missy, so be nice. Naruto chided her before his gaze swung back to him. She has a point, though should that concern me? It should. Toji choked down his anger long enough to thump the boy on the head. Listen, you should be concerned. I'm not the only big fish around here. When that didn't seem to get through to him, he held up his phone, revealing the exact bounty in question. You're going to have some heavy hitters coming after you. Some of them are even on par with me. Here at last, a flicker of concern carried through the whiskered blonde's smiling visage. Is that why you're so worried? Of course I'm worried. You promised to look after the kids, but if you've got these bastards after you, it's not safe. It would be safer if you stuck around. Panic bleated through his mind. Is that your angle? I can't. That would be even worse. Medusa clicked her tongue, the first sound she'd made in quite some time. You're strong, but your cowardice does you no credit. Something stilled in him. What are you saying? Naoya steepled his fingers. We're saying the choice has been taken from you. The door swung open behind him with a resounding crash, cutting Toji's impending diatribe short. Someone drawled behind them. There you are, shitty old man. Toji tensed furiously, to no avail. He'd been seen. He knew Megumi's voice by now. Knew it all too well. And then it got worse for him. So much worse. He heard a quavering voice. Daddy? Not Sumiki. Anyone but her. An awful thought struck him. He'd stayed away to protect the brats, but also for himself. He'd both selfless and selfish. Yeah, but at the time he thought it was the right thing for all parties involved. They were better off without him. Yet even without turning around, his enhanced senses betrayed him. He could hear Megumi furiously gritting his teeth, hear the pain in Sumiki's voice, her tiny little sobs as she cried. Even her tears hitting the ground. As such, he didn't turn around. He absolutely did not dare, but still, that thought from before nagged at him. Am I the bad guy here? Sumiki lunged forward and latched onto his leg. He felt her do it, couldn't bring himself to let go. Why? He winced and mumbled a half-hearted reply. Why what? Why did you leave? Each word tore down his resolve, piece by painful piece. Why won't you turn around? Because he was afraid. Why won't you look at us? Because he was terrified. Did we do something wrong? Not them. They were good kids. They never did anything wrong. He was proud of them. Exclamation point, he covered his eyes with one hand and made a strangled sound, not trusting himself to speak in this moment. His daughter, kept babbling and crying. Was I bad? I'll be better. Just look at us, please. Toji tried to speak. Tried to save himself. Naoya. Nope. A rush of wind blew through the room, briefly distracting him from years of child neglect. He looked over his shoulder only to find Naoya long gone, and Medusa with him. Brad had launched himself out the door when he wasn't looking. Traitor. Ally. Alas, Toji Fushiguro had no more time for such selfish thoughts or sass. Because you see, Megumi stormed right up to him, circled round. No way. Surely he wasn't going to. He was gonna. His son kicked him hard in the groin. Stars burst before his vision. His kid could really kick. Gojo got one look at the tear fest through the opposite window and took 3 long steps backward. Maybe today wasn't the best day to torment the kiddos. Still, that Toji guy looked awfully familiar. That went smoothly, didn't it? Mei was waiting for Naruto just outside, smug as ever. Ordinarily, Naruto found that smirk of hers attractive. Yet another reason to woo her when he was older. But now, he stabbed a finger at her. Me. She tilted her head, hair concealing one eye. Aren't you happy to see your dear teacher? Yui. He stomped forward and rammed said finger into her stomach, drawing a rare yelp from her. Apparently she was ticklish. No. Focus. You, and you, and you. When she withdrew, he advanced, jabbing her again, until she jolted like the young girl she no longer was. Why did you tell Gojo about the kids? Did I do that? She tilted her head, stifling a laugh as he got her again. I don't recall. Naruto conjured playful cloud into his hand and hefted it with intent. Repeat. The words. Never mind, she amended quickly, realizing he wasn't in the mood for jokes. It's all coming back to me now. Gojo asked me to keep an eye on you while he was away. That was when I noticed your little altercation and acquisition. Did you really expect me to keep something like that under wraps? That was all well and good, but it begged the question. He flicked a scowl her way. And the higher-ups? I didn't say a word to them. Well, someone did. He stomped past and sure enough, she followed in his wake. I know the Zenien clan wasn't involved on that front. I've got eyes on all the clan elders and most of the younger generation sides with me these days. Which means it might be my bastard brothers. He wouldn't put it past them to try and weaken his position in the clan, but the joke was on them. The elders would be overjoyed to have the 10 Shadows technique back in the fold. They might take some issue with poor Tsumiki, given neither he nor her had revealed her curse technique yet. They'd have to sort that out before any of the old fogies got ideas. From now on you report to me first. My Naoya. How bold. Ever would I? He jumped up and slapped a wad of cash against her bosom. Thank you for your patronage. It was almost frightening how swiftly she changed gears, let alone snatched the money to cup his cheek. You're going to be very handsome when you grow up, Naoya. He didn't miss the calculating gleam in her eye. I think you just might make my little brother jealous. You have a brother? Sorry, she winked his way. I charge extra for personal information. Ask when you're older. Greedy bitch. A giggle was both his reward and warning. Surly disciple. Speaking of which, his hands swept up, catching her axe before she'd send him flying again. Mei's grin grew. Good boys hall we begin here, then? She worked him to the bone that day. They were surrounded by fools. Idiots, ingrates and imbeciles, the lot of them. Of all the worlds to live in, why did it have to be this one filled with fools? Were the gods laughing at him? Was this some grand cosmic joke? If so, he failed to see the punchline. No, the only thing he wanted to punch right now were the idiots keeping him fed. But what choice did he have? There was nowhere else to go. He'd been born into this and he was shackled into it until he found what he was looking for. Until then he would grit his teeth and endure, no matter the indignity he had to endure. Oi, Hyuga, an annoying voice tugged them from their thoughts. Wake up, you damn dog. We got another job for you. He detached himself from the wall with a yawn and a rather put-upon sigh. What is it now? Bounty on the kids gone up. One of his employers held up a cell phone. Yawanin. A number of the fool's wretched cursed users had gathered around a rickety old table in the warehouse. As ever, they stank of cigars and cheap booze. But that wasn't his focus. Pale eyes looked down at the device in question. Squinted at it. Kid. Widened now as he beheld the grainy image within. With trembling palms, he plucked the phone from the man's grasp, ignoring the noise his so-called handler made. That face. Those eyes. His smile. The same smile that had saved him so long ago. There were differences, of course, but the resemblance was most uncanny. No, there could be no mistake. Naruto? Huh? His agent scowled. The kid's name is Naoya, not Naruto. You gonna kill him or not? 2 taut fingers stove in his skull right between the eyes with an audible crunch, buried to the knuckle. Piggish eyes rolled back as his boss fell back with a startled gurgle and imploded, spattering everyone with blood. The world fell silent in shock. Niji Hyuga palmed his face and barked a low, bitter laugh. I wish I could say I'm sorry about this actually, wait. I'm not. I quit. Smiling, he whirled and drove his hand through a nearby man's throat, carving it out with a flick of his wrist. His victim crumpled to the ground, clutching at their ruined windpipe. One touch. One kill. His comrades lurched back in surprise as blood spattered anew, for all the good it did them. Even as they struggled to draw their weapons and use their curse techniques, he weaved in among them, seamlessly striking without a sound. Lungs. Heart. Throat. Kidneys. Stomach. The people in this era were just so squishy, all it took was a single touch to kill them. A spike of chakra to their vitals and a twist of cursed energy ensure they imploded quite messily. They all died before a single one could pull a weapon on him, and as such he gave their deaths all the afterthought, which is to say none at all. His former curse user comrades died as they lived. Meaninglessly. Cradling the phone and its image in a bloody hand, he walked out of the place he once called home. Niji Hyuga never looked back. Not a once. Miles away. A dying curse user wailed out his last breaths as he found himself crushed against an alleyway wall. Please, mercy, he rasped, flailing at the hand crushing his throat. I didn't know. His killer didn't relent. Their grasp only tightened. There was no mercy. Don't blame me, a gravelly voice filled the air and his dying visage reflected dimly against a pair of jet-black sunglasses as his killer towered over him. Blame the one who put a price on your head and the one who made me hunt you down. Those firm fingers clenched around his windpipe, rendering all protests mute. You insulted her and now it's time to pay the price? His prey tried to speak, but all that emerged was a gurgling gasp. It's too bad, really. The towering man adjusted his shades with a free hand, briefly revealing dead, empty eyes within. You're quite strong despite that weak will of yours. You should be proud. It's unfortunate that you have to die now, but I will honor your with 30% of my power as a parting gift. The man's opponent, no, they were only a victim now, blanched in horror. Wait. He did not. A powerful fist scythed down into their face. Blood spattered the alley wall behind him. All the world went a grisly red. He dropped their corpse. Not even the best of contracts justifies killing as cruelly as I've just done. He gazed down at the pulverized corpse and bowed his head as he knelt to retrieve his green jacket. My apologies. The corpse didn't respond, of course they never did. How boring. Weak, the lot of them. This bounty wasn't a challenge either. None of them ever were. They were each of them lacking. Perhaps that Zenin boy would prove himself a worthy opponent. The very next day, Naoya, Maki, and my Zenien each received an invitation from the esteemed Kumo clan. And just like that, a new chapter of their life began. Although in hindsight, they really should have refused that invitation. Listen, that technique of yours is powerful, sure, but it's also risky. And I told you to call me Gojo Senpai. I categorically